No, Harper, I told you. You had to be perfect. Do you want to go back to the way things were? You get to go to a great school and live in a nice place. But if you can't appreciate that, then we leave today. I'd never seen Susan so mad, and I didn't want her to quit. Also, I felt a little bad for Harper. Wait, it was an accident. I tripped, and she was just helping me up. Susan calmed down, and after that day, things started getting better between me and Harper. Once we both backed off from annoying each other, we realized that we actually had a lot in common, especially our love for writing. And over time, we became like siblings who were constantly competing and arguing over dumb things. But we certainly didn't hate each other anymore. By the time we reached high school, Mom had expanded her studios to several locations. She wanted me to take an interest in the business, and even though I pretended I didn't like tagging along, I actually loved the glamorous shoots and meeting celebrities. I even started hanging out with celebrity kids my age, and they were something else. They shopped in private malls and had front row tickets to every concert. And once, I went to a party with a giant indoor wave pool, which was awesome. I'd often invite Harper to join us, but she never seemed comfortable around them. One night, we were at a burger joint when they decided it would be fun to break into an amusement park at night and operate the rides. That sounds fun, right, Harper? No it doesn't. It sounds illegal. Don't be such a buzzkill. You only live once, girl. Unclench your butt cheeks. Mia, this is a bad idea, and Mom would never approve. Yeah, so we're not telling her. I'll just text Susan and say we're staying at a friend's tonight. No, I'm going home. What a loser. Let's go, Mia. We had a blast at the amusement park and even narrowly escaped when a security guard turned up. We almost peed our pants laughing as we drove away, and it was such a thrill. But Harper had a sour face the next day. Just spit it out. What's your problem with my friends? They're fun and perfectly nice people. They're not nice. Haven't you noticed their comments on my appearance? They're just giving you some friendly fashion advice. They're being condescending, Mia, and they're reckless, spoiled brats who are just used to their parents getting them whatever they want. Okay, so my mom also gets me anything I want, Harp? Is that what you think of me too? No, of course not. It's different with you. But I caught Harper rolling her eyes when Mom got me a sports car for my 17th birthday. Also, when I got into a college business program without taking the entry test because Mom knew the dean. And she got really pissed when my friends were over one day, and one of them knocked their drink over on Mia's laptop and fried it. Things were tense between us. But when I found out about a national story contest, I went straight to Harper with it, trying to get into her good books. Won't you be entering it yourself? Or maybe you can just win it anyway because your mom probably knows someone. Stop being so snarky. I haven't written something in ages, so no, I'm not entering. But you should, Harper. The winner even gets a scholarship to a great writing program. She finally agreed, and some weeks later she sent off her story. And then one day, she burst into my room excitedly. Mia, I won! Holy marbles, I actually won! What? The contest! Not only am I getting the scholarship, Mia, they want to turn my short story into a novel, and it's gonna be published. Can you imagine? Oh, thank you for convincing me to enter. Harper, that's amazing. I gotta tell Mom, she's gonna be so happy. I couldn't help feeling a little jealous, though. I'd always wanted to have a story published, and Harper was actually getting to do it. I pushed the thought away. I could do it someday, too, and I was happy for her. That is, till her book came out. It was my first time reading her script, and my heart started racing. I couldn't believe my eyes as I frantically skimmed through the pages. These were my stories. Not exactly word for word, but the main themes and so many ideas, they were mine. I stormed downstairs and shoved the book in Harper's face. You cheat. What? These are my ideas, Harper. You stole them from my notebooks. How could you stoop so low? Are you crazy? Why would I even look through your notebooks? Then how did my ideas magically appear in your story? 'Cause they're my ideas. But of course, you found a way to make it about yourself. You've always thought you're better than me because I'm just the help's daughter. Don't change the subject, witch. And I've loved Susan like my own mom. Yeah, and never thought about how you took all her time away from me. I was at home with my rotten grandma while Mom looked after your highness. Well, we were gonna leave after high school anyway, but now with my book deal, I'm sure I can take Mom away even faster. I always knew you were jealous of me, and I was right. Jealous of you? Oh, please. Why would I be jealous of someone whose mother can't be bothered to talk to her more than twice a month? Shut up, Harper. I never want to speak to you again. Fine by me. Susan was really upset when she found out about our fight, and she tried to make us talk, but I refused. I couldn't even look at Harper. And then one night, some reporters came to interview her at the house and asked her where she got her inspiration. Oh, my mom's always been a great storyteller. I wouldn't be here without her. You wouldn't be here without me, Harper. Hey everyone, here's something you should— Harper attacked me and suddenly we were fighting like wild cats till our moms pulled us apart. Mom asked the reporters to leave, and when I told her everything, she was livid. After everything I've done for you two, and this is how you repay me? Stealing ideas from my daughter and attacking her too? I want you both gone, now. It broke my heart to see Susan leave like this, but it was all her evil daughter's fault. It didn't make me feel better though. I didn't even want to meet any of my friends. Then one night, Mom knocked on my door. Hey sweetie, want to go out for dinner? I don't really feel like it, Mom. Do it for me anyway. I reluctantly agreed, and she took me to a small Italian restaurant. This is where your father and I came on our first date. You don't ever talk about him, Mom. You really don't talk to me at all. Your father was a photographer too. He got sick soon after I got pregnant with you. It was really hard for me to deal with his loss, and I just threw myself into work. Also, I always wanted to make sure I had enough to take care of you on my own, but I think I've let you down. What do you mean? I can see how much you miss Susan, and she's made you into the kind of person you are today, not me. It used to hurt my feelings when you preferred her as a kid, but I can't blame you. Is there anything I can do to make up for me not being there? Mom, I've always appreciated everything you've given me, but I think I just want your time now. Over the years, Mom and I grew closer and I got more involved with her business. I'd see Harper on the news. She'd turned her novel into a trilogy and gained worldwide success. I tried to get over my bitterness, but I just couldn't forget the betrayal. Then one day, my assistant let in a visitor, and I was shocked to see Harper. What are you doing here? I don't want to see you. Please, Mia, just hear me out. She told me that Susan had fallen sick and had been in the hospital for months. My heart sank at the news. She's recovering now, but she keeps asking to see you. Please, you should hear what she has to say. I put all my differences aside and ran to see her, and hugging her made me feel like a kid again. Susan, I've missed you so much. I've missed you too, Mia. But what's happened? Are you okay? Yes, I'm much better, but there's something I have to tell you now. Okay, what is it? Harper didn't steal your stories, Mia. I did. I felt like someone had punched me. It wasn't intentional, believe me. You remember how you always shared your stories with me over the years? When Harper was writing for that contest, she had writer's block and I gave her some ideas. I didn't realize those were all yours or that it would be such a big deal. But after you two fought, I realized what I'd done, but I just couldn't come clean. I didn't want to take away this amazing thing from my daughter, but I felt so awful for the pain I caused you, Mia. I am so sorry. Do you think you can ever forgive me? Oh, please don't cry, Susan. I just need some time to process this, okay? I sat outside her hospital room, still trying to wrap my head around everything. Just then, Harper joined me. Mom just told me a week ago, Mia. I really had no idea, but we can fix this. I can announce publicly that some ideas were yours and you can be given due credit? No, Harper, slow down. It's okay. You know what? Your mom inspired me to write stories too. I'm sure so many of my ideas came from her. It kind of feels right that they came back to you, and I'm enjoying being part of Mom's business, and I'm glad you've done so well for yourself. I'm glad you're happy too, Mia. And about all those things I said, I didn't really mean them. Me neither. Forget about it. Can we be friends again? As long as you bring your mom along. I only tolerated you because of her. Right back at ya.
Hi, I'm Noor from Pakistan. Please like and subscribe. I was 17 when I moved to the US with my family. And even though my parents were worried about me adjusting here, I was super excited about my new life. On the first day of school, as I walked down the busy hallway, a girl bumped into me and dropped all of my books. As I started picking them up, I saw another kid in roller skates charging straight at me. I just sat there frozen in horror when suddenly someone pushed me out of the way. I looked up to see the cutest boy I'd ever laid eyes on smiling down at me.
Hey, are you okay? Did you hit your head? Do you feel dizzy?
Well, I did, but I don't know if it was the fall or his smile.
I think I'm okay. Thank you for saving my life.
Suddenly, he leaned in closer. Wait, was he gonna kiss me? I was ready for it, but to my embarrassment, he just reached over and picked up his sandwich lying next to me.
Must have dropped this while saving your butt.
I would have been really sad if I'd lost it. He helped me to my feet, winked, and left. Wow, that was a dramatic start. Later in class, the teacher asked me to introduce myself. But when another really cute boy winked at me, I just went blank. As I was trying to think of anything to say, a girl started cackling.
Geez, where is she from? Does she even know English?
I wasn't gonna let some big mouth ruin my first day at school.
Oh my god! You're just like those girls in American movies. You know, those mean girls in high school who always get their butts kicked in the end. I'm so excited to meet you.
The girl's grin turned into a deadly glare, and just then I saw the guy who'd saved me before, and he was laughing at her.
Ouch! That's gotta burn, Pat.
When I went back to my seat, he poked my shoulder and introduced himself as Damien. And later he showed me the way to the cafeteria and even grabbed a food tray for me. This guy was so nice. He then told me everything about the school and that girl Patricia. She was the school's queen bee, and that boy that winked at me was Eric, her boyfriend.
Ew.
After that, Damien and I often hung out and studied together, and in no time we were really good friends. One day, as I was going to my class, I saw Pat on the stairs with her groupies, bullying a girl who was in tears.
Hey, what are you guys doing?
Oh, how come the damsel in distress is here all by herself? Is the great Damien not with you to protect you today?
What does that even mean?
You're dumber than you look. Don't you know why the hottest guy in school is your friend? It's 'cause he thinks you're too weak to protect yourself. Yeah, he begged me to leave you alone on your first day. And that's also why he hangs out with you all the freaking time. What? Was that what Damien thought of me? Just then, I saw Damien come up the stairs, and he had clearly heard everything.
Listen, Noor, I can explain.
Oh, everything is clear, Damien.
Did protecting me make you feel good about yourself? Oh, well, you can go be someone else's bodyguard. I can take care of myself. Thank you very much.
And with that, I stormed off angrily and planned to ignore him for a very long time. A few days later, I was paired up with Eric for an experiment in the science class. There were rumors that he and Pat had broken up, but she kept giving me death glares all the time he sat next to me. While we were doing an experiment, a test tube slipped from my fingers and almost fell on me when Eric pulled me to his side and I fell over him. And Pat jumped off her seat like it was on fire.
Girl, where have you been all my life? Hiding from you.
I pushed him away and left the class. I didn't want Pat's sleazy ex or more drama, but it wasn't like I could avoid it. We were having elections for student council in the coming weeks, and I entered my name for the same position that Pat was competing for. Oh, you think you can win? That's cute.
Right. I am really cute, and it's gotten me very far in life. But yeah, if the position can only be filled by a bad-tempered witch, I'm sure I'll win this year too.
I'm gonna.
Easy there, Pat. Kids might not vote for you if they see you going all wild on me. You gotta be cool and a little cute.
She looked furious as I walked off. That day, I was waiting for my bus outside school. A car stopped in front of me and the backseat window opened.
Come on, Noor, get in. I'll drop you home. No thanks. I'd rather stay on this spot the rest of my life.
Oh, you're hurting me, babe. I know it may look like a jerk, but trust me, I'm not one. He literally stood there for 20 minutes, and when I realized the bus wasn't coming, I gave in.
Just this once.
When we reached home, he got out first and opened the door for me. And then, he pulled me close and kissed me. What the what? I pushed him away, but he just smirked.
How dare you do that?
Easy there, princess. It was just a kiss, wasn't your first? I was so mad at him, but I didn't want to create a scene in front of my house, so I let him leave unscratched. But when I entered my home, I saw both my parents standing near the window looking shocked. I thought I was going to be grounded for life. But when I told them how the loser just kissed me out of nowhere, they calmed down and told me to be careful. The next day at school, the campaigning for the student council election began. I'd made all my posters and left them to dry in the art room. But when I got there, I saw they were all trashed. Of course it was that witch. I could almost cry. As I frantically started all over, I felt a gentle hand on my shoulder, and I turned to see Damien. Hey, you look like you could use some help. May I?
Oh, just go away, Damien. Yeah, Pat's a big fat jerk. And she's wrecked all my hard work, but I can fix it on my own. I need a friend, not a knight in shining armor.
Just give me a chance to explain, okay? I never thought you're weak. I just thought you're new around here and I was only looking out for you. But I'm sorry about how I did it. Can we be friends again, please?
How could I not melt at that adorable smile? I gave him a hug and he jumped right into helping me out. We made a lot of posters and hung them all around the school. But just as I was getting one up on the wall, my foot slipped and I almost fell to the ground when someone caught me mid-air. Eric, gotcha.
Straight from heaven into my arms, gorgeous. Before I could even say anything, Damien pushed him away roughly. Get away from her before I punch out all your teeth, Eric.
Whoa, I'd never seen Damien getting so mad before. Was he jealous? I had to cut in to stop the two from getting into a fight, and Eric walked off with a smirk. But later that day, as I walked back to the art room to put away some stuff, I stopped when I saw Pat and Eric inside, and they were talking about me.
Babe, I swear, I was so sure Nora's parents saw me kiss her. I thought they'd ground her for a few weeks and she wouldn't be able to run for the election, but I don't know why it didn't work.
It didn't work because you're a moron. Try harder. We need to do something big to get her butt kicked out of school. I just can't stand that brown-skinned curry girl.
OMG,
These guys were such jerks. And I decided I was gonna teach him a good lesson this time. The next few days, Eric kept trying to impress me with his expensive gifts, and I started acting like I was loving all this attention. I wanted him to think that he was winning, but it wasn't gonna be easy for him. One day, I was in the cafeteria when I invited Eric over to eat together. Hey, Eric, come sit with me. I made this delicious food only for you.
OMG, homemade Pakistani food? It's my favorite, babe.
And then I grabbed a spoonful of my mom's super spicy chicken tikka and shoved it in his mouth. His face turned red and he ran around the cafeteria looking for water with tears in his eyes. Did you like it? Here, have some more. But he just ran out of there like crazy. This was so much fun. But just then, I saw Damien at the back of the cafeteria, and he looked so pissed. I called out his name, but he just left, and I went after him. Damien, stop!
Let go of me, Nor.
I don't wanna. Whoa! Just listen to me.
I've been listening to plenty of things. Eric's been going around saying you kissed him. He's such a jerk. Why would you?
And then I pulled him close and kissed him.
Oh, did you just...
Yeah, dummy. It's you I like, not him. Then I told him about how I was playing Eric and Pat. He looked at me all surprised, but then he just hugged me.
I like you too, Nor. You certainly don't need my help, but still, I want you to be careful.
OMG, he was so sweet. I loved this guy. And now that everything was going according to plan, I was totally focused on the election, while watching my back, of course. On the last day of the campaign, both Pat and I had to give speeches for all the school kids in the main hall. Just as Pat got onto the stage, she said, "Guys, there are so many reasons you can vote for me, but I'll just give you one that'll make you love me. And that is, I'm not a criminal, like Noor." Just then, the lights went off, and the auditorium's TV screen lit. Everyone gasped at what they saw. It was some girl dressed like me, but in a mask, breaking into the principal's office. She took some sealed question papers from the drawer and ran out of the window. What even was that? And before I could get a grip on what was happening, Eric came onto the stage and confessed.
Yes, it's Noor. She's my girlfriend, and she asked me to get that mask for her. She said she was gonna do something that would make sure all the kids voted for her, but I had no idea she was gonna steal and sell question papers. OMG, I feel so used.
Oh God, such a drama queen he was. He's lying, he's not my boyfriend, he didn't give me anything. Oh please. We all know about all the gifts you took from him, and now you're saying you're not his girlfriend? Face the truth. You don't even deserve to be in the school, let alone the student council president. Guys, I swear it's not me in this video. Eric is lying. They're just trying to frame me. It's just your word, honey. No, actually, it's your word, Patricia. And then I took out my phone from my bag and forwarded a video to everyone in the school, including the principal. Everyone gasped as they saw it and stared at Pat.
but she looked so confused and just screamed, "What is it? What the heck is going on?" Suddenly, she ran down the stage and snatched a phone from a girl. Her eyes widened when she saw the video.
It didn't work because you're a moron. Try harder. We need to do something big to get her butt kicked out of school. I just can't stand that brown-skinned curry girl. Yup, it was the recording from the same day they were talking about me.
Luckily, I recorded it just in time. Suddenly, Pat looked at me and ran towards me like a mad bull. Thankfully, Damien got in the way and stopped her. "I think I told you to stay away from her." Just then, the principal came forward and said, "I can't believe you would stoop so low to win an election, Patricia. You broke into my office and framed an innocent person. And I even have complaints against you for bullying. You're being expelled from the school, Missy. And you too, Eric." The looks on their faces were priceless.
You're not the only one who can play others, Eric. I'll get you some more chicken tikka next time. Oh, but wait!
You won't be here anymore.
What a pity.
Soon they were taken away, and I was announced the president of the student council in the absence of other competitors. Yippee! Damien ran to me and hugged me. "Whoa, you did that all on your own. I'm so proud of you. Guess you don't need me after all."
Yeah, I don't need you. I want you, you dummy. Now kiss me already.
No, babe, I love you.
I love you too, Damien.
Hi, my name is Caroline, and from the day I was born, Mom has thought of me as a nuisance. No matter how hard I try to please her, I just always end up doing the wrong thing. You see, I was always clumsy, and I'd been causing minor disasters around the house even since I was born. Like one time when I was 2 years old, I climbed onto the bookshelf to take down a book and somehow managed to bring the whole thing down. Mom and Dad were freaked. They fired my nanny then, and since Dad was always away, Mom had to quit her job to look after me full-time. I think that's when she started hating me. She thought everything I ever did was wrong. On my 6th birthday, she said to her friends, "She's so annoying that she chose to come out in the middle of my pedicure. I had to go to the hospital with half my nails painted. Can you imagine? So annoying." I was so embarrassed that I tried to run out of the room, only to run smack into my cake. I sat in a pile of cake and felt so embarrassed, and Mom looked so annoyed that I did the stupidest thing on the planet. I ate a fistful of cake and said, "Yum, chocolate." Everyone just laughed harder, and someone said I was an idiot. Turns out, it was Mom. Later that night, I heard Mom on the phone with her friend, and she was crying like a baby. I just miss the good old days. I had a life. I felt so bad. I decided to surprise her with something awesome. I took a screwdriver and ran to the garage. I started to draw with it on the car. I made a whole scene with me and Mom in our house. She was gonna love it. I excitedly nudged her awake from her nap and led her to the garage. But I was so shocked when she went totally ballistic on me. "You're so dumb, Caroline. Your birthdays for the next 5 years are canceled." And it doesn't get any better from here. You see, I grew up really insecure about my looks around Mom. She was beautiful herself, and her snarky comments always made me feel ugly. She'd say things like, "Your nose is just like your father's mother's," or "You really can't pull off that pink color," or "Do you really need to eat chocolate?" But one time, when I was in the 7th grade, she had some friends over, and I heard her say it loud and clear. "I just wish my daughter was beautiful like me." I ran off to my room and stared at myself in the mirror. The only thing I had in common with her was my long black hair. I decided I would never cut it, but Mom was right. I was ugly. I was so upset with my reflection that I threw a shoe at the mirror, and it broke. Mom heard the noise and came running to my room. "What'd you do now? Clean that up." The next few years went by like that. Dad was a constant no-show most of the time. He sent money and gifts to make up for it, though. And Mom insisted I needed to be a different person, while I had found a brilliant new hobby. You see, the day before my 16th birthday, I had found a gorgeous old set of sculpting tools in the attic. I didn't even bother asking Mom whose they were because I was afraid she might make me throw them out. Just then, Mom knocked on the door. She said she'd bought me a dress to wear on my birthday the next day, but to no one's surprise, it turned out to be the wrong size. I tried really hard to fit into it, but I just couldn't. Why did you buy me such a small dress, Mom? To push you to eat fewer cookies and more veggies. The way you're eating, you're never gonna fit into anything nice. But Mom, clothes are supposed to fit you. You aren't supposed to fit them. If you'd gotten me the right size, I would have looked just fine. Just fine isn't the same as beautiful, Caroline. That's chubby girl talk. I was so angry with her and disappointed that I had nothing nice to wear, so I just canceled my birthday party and shut myself up in my room, blasting away loud music and doodling furiously in my art pad. A few hours later, I heard a knock at the door. Mom banged on the door saying Dad's gifts were here. After she left, I opened the door and pulled my gift inside. To my surprise, it was a fancy new set of sculpting tools and clay. He'd remembered. Over the next few weeks, I ended up turning my room into my studio. I started sculpting every day. I started to get obsessed. Cars, people, horses, toy, everything. I even started doing it at school. One day, as I was rushing from class to the art room, I bumped into someone and all the miniature sculptures in my bag fell out and scattered everywhere. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. Just help me. I looked up and saw the school's basketball captain, Ron. I'd had a crush on him for a while, but he didn't even know I existed. And now he was helping me pick up my scattered miniatures. Suddenly, Ron looked at my work and let out a whistle. Don't tell me you made these. They're brilliant. I'm pretty sure I'm very capable of making something brilliant, Ron. No, of course. I meant you're really good. My aunt's a sculptor, and I just know she'd love your work. Then he invited me to his home after school. I could not believe my ears. Ron's aunt was crazy talented, and she did seem really impressed with my work. Before I knew it, we had become friends. Not just us, but Ron too. I started hanging out more and more often at his place and sculpting in his aunt's studio. Before I knew it, we had become great friends, and my crush was back. One day while I was at Ron's place, his aunt showed me a poster of the sculpting contest, and wow! The prize was a scholarship to study art at the university. Ron said, "If anyone can win it, it's you." The way he said it gave me butterflies, and I decided I'd give it my best. I came back home thrilled, and I told my mom about my project, but Mom was anything but impressed. A sculptor? I was hoping you'd become a doctor, a lawyer, or something that won't make you starve. Actually, on second thoughts, maybe that's not such a bad thing. I tried to not let her get to me, but she made me so mad. I shut myself up for the weekend and sculpted with such passion that I dirtied the floor and sent clay water splattering onto the walls. I wouldn't even go down to eat with her. I just ordered pizzas and had the delivery boy hand them to me through my window. A few days later, as I was leaving for school, she barged in and was beyond furious. She completely ignored my beautiful pieces and only looked around at the mess with crazy eyes. What are you, a cave woman? You're not going anywhere till you clean this garbage dump. I'll clean it up, Mom, but why do you always see the ugly side of everything? Don't you have anything nice to say about my art? I couldn't care less about your stupid art. And with that, she walked away. I was so furious, I decided to do the only thing I knew would really get to her. I decided to cut all my long black hair and dye it. It was the only thing my mother and I had that was similar, and now I was different. When she saw me with bright blue short hair, she dropped the plate she was holding and simply said, "Ah, completely ugly now." I started spending as much time away from home, returning late and not answering my mom's calls. I spent most of my time at Ron's house working on my sculpture of Grace O'Malley, a fierce Irish pirate. She was such an iconic woman. One day when I returned home, I couldn't find my sculpture anywhere. So I asked Mom, and she casually said, "Your room looked like a dump." So I threw away everything. You what? Mom, I spent weeks on it. The competition is just 4 days away. I told you to clean up your mess. I couldn't tell the art from the trash. I was horrified and did the only thing that made sense. I turned around and ran out of my home. That night it was freezing outside and I didn't know where to go. I started crying, sitting on the street. Suddenly a car approached me. It was Ron. He said, since I hadn't shown up at his place when I was supposed to, he thought I might be in trouble. When I told him I'd left my house, he said I could stay at his place as long as I wanted. The next 3 days were crazy. I skipped school and worked on my sculpture all day long. I blocked Mom's number because she wouldn't stop calling to yell at me. But the day before the art contest, someone knocked at Ron's door. It was Dad. He wanted me to go home to Mom. Are you coming?
No, honey. I have to catch a flight in 30 minutes. Now, hurry up.
Forget it, Dad. I'm tired of how you and Mom have been. You're literally never there in my life. And Mom just hates me so much. I'm not going back to her.
She doesn't hate you. She loves you.
Yeah, of course. Now go, Dad. I don't need you either. I have other friends who can be there for me when I need it. With that, I slammed the door in his face. On the day of the art contest, I was very anxious. I tried to look around and find some familiar faces, but none were there for me. I looked at other people's art pieces, and I suddenly felt they were all better than mine. I wanted to go away. I took my small little statue and ran out of the exhibition crying. But at the door, I found Dad. He took one look at me and smiled. You came? How?
No one else gets to be my daughter's best friend and biggest support. Now tell me, you weren't running away, were you?
My work is really bad, Dad. It's not good.
Why don't you let the judges decide?
He led me back inside, and long story short, 2 hours later, I walked out with the first prize, 100% scholarship to my dream university. Just as I was about to leave the gallery, I saw something that surprised me. Mom was walking away from the far end of the crowd. I couldn't believe she'd come to see me tank, and now that I'd done well, she was just walking away? Well, she could do whatever. I was going to start college anyway. I started art school and started dating Ron, who asked me to be his girlfriend the day we graduated high school. After I finished college, Ron and I decided to buy a small gallery for me. I found a gorgeous little place, and the very first day, we found a lovely little sculpture tucked away in its storage. The real shocker, though, was that it looked very familiar. The gallery owner said, "Oh, it's just been collecting dust for 20 years. The artist was not very successful. Then she stopped working when she had a kid. This was her last piece. She called it Baby Caroline." I was stunned for a second when I realized why it was so familiar. The baby was wearing a necklace exactly like mine. My mom made this. I told the owner I was keeping it and wrapped it up. On Christmas that year, I took the sculpture and decided to see Mom. As soon as she saw it, she burst into tears and said, "I'm so sorry. I'm a horrible mother, aren't I?" She said she'd gotten jealous when she saw me sculpt. "I gave up my career for you, and you were so good. I got so upset. I'm so sorry." As angry and hurt as I was, I knew that Mom had given up a lot for me, so I hugged her and showed her my second gift, the old sculpting tools I'd found in the attic years ago. She cried as she held them. They were hers. Well, now the two of us often sculpt together in my studio, except we have a third edition, my little girl Maria.
My friend often says that Italians are emotional and impulsive. I haven't done an impulsive thing in my life. Crazy things just happen to me, you know? I was just so unprepared for my chemistry exam, and all I did was set off the fire alarm. Next thing I know, a fire truck had crashed into our school auditorium. The principal was furious and searching for the culprit, and I, the culprit, found myself running away from the school as fast as I could. I rushed straight into my empty house and up to my room to find a boy sitting on my bed. He looked exactly like me. I'm talking height, hair color, lips, down to my very eyes. He was like a boy version of me. Suddenly, he ran up to me and hugged me. I pushed him away. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" "Sorry, the front door was open and I was just so excited to meet my twin sister for the first time." "Twin what?" "Falla finita." Was there no end to today's drama? The crazy events of the day ended with me finding out the greatest secret my parents had kept from me. I wasn't born into this world alone. I had a twin brother, and his name was Lucas. My parents had given him up for adoption and kept me. His millionaire father barely paid attention to him now. He was far too busy, and that led Lucas to seek out his real parents. After telling him what happened at school, he suggested something that really caught my interest. "Why don't we switch places for a few days? You could enjoy my mansion and posh high school while I get to see what it's like to live with my real parents." And my Italian blood quickly did its thing, and before I knew what I was saying, I yelled, "Deal!" I didn't want to waste another second. I just wanted to experience a day at school without getting bullied. We went out and bought wigs, and then I was off to take over my twin brother's life and move into his mansion. I just went crazy the first day of the switch, eating everything I could see in the pantry and playing all of Lucas's amazing video games. No one was at home except for his many servants. I called Lucas to check in on him, and he sounded so happy with my parents. Mama's cooking is the best, and I had so much fun watching basketball with Papa today. How about you? I told him that I was doing just fine. I hope you'll really enjoy my life, Sorella. After meeting his best friend Jeff, I was sure I would. There was just something about him that was so dreamy. He radiated pure confidence and charisma. Too bad I was here as a boy. There was nothing I could do but look. Or so I thought. Turns out Lucas and Jeff were much closer friends than I knew. One day, he just barged into my room without even knocking. And worse, he immediately jumped into my bed as if he owned it. Wake up, princess. It's time for your morning tea. What did he just call me? He was grinning from ear to ear. And then it hit me. I was still in my girly pink pajamas. Could I just disappear right now? I immediately cleared my throat, and in a deeper voice I said, I'm just man enough to wear pink. Dude, I know, it's cool. He gave me a fist bump and a wink, and I responded in the most awkward way. Gosh, I was so bad at this. My crush on Jeff was interfering with my acting. He was so hilarious and attractive, it made my girly side come out. Once I almost giggled. How was I ever going to hide my secret with this gorgeous boy always hovering around me? Little did I know that it was about to get much worse. Jeff walked up to me one day and asked me if I was up for the date. I nearly fainted. Date? Yeah, with our girlfriends. Wait, a girl? What? Apparently there were things Lucas hadn't given me a heads up about. Like his girlfriend of 6 months? I called him after school to ask how he'd forgotten this minor detail. He answered the call, but none of my questions. He spoke in a squeaky voice and pretended to be me, Andrea, throughout. My parents were nearby, and he had to keep his act up. The pazzo. Next thing I knew, I was going on a couples trip with Lucas's girlfriend Danielle, Jeff, and his girlfriend Courtney. We were driving to a resort owned by Jeff's dad to chill there for the night. That car ride turned out to be one of the most difficult and awkward experiences of my life. Danielle, my girlfriend, was super into me. She was literally clinging onto me like a snake and was breathing down my neck the whole ride. Oh, babe, I hadn't seen you for 23 hours, 16 minutes, and 10 seconds, and I was missing you like crazy. She tried to kiss me, but I turned my face away from her and said, wow, I bet you're good at math. Oh my God, you're so funny. She was all over me, literally laughing at every word I said, and I just wanted to disappear between the car seats. I struck up a conversation with Courtney to avoid my own girlfriend, but I guess it was a bad idea because Danielle started crying hysterically. Oh my God, ladies. I met Jeff's eyes in the rearview mirror. I gave him a help me look, but he just grinned at me. You're such a flirt, Courtney. Stop talking to my boyfriend. What's your problem? My problem is your existence. Before they could kill each other, Jeff turned around to tell them to shut up. And then he suddenly swerved sharply to avoid an oncoming truck. The whole car spun out of control and we all screamed, terrified. The car came to a halt on the hillside and one of the wheels was stuck in a pothole. We jumped out and tried to push it out of the hole, but that wasn't going to happen. And we were miles away from the city. We were stranded in the middle of nowhere. I found an inn nearby that had decent ratings online. We began to walk there when Courtney and Jeff began to fight. It was her car that had been wrecked. I was tired of their bickering, so I moved away from them, but then Danielle caught up with me. What have I done, Lucas? Am I not pretty enough? Don't you like my new hair? Wait, what did her hair look like before? I tried my best to hide my annoyance and forced a sweet smile on my face. You're the prettiest woman alive, mia bella, and you deserve everything. I love you. I almost threw up at my words. I hadn't expected that acting like Lucas was going to be this tough. As soon as we reached the inn, I rushed to the bathroom to take a breather. While looking at myself in the mirror, I was surprised to see Courtney behind me grinning. I turned to her. What are you doing here? She stepped closer to me and answered, No, Lucas. What are you doing here? This bathroom is for females. Oh, shoot. Was there no end to this? I was about to rush out when she suddenly blocked my way. We had such an amazing conversation in the car back there, Lucas. I love Jeff, but I don't think I've ever had as much fun with him. Wait, what? Before I knew it, Courtney grabbed my face and kissed me right on the lips. Holy cow, I was kissing a girl. At that moment, Danielle came in and saw us. There was a look of horror on her face as she screamed at the top of her lungs. She was ready to attack Courtney, but Jeff came in time to stop her. Danielle screamed at Jeff, Your stupid girlfriend kissed my boyfriend! Courtney started crying as she hugged Jeff. Babe, I didn't do anything wrong. Lucas followed me in here and kissed me. You know what? I'm so done with you. We're over. Courtney just rolled her eyes. Fine, whatever. Jeff ignored her and turned to me with a furious look on his face, and my heart sank because I had betrayed him. The pretty messed up situation was interrupted when the innkeeper came in to tell us that she had prepared 2 rooms for us. At that moment, I wanted to hug her so bad for being a lifesaver. Thankfully, the woman was very old-fashioned. She wouldn't let teenagers bunk together under any circumstances, so Jeff and I had to share a room, and the crazy girlfriends were in another. But then I started sweating bullets when I realized something. Jeff and I were sharing a room, a bed. How was I ever going to get through this? And he's mad at me right now. I literally just kissed his cheating girlfriend. What was he going to do to me? My heart was racing when we finally went to our room. While heading to the bed, I tripped over something and fell down on the floor. Jeff immediately came to my rescue. He looked so worried as he helped me to my feet. I swear I was about to pass out because of how close our faces were to each other. Jeff offered to take a look at my foot and took off my sock. Nail paint on your toes? Nice. I gasped and looked down at my feet. My blue nail paint was still on my toes. I couldn't think of a single excuse that would work. Before I could betray my secret, I yanked my foot away and changed the topic instead. I'm sorry about what happened earlier, dude. I know you're mad at me. Are you going to beat me up? Suddenly, he burst out laughing. Why would I beat up a girl? And in this case, Luca's twin sister. I froze in surprise. But how did you know? Jeff said he'd figured it out easily. I acted nothing like Lucas and remembered none of his plans. Lucas had mentioned to Jeff that he had a twin sister, so he put 2 and 2 together. Besides, Lucas's eyes aren't this beautiful, and I've never felt attracted to that idiot's smile. My whole face was red now. You're attracted to me? He just smiled at me and continued to bandage my foot. When he was done, he got up and said, wildly attracted. I kid you not, I nearly fainted. I finally opened up and told him the whole truth. I was a girl. Oh, it felt so good to say that out loud. Jeff listened to me patiently as I told him everything. My life at home and at school. He took my hand. You're the most beautiful girl I've ever met, Andrea. Inside and out. Not to mention funny, too. You don't deserve to be bullied and treated like that. Oh God, he was so sweet. How could Courtney cheat on a boy like him? I blushed harder when Jeff started leaning closer and closer. Before our lips could finally touch, Danielle, my girlfriend, suddenly barged in. Jeff immediately jumped out of the bed and pretended to be doing push-ups on the floor. She said, "Babe, I couldn't sleep. That witch Courtney was snoring like a pig." I said, "How did you get in here?" "Oh, the innkeeper was sleeping, so I took the duplicate key from the reception." Ugh, she was so annoying. I forgive you for kissing Courtney, by the way. Now let's go to sleep. She climbed onto the bed and told Jeff to sleep on the mattress instead. Jeff said, "Yeah, sure," while grinning at me. He was really enjoying my misery. I was forced to cuddle Danielle to sleep just to stop her from making out with me. "Babe, can you sing me my favorite lullaby?" I was panicking now. I started singing some random nursery rhyme when Jeff came to the rescue again. In case you guys have forgotten, I'm also here. Can I have some peace? After a few more minutes of pestering me, Danielle finally fell asleep. I carefully untangled myself from her and rolled to the edge of the bed. I whispered down to Jeff, "Are you still up?" He whispered back, "How can I sleep when I can't stop thinking about you?" Oh, my heart. Go to sleep already. We need to have enough energy to deal with these crazy girls tomorrow. Sure, but I need a goodnight kiss. I rolled my eyes as I grinned in the dark. Fine, carino. I reached down to him, intending to give him a kiss on the cheek, but to my surprise, he aimed for my lips instead. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when Danielle started snoring. Jeff and I were laughing soundlessly till our stomachs hurt. It was 5 a.m. when Jeff convinced me to sneak out and leave the 2 crazy girls behind. He paid for the rooms and we waited for help at the side of the road. Luckily, we were able to find someone to give us a ride back to the city. Jeff wanted to take me out on our first official date, so I wore the cutest pink dress and let my hair down this time. As he watched me walking towards him, he put a hand on his heart. Did it hurt? Huh? What did? When you fell down from heaven? His cheesy line had my heart doing hula hoops. Finally, I was able to giggle as much as I wanted. He took my hand and kissed it. "You're even more beautiful than I thought." He took his dad's car and we continued our love story that weekend in his dad's resort. Just the 2 of us this time. Everything was perfect until Monday. Word of Courtney and I kissing had spread like wildfire, thanks to Danielle, who was really mad at me for leaving her behind. And now everyone thought I was trying to steal Jeff's ex-girlfriend. There was an awards event in the school's gym the next day, and Courtney was declared the best cheerleader. After delivering her speech, she suddenly called my name out and said, "I can't stop this feeling anymore, Lucas. Will you be my boyfriend?" Danielle shouted from the audience, "Girl, your desperation is hurting my toenails. Dream on." Courtney fought back. "At least I wasn't dumped by Lucas." Danielle replied, "Yet." It was so awkward that I found myself running out of the gym as everyone laughed at Courtney. I skipped school for the next 2 days to avoid those girls and chose to hang out with Jeff as my real self. I was so happy when he agreed to watch a cheesy romantic movie with me. The movie ended, and as soon as the lights were back on, we were shocked to see who was sitting in front of us. Danielle's friends! They were about to turn around, but Jeff and I were quick. I immediately buried my face in my bucket of popcorn while he pretended to sleep. Thank God they immediately left. That was close. Jeff and I continued our little dates, but my love-filled haze of happiness didn't last long. I was heading to school one day when Lucas showed up, the real Lucas. He was troubled and unhappy back in my school. He said he had no idea what I'd meant when I said I was unpopular. People were picking on him left, right, and center. I love our parents, sis, but I'm done with your life. I'm sorry. I would have agreed to switch back happily a few days ago, but now I wasn't sure. I didn't want to leave Jeff. On the other hand, I missed being a girl freely. I missed my parents too. What was I going to do? I told Lucas to give me some time and I went to school. Little did I know that this was the calm before the storm. That night, I got invited for a Zoom conference by Courtney. Out of curiosity, I clicked on it and was surprised to see the faces of everyone at school. Did I miss something? All right, now that everyone's here, are you all ready for our interesting lesson tonight? Oh no, I didn't like where this was going. She started playing a slideshow presentation for everyone to see, and it was pictures of me and Jeff, hundreds of them. Apparently, Courtney hadn't dealt well with my public rejection. She was suspicious of me and Jeff, and without our knowledge, she had stalked us during our last few dates. My world stopped when the pictures of me taking my wig off and kissing Jeff showed up. Everyone knew our secret now. My act was finally over, whether I liked it or not. So according to my research, Lucas's twin sister has been pretending to be him for the past few weeks, and she has had the nerves to kiss me and steal my boyfriend. I don't know which one is more disgusting. Ew. That was officially the end of it. I had to go back now. I was about to call Lucas to tell him what had happened, but he called me first and told me to come home urgently. I got really worried. Jeff drove me to my real house, and I saw my parents hugging Lucas with tears in their eyes. And Lucas wasn't dressed as a girl. What was happening? Mama? Papa? They immediately hugged me as soon as they heard my voice. Dad said, "Our bambina is back. Why didn't you tell us about this switching business?" I turned to Lucas, and while scratching his head, he told me, "Sorry, sis, Mama caught me in my underwear in the bathroom." Mom then started explaining, "We were forced to give up Lucas for adoption because we didn't have enough money to take care of you both. We never thought we'd see Lucas again, and we're so happy that we got to meet him." Lucas told us that he wanted to be close to his family, so he'd made a plan. There was more than enough room in his mansion for all of us. He talked to his foster dad already, who was totally fine with it. My parents were so over the moon. I was so excited to have a sibling and leave my horrible school. And of course, now I could stay close to Jeff. Jeff said, "Oh, by the way, dude, Danielle's no longer your girlfriend." Lucas laughed. "Great, I was wondering how I was going to break up with her. Seriously, those girls are the worst." The boys did a fist bump in front of me. Jeff then turned to me with a wink. "That's how it's done, babe." I just answered him with the girliest giggle ever. Amore mio.
I never knew my father, but Mom and I were really close. We didn't need anyone else. We both loved to talk over a cup of hot chocolate in the morning and tell each other the most interesting things we read on the internet. Fact-checked, of course. See? This male model is walking on the ramp with heels. Guess what? Apparently high heels were originally for men. After that, we biked to school most mornings on Mom's way to work. One day, when we were in a little bit of a rush, Mom and I raced through a light just as it turned. I didn't pay attention to a car making a left turn, crossing the intersection and nicking Mom's back tire, sending her flying off her bike while it sped away. Rage rushed through me and I threw rocks at the car before it sped away without looking back. Oh no! Mom! I'll call 911. We need to get you to the hospital.
Did you see who did this?
No.
Well, let's not wait for the ambulance. I can take you to the hospital right now.
And here I am, getting into the story without even introducing myself. Hi, I'm Aurora. I used to live in Pennsylvania, and now in Australia. Before I tell you the rest of the story, please like and subscribe. The man introduced himself to us as Carrie, and he was so kind that he checked on us every day for the week Mom was in the hospital. Once Mom came home on crutches, she tried to go back to work at the chocolate factory. But instead, they let her go. No job meant we were about to lose our tiny one-bedroom apartment too. We were struggling when, like a guardian angel, Carrie showed up at the door. He came to meet us as it was his last day in Pennsylvania, and when he heard about everything, he had an idea.
I have plenty of room, and I'd really like to help you and Aurora.
The next thing I knew, we packed and left everything I liked and moved with Carrie to Australia. He had an enormous mansion. I had my own bedroom and my very own study with an art corner. Carrie even hired Mom to be his office assistant, and we never had to cook or clean anything. The upstairs housekeeper made our beds, and the driver took me to school along with Carrie's twin nieces, Julie and Jackie. You'll have to sit in the boot, like the dog we never had. There's plenty of room in the back seat. It's a big SUV. We're not sitting next to you. Just because our uncle took you in does not mean we have to change our lives to make room for you either. So yeah, I sat in the back. Didn't try to make friends with their friends, and I kept to my passion, which is art. When I wasn't finding art to look at, I was drawing. That one guy, Lee, who looked like a rock star, had his locker right next to mine. And one day, I accidentally hit him with my locker door, giving him a start.
Watch it, loser. You almost tore my jacket.
Your wardrobe looks like you can take it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The door just swung open kind of fast.
Don't let it happen again, or you'll see how fast I can fight back.
He walked away, and I felt really weird. Like, was that a threat? Was he actually dangerous? Or just liked acting tough? He surprised me the next time we were both there at the same time, when he picked up a drawing that fell out of my notebook.
This looks like a cross between an old famous Degas and a cool Banksy. Way to mix decades together.
Wow, I'm surprised you know who these artists are.
Maybe you shouldn't judge a book by its cover.
He did dress like a rebel, and I'd seen him drive a flashy scooter. Lee was one of the most popular boys in school and super handsome. But that didn't mean he wasn't smart. Well, when the book speaks in cliches, you don't expect much.
Touché, mademoiselle. I'll try to be more original. Maybe you should crack this book open to see more of the story.
Are you asking me out in a very roundabout way?
It sounds like you want me to, new girl. I could oblige, but I don't want to be late for class.
He walked backwards, keeping his eyes on me for a moment, and then turned and went ahead. That afternoon, our English literature teacher separated the class into two halves. My half of the room wrote our names on tiny slips of paper and dropped them in a hat. The other half of the room each picked one of our names. Julie and Jackie got each other, which seemed fitting.
I got Aurora. What do you know?
You can put it back and pick again. I don't mind. The class laughed, but the teacher said there were no swaps, and we found out that we had to act out a scene from a Shakespeare play.
Oh, this should be fun. I bet you want to do Romeo and Juliet.
No, why would I pick that when I could play someone who hates you?
I thought you didn't like cliches.
Obviously we should do. And then we both said it at the exact same time. Much ado about nothing.
A play where the world could be blowing up.
And people are more concerned with the petty, stupid stuff.
Shakespeare really is timeless.
Yeah, stupidity hasn't ended in hundreds of years. Isn't it always the handsome ones who are the worst? All the way home, I had to bear Julie and Jackie taunting me about Lee while I sat behind them in the car. Is that play where you get killed by the boy you're paired with? That's definitely the one you should do with Lee. You two are thinking of fairy tales. Maybe you should do Cinderella and see how that goes. I ignored the rest of their jabs. The next day, I was studying in the library when Lee came over, plopped his smelly shoes on my table, and gave me a weird look. I snapped. I picked up the heaviest book I could find and threw it right at his feet. Oh, sorry.
Ouch! Ouch!
I laughed as I walked away. He still followed me, then blocked my path with his arm.
Come to my place after school?
What? Are you nuts?
Don't we need to practice the play? My house is perfect for it.
And what? You've got blisters on your feet? Can't make it to my place instead?
Ugh, does your place have a library and a stash of theater props?
Not sure. But okay, I'll come over. But first, apologize for the locker incident, now.
And then it would be a yes. Promise.
Yes.
I'm sorry, beautiful.
Did you hear that? Or is it just me? Okay, apology accepted.
Anyway, I'm good at lying, but you promised me. So, see ya.
Ugh. He stormed off and I went to his house after school that day. Only his parents' house was an even bigger mansion than Carrie's, and the art on the walls was better than a museum collection. Originals of every artist I'd ever heard of. Wow. Wow. Wow! Lee sprayed his mouth with some breath freshener before we started reading some lines together. That's weird.
It's not weird. It's chivalrous.
I think you should also do the same for your feet. What other fun facts should I know before I have to stand close to you?
Okay, Miss U.S. of A. Let's just focus on the homework, shall we?
When Carrie's driver came to pick me up, he asked Lee why he hadn't been around, as he knew him well, but that must be because Julie and Jackie had invited him to some party at home. As I reached home, I was surprised to see Mom and Carrie sitting close, watching a movie together. Well, I didn't mind. But later that week, Mom seemed upset after a nice dinner out with Carrie. When I asked her what was wrong, I was shocked at her answer. Carrie and I have gotten closer, so I guess he felt comfortable telling me the truth. He was driving the car that hit me. What? He deceived us and I thought of him as an angel all the time. He should be in jail. I'm going to call the police and tell them everything. Mom tried to stop me, but I stormed off and took a bus to the police station. The kind officer told me that they had no jurisdiction for something that happened in a different country. I was so angry. So I started to think of ways to hurt Carrie like he hurt Mom. I could let the air out of his tires, but that really only hurts his driver. I could mix salt into his coffee, but it might not bubble over like a soda would. I ended up taking scissors and cutting a slit in every pair of pants he had. But in one day, they were all replaced and Mom made me apologize. Aurora, you have to forgive him. I have. He's giving us a better life than I ever could. But he hurt you, and he lied? He didn't mean to, and he cares deeply. Maybe he has you fooled, but I am not. Because of everything, I was so distracted, even while doing my homework at Lee's house. I guess he noticed how quiet I was because he did something I least expected. Salsa! He kept on dancing, making these silly faces, and then he started tumbling over the furniture like a circus clown, which made me laugh till I cried. Eventually, he sat down next to me and took me by surprise when he hugged me. Why'd...
You look upset about something, and I've learned over the years that a hug is like magic. I wish I had them once, but since I didn't, I'd rather give them to people whom I like. A lot.
I didn't push him away. I knew that I needed that hug, but in that moment, I knew he needed it maybe more than me. I was happy, and we started spending more time together. He even offered to carry my books, started sitting with me at lunch, and when I told him about the chocolate factory where I used to live, he had hot chocolate waiting in a thermos for our next rehearsal.
We should rehearse the scene all the way through since we have to do it in class tomorrow.
He asked me to be his girlfriend, and I said yes. When I went home that night, I completely understood the expression, walking on clouds. Maybe our life in Australia was better than it ever might have been. I wanted the good vibe to last, so I couldn't face riding with the nieces to school the next day. I took the bus. On my way to class, I noticed Lee talking to Julie and Jackie, so I ducked around the corner so I could listen without them seeing me. Then I was shocked when he leaned closer to Jackie.
Well, I am that good of an actor.
Okay, but you can quit now. I don't like this anymore. You were just supposed to spend time with her to see how Jackie and I are so much better. I'm missing my boyfriend. Aren't you missing me too?
Of course, I'm doing this for you, right? You two came up with this plan.
Plan? Getting close to me was all some sort of game for them? He didn't want me any more than Carrie wanted us. I was fuming. I raced to the bathroom to pull myself together and set my own plan in motion. When it was time to perform our scene in class, I put on the low-cut costume our maid delivered for me with an extra prop I asked her to bring. Lee whispered in my ear before we began.
Aurora, you look amazing.
Wait for the next surprise. When he tried to squeeze my hand, I conveniently pulled away to grab my little paper bag with the prop inside. In our scene, we worked out that Lee would casually take a bite from an apple. We ad-libbed and made up some added dialogue when I handed him a caramel apple instead.
What a treat to have caramel. You'd think it was my birthday.
I tried to keep from laughing, but his face was priceless as he took a bite and found it was a caramel onion. The whole class laughed at him, but he kept going, like he wanted to prove he'd do anything for me. After class, Lee grabbed my arm.
What was that?
Maybe Jackie, your real girlfriend, has some of your mouth freshener for you.
Wait, how'd you find out?
I didn't want to hear any of his lies, so I ran out and left school early to go home to find Mom. I begged to move back to Pennsylvania, but Mom showed me a giant new ring right before Carrie walked in. Aurora, I know it's fast, but Carrie and I feel it was fate that brought us together.
I didn't know that my trip to America will help me find the two people I care about more than anything in the world. I'm very sorry that it had to be through an accident. It was an honest mistake, and I don't want to lose both of you.
I was beginning to soften toward Carrie. He was really showing he cared. I guess that look in his eyes was the dad moment I'd been missing. I'd been overthinking it, but he'd done so much for us. Clearly, my anger took the best of me.
And if you still don't agree, I'm not going to press your mom to stay. And you know, I've had enough punishment as I had those piles you wished for me. At least take it back.
I'm sorry. But I never want to go back to that school, though. They're hateful. As I told them what happened, I didn't see that Lee had been let into the room.
You only think that because you don't have all of the information. Didn't you say you like to fact check?
In that moment, I knew it was time I took charge of my own narrative. Lee looked like he'd been crying, but even his explanation didn't change my mind.
I never meant to hurt you. I was trying to find the right time to tell Jackie that she and I were through and how much I really do like you. That getting to know you was absolutely the best thing ever.
Wow, that's sweet. And I know what I'm doing. Lee, you're exactly the kind of guy I want to be dating. And Carrie, you've done so much for Mom and me. Only, I just realized that I don't want to be an extra in anyone's story or a prize in some twisted game. I don't need any grand gestures to know my worth or dictate my happiness either. Lee's eyes held a mixture of admiration and surprise. Carrie and Mom both looked like they respected what I was saying. I'm going back to Pennsylvania, not because I'm running away from what happened here, but because I've got dreams to chase. I want to go to art school and build my life on my own terms. Lee remained silent, but I could tell he liked what I was saying.
But what about us?
You will always be a part of my story, but it's time for me to write the next chapter in my own way. Carrie, you and Mom have a chance at happiness. I won't stand in the way of that. Lee, if what we have is real, it'll survive the distance and the test of time. The room was filled with a sense of understanding as Carrie told a maid to pack my things. When I hugged my mom goodbye, I whispered, "I'm doing this for us, Mom, so we can both be strong independently." I left the mansion with my head held high, not as a girl swept up in a whirlwind of events, but as a young woman taking her first steps into a future she was crafting for herself. On the plane back to Pennsylvania, I sketched a collage of lessons learned over the past few months, friendships formed, and a path leading to a bold, unapologetic future of my own design. Of course, I included a kiss with Lee in that future. Stay tuned for the story of when he visits me.
Lily, sweetie, are you still mad at Mommy? I turned away and continued to draw on the paper in front of me. That's beautiful work, sweetie. You're your mama's kid. I kept working. Mom, just leave me alone. I'm sorry, darling. I can't explain. I'll do whatever it takes to protect you. Grown-ups were so lame. They were always crying and saying the weirdest things. As Mom left the room, she turned to Mandy, my oldest sister. Take care of Lily for me while I'm gone, okay? As soon as I heard Mom leave, I said to Mandy, I'm going to go watch TV. Go wherever you want to. I hope you don't come back. Wherever? Great. Mom said she couldn't take me to Susie's party because I was too small to go out. But I was 6 years old. I was almost a grown-up. I could go out by myself. When I got outside, I asked an old woman standing by the side of the road, "Do you know Susie's house? It's got a pink gate." She said she did and she could take me there. But the house she took me to had a purple gate. Don't be silly. This is purple. I told you, Susie has a pink gate. I was starting to get angry now. Grown-ups could be so dumb sometimes. I turned to leave when suddenly the woman picked me up and rushed inside. I started to scream, but there was no one around. She put me in a dark room and said if I keep quiet, she'd give me ice cream. I don't want it. I want my mommy.
Should have thought about that before. Now I'm your mama. She'll never find you.
I started to cry. Just then, the door of the house flew open and someone yelled,
"Keep your filthy hands away from my girl."
I started to jump up and down with joy. It was Mom. As the woman was taken away, my mom hugged me. How did you find me, Mommy? I was so scared. She said you'd never find me. She hugged me again and said,
"I'll always be able to find my little girl. I put a special little chip in her brain that tells me everything about her, so I never lose her."
Hi, my name is Lily, and if you think you have an overprotective mom, wait till you meet mine. She can literally read my mind and can always track me down. She said that I'm too beautiful and can't go around by myself. When I was younger, I didn't know what that even meant. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. By the time I was 10, I had good grades in school and was the smartest kid in class. I could read books far above my age group, and I was better at math than Mandy. But my real passion was like my mom's, art. One day, my art teacher invited me to her house, saying she had some old canvases and paints I could use. I had just started working when the door burst open and Mom barged in, looking like a loony. "Just what do you think you're trying to do with my child? You think I won't find her? Your little Lily is a prodigy. She's another Picasso, a Michelangelo. Keep your trap shut. I know you were trying to kidnap my kid." As Mom dragged me home, I couldn't help wondering how she even knew where I was. But then I remembered how Mom had once said she'd put a chip in my brain. so she could always find me. That's how. The next day, we had a new teacher, and on top of that, Mom forced Mandy to join my class. Mandy was furious. I can't believe I have to go down a class just to babysit this brat, Mom. It's not fair. But Mom couldn't care less. You know your sister is special. You absolutely have to look after her. Mandy glared at me. I wish you'd just disappear. Yeah, well, I wish you'd disappear too. Years passed, and every day Mandy had a new reason to be mad at me. She kept picking fights for the smallest things. If I made a good piece of art, Mandy yelled at me and called me a loser. In fact, sometimes she yelled at me if she could hear me breathe. It's not my fault what Mom decides. One day soon after I turned 14, Mandy threw a particularly horrible tantrum when Mom said she had to go somewhere, and Mandy had to stay back to watch me. You honestly can't expect me to cancel my date to watch her again. When Mom came back that evening, Mandy was still in a really bad mood. So she said she'd take us out for pizza and ice cream. We'll spend some time as a family. This is bad. No. Just then the pizza was served, but Mom slid under the table and said, "We have to go, right now." But Mom, the pizza. Not a word, you two. Outside, now. As soon as she parked the car at home, she ordered us to go to our rooms and pack up. We're moving. But why, Mom? She never replied. Before the night was over, we were on the road, driving to God knows where. I didn't even get time to pack my art supplies. When I was younger, I thought my mom was cool, but now that I was 14, she was starting to get on my nerves. In our new city, Mom moved us to a house in an almost empty neighborhood. There was just one other family and they lived across the road from us. When the truck was unloading our stuff, a boy came out of the house. He stood there, staring at me, and then he yelled, "I'm sure you're not from this town because you're the most beautiful girl I've ever met." I felt blood rushing to my face, but Mom immediately pulled me inside and said, "Maybe we should have tinted windows." Mom, it's bad enough I have to share a room with Mandy in this weird place. I can't live in a black-windowed house. I have rights. Where's Mandy? Curious to know what she was up to, I snuck to our room. The door was slightly open. I peeked inside and gasped. She was looking at a picture and crying. "I miss you so much, my love. I have no one here." Watching her cry like that broke my heart. I threw the door open and rushed to her. "Don't say that, Mandy. You have me." Truth be told, I expected Mandy to throw me out of the room for spying on her, but instead she hugged me and said, "I know, and you'll always have me, Lil." And then, just like that, my sister and I were best friends. When school started, I was excited. At least now I had an excuse to get out of the house. Mandy spent hours getting dressed because she was determined to be one of the cool kids. I'm going to stun them all, baby sis. The minute we walked in, someone whistled. I grinned at Mandy. Clearly, her effort was not wasted, but she looked angry. I was confused until I heard someone say, "The blonde girl is gorgeous." I was? Since when? But throughout the week, it became clearer that everyone thought I was beautiful. Add to the fact that everyone who saw my art wanted me to do a piece for them, and before I knew it, I was hanging out with the popular kids. By the end of the week, I'd been invited to 4 parties, even to the one the captain of the football team was throwing. You don't just make art. You are art. I need this masterpiece in my house. I was thrilled. I couldn't wait to go. All the guys were already telling me I had to dance with them. There was just one problem, asking Mom. That night over dinner, I waited for the right moment to bring it up when suddenly Mom said, "These parties are useless. You can't go." My jaw dropped. Every time I started to think my chip theory was crazy, she just convinced me it wasn't. How else could she know my thoughts? "She didn't say anything about a party, Mom," Mandy said. "Oh, she doesn't need to say anything. I know." I looked over at Mandy in shock, and she looked just as taken aback as me. That night as we lay in bed, Mandy said, "It's unfair how she's so strict with you. I don't know why she hates you." "I wish she didn't," I said sadly. "Hey, you know what? If you want, we can sneak out." "What, really?" "Yeah, it'll be a ball. All the jocks will be there. And it's so great that the captain of the football team wants to dance with you." I was thrilled. I promised her I'd never tell Mom she helped me. The next day, the 2 of us got to the party when it was in full swing. Mandy immediately disappeared into the crowd. Everybody started to hover around, waiting to dance with me. It was as if the whole school had been waiting for me to show up before the party actually started. After a while, I was so tired, I absolutely had to sit down. That's when I saw him. He was tall and he was wearing a green shirt. Even from across the room, I felt his intense gaze. And when our eyes met, he smiled. I never knew a smile could make my heart race the way his did. I smiled back and he started to make his way to me. I waited with my breath caught in my throat. I just knew I was about to fall in love. Hi, But before he could complete his sentence, the door flew open. Lily, Lily, I know you're here. You are grounded for as long as you live. I gasped. Oh no, Mom! I was so mortified that I tried to duck under a table, but she knew exactly where to look for me. When I got home, I was shocked to see Mandy already there. She looked at me apologetically and whispered, I'm sorry. As soon as I saw Mom there, I just ran. I don't know how she knew. Mom started to yell at us. Me for sneaking out and Mandy for not watching over me. If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000,000,000 times. I wanted Mom to admit that she was a psycho who'd put a chip in my brain. How did you know? What? How did you know where I was? Don't ask questions, Lily. Just go to your room. You're grounded. I had to put a stop to this. I couldn't let Mom control me forever. There was only one person I could turn to, Mandy. That night, I told her my suspicions, and all she said was, I don't know, kiddo. Mom really does seem to have it out for you. I'd be careful if I were you. You have to help me, Mandy. I have to go see a neurologist and get this thing out of my head. Mandy promised that we'd go next time Mom was out of town or we had a chance to sneak out. The next day in school, I was a girl on a mission. I had to find the guy in the green shirt. I checked every nook and cranny. I went around asking everybody, did you see the guy in green yesterday? It turned out that a lot of people were wearing green. Why did Mom have to come before I caught his name? By the end of the day, I was so disappointed that I gave up and was wandering aimlessly around the school when I saw the art room. Immediately, I made my way to it. As I set up a canvas, I once again began to drift into my universe of colors. Hey there, I thought I might find you here. I broke out of my reverie and gasped. It was him. My heart immediately began to thump like 100 drummers were banging away on it. You were looking for me? He smiled and said, well, a little birdie told me that the most beautiful girl in school was looking for someone in a green shirt. I thought I might be the lucky winner, am I? I looked at the ground and nodded. In a flash, he was next to me. Why? I wanted to ask you out. He stepped closer to me, and I gasped. He came closer and closer, till his face was just an inch from mine. I'd love to go on a date with you. With that, he turned to leave, and I breathed a sigh of relief. I hadn't even known I was holding my breath. As he reached the door, he turned and said, oh, and in case you were wondering, Lily, my name is Eric. When I got home that day, I was still flustered, and my heartbeat would not slow down. I kept thinking only one thing, Eric, Eric, Eric. Suddenly, Mom barged into my room and she yelled, snap out of it. What? This boy. Eric, just stay away from him. Boys only bring trouble. I gasped, and then suddenly, I felt furious. You aren't the boss of me, and you can't control my life forever. I'm going to date whoever I want to. Don't make me do something I don't want to. The next few days went by in a magical haze of Eric, who was spending every minute of school time with me. I'd never felt happier in my life. And then one day, Mom announced that she was going to an art auction to sell some of her work. She would be gone for the whole day. This meant I could spend the whole day with Eric. We decided to visit a nearby town that was famous for its art museums. The minute Mom left, so did we. For once, I was sure I was safe from Mom, but I was so wrong. As we wandered around seeing museum after museum, Eric suddenly stopped and told me he had a small gift for me. Of course, I wondered what it could be and gasped when I saw it. It was a gorgeous hairpin. One look was enough to know it would have cost a fortune. I'm not much good at art myself, but my grandma was. This was hers. She'd have loved you and would have wanted you to have this. Oh, Eric, it's lovely. And then I couldn't stop myself. I leaned in to kiss him, and what a kiss it was. I felt like the brightest colors had sprung up all around us. Just then, I felt someone pull me away. What are you doing? Are you trying to take my daughter away? Did they send you? Who? What? No one sent me. But Mom wasn't listening. Her eyes were glazed over and full of panic as she tried to drag me away. Let go, Mom. I don't want to go anywhere with you. As soon as we got home, Mom yelled for Mandy. Pack up, Mandy. We're moving. What? No, I'm not going anywhere with you. You're crazy. I know you've put a chip in my brain, but I'm done letting you ruin my life. Don't be stupid, Lily. There's no chip. I turned to see Mandy standing at the bottom of the stairs, and Mom looked horrified. Mandy? No.
You can't. Watch me, Mom. I'm just as sick and tired of you as she is. You promised me we wouldn't move as long as I told you. Told her what? What are you talking about? She's been using me to spy on you all your life. There was never any Chip. The last time we moved, she said if I was nice to you and told her everything, we could stay. I was stunned. Why would you do this, Mom? Mom stood speechless, and Mandy said she'd wondered that too. I got so tired of Mom acting crazy that I snooped around in her papers and found everything. Will you tell her, Mom? Or should I? Mom looked at me, tears pouring down her cheeks. After Mandy's dad left, I was completely broke. A really rich couple who couldn't have a baby offered me a great deal of money to carry their child. But as soon as I set eyes on you, my Lily, I couldn't bear to give you up. So I ran away with you both, and I've been on the run ever since, terrified they'd find you and I'd lose you. Me? You ran away with me? I looked at them in shock as the reality set in. My mother was not my mother. My real parents were out there somewhere. My whole experience had suddenly turned upside down. I refused to even acknowledge Mom's existence. She had stolen me from someone and used Mandy against me all this time. Eric convinced me that everything she had done was out of love and I needed to forgive her. Eventually I did, but only on the condition that she'd tell me who my real parents were. I needed to go see them, and they deserved to know what happened to me. My real parents were overwhelmed with joy to see me. I stayed with them for a few days, and they seemed like lovely people. They could give me the life every girl dreamed of, but something kept bothering me. I'm sorry you went through all this, but I have only one mother, and she's waiting for me. Smile, please. Click. You should be on the cover of a family magazine. So perfect. I fake a smile and walk past the photographer. To the outside world, we have it all. A big house, cars, money, and my parents' perfect marriage. But what goes on inside the house is another story. Hi, I'm Fatima from Afghanistan, and this is how I made my jerk dad regret having me as a daughter. But before I continue, click like and subscribe. Mom and Dad were high school sweethearts, but their parents were dead set against the match from the start. Dad took a stand and got married to her anyway, cutting off all ties with his family. Mom was so blindly in love with him after this because she thought he was her real-life Romeo. But sadly, it didn't last. Dad was pretty mean with me and my elder sister Sasha when we were growing up. Once, I ran up to him excitedly to show him my report card full of A's. He tossed it aside without even looking at it. So what? Anyone can study and get good grades. It doesn't make you special. He never let me participate in any math international competition, saying, "You can't leave the country. Girls should be raised to be good wives. Period." Once, the principal called my parents and told them I should be transferred to another school for gifted students. Dad lost his mind and started yelling at the principal. "You all feminist women, trying to poison our daughters." As soon as we hit our teens, Dad made our lives a living hell. Suddenly, we weren't allowed to do anything or go anywhere on our own. Soon, he started criticizing the clothes we wore and said they were too revealing. Once, we were getting ready to go to a wedding. When our dad came to our room to see if we were dressed properly, he took one look at us and lost it. "Go, wash your face. You look so ugly." We were angry, but we did as he said. When we reached the wedding, though, once again, he became the doting father. What a hypocrite! Men and women are separated in these weddings, so I told Sasha that we could put our makeup on again and enjoy our night. And so we did. My brother didn't have these problems. He was Dad's little pet. God, he even got a cell phone at 8. Dad kept telling him he was the man of the house, and he had to keep us women in check. It seemed like Dad was getting more paranoid by the day. He shifted our computer in the lounge so he could see what we were doing. He threatened to kick us out of the house if we even mentioned having social media accounts. One day, when Dad wasn't home, I decided to set up a Facebook account. I wanted to join all the math groups on Facebook, but as soon as Dad entered, my stupid brother ratted me out. Dad went from normal to the Hulk in less than 5 seconds. "How dare you? I told you to never make a Facebook account. Are you that desperate to find a boyfriend? No one will want you anyway because you're ugly. Dad, I'm old enough to have a Facebook account. Dad got mad and disconnected the Wi-Fi. I tried talking to Mom about it, but it was pointless. She never saw any fault with anything he did. He's your father. He knows what's best for you. The next thing we knew, he pulled us out of school and enrolled us in an all-girls institution. I couldn't believe it. This is so unfair. All my friends are here. You can't do this. I can, and I have. If you want to live under my roof, you will do as I say. I couldn't let him get away with it. If he wanted to play hardball, then I'd learn from the best. He invited his friends over for dinner a week later, and it was the perfect opportunity to get a little revenge. When Sasha and I came down to greet the guests, Dad almost choked on his tea. What are you wearing? You said we should dress to impress your rich friends. Dad shot Mom an angry stare, and she hurriedly dragged us out of the room. Strike one, and Dad was livid. For our stunt, he cut off our allowance and refused to give either of us any money. It was worth it. And it was okay because I was one of the best students in the class and kids were always asking me to tutor them. I lied to Dad and said my math teacher was forcing me to take extra classes because I was really dumb, and he easily bought it. So I started tutoring a bunch of kids after hours in school, and I was making good money. A month went by, and one afternoon at school, right in the middle of a lesson, the door suddenly burst open. I turned in horror to see it was Dad, looking mad as a raging bull. You take me for a fool, girl? Pack your things this minute. I felt humiliated in front of my classmates, and I didn't want to make things worse, so I left with him. When we got home, he screamed at me some more and insisted I give him all the money I'd made tutoring, but I refused. Fine, but make sure it lasts, because there's no way you'll be making any more. Dad kept a strict eye on me after that to make sure I got home right after school. At first, I thought there was no way I could teach anymore, but then I came up with a brilliant idea. Dad was always away hanging out with his friends in the evenings, so I decided to sneak students into my basement. I told Sasha all about my plan, and it was her job to make sure Mom and my brother wouldn't find out, and I was back in business. A few weeks later, while I was teaching, the door suddenly opened, and my brother was standing there. Sasha was right behind him, crying and saying that she was really sorry. My brother took one look around the room and said, "Just wait till Dad gets home. You'll be in so much trouble." I ran after him and grabbed him by the shoulders. "Listen here, you little idiot. What will it take to keep your mouth shut?" He thought about it for a few moments and then told me I had to give him half of whatever I was making. As if I was going to tell him how much that actually was. I agreed to it, and he kept his mouth shut. But I was always a little afraid he'd rat me out. A few days later, when the kids were entering the basement, I saw a boy staring at me. He was a few years older than me. He stepped closer and was about to say something when my brother jumped out from behind him and said, "Are you lost, kid? Need any help?" He was so annoying. The boy looked embarrassed and left. That night, I knew a new family moved in next door, and I was excited to have new neighbors. That evening, they came over to introduce themselves. With them was the boy I'd seen earlier. He was their son. Mom and Dad were so warm and welcoming with the neighbors. I smiled at how nice it felt to have a normal moment, but it didn't last. The moment the neighbors were out the door, Dad was at my throat again. "I saw the way you were looking at him. We know nothing about them. He could be a criminal." The next thing I knew, Dad was boarding up the windows in my room. He really was a lunatic. After that, things just kept getting worse. I'd saved up enough money to buy myself a phone, and I was so excited the day I got it. I snuck into my closet and took it out of the box and started browsing and downloading apps. I was finally able to access my Facebook account too. My excitement was short-lived though, because I came across a page that made my heart stop. Dad was on Facebook, and his profile was just pictures of him with strange women. The things on his page and his friends list made me cringe. I had no idea he was such a cheater. What would Mom say? I quickly ran to Sasha's room to show her what I'd found. She scrolled through the pages and sank down on the bed in disbelief. He wasn't trying to keep us safe from the cruel world. He was only trying to save himself from being exposed and make sure we never found out the truth about him. It's disgusting. Come on, we have to tell Mom. We ran to Mom's room where she was busy fixing her hair in front of the mirror. "Mom, I need you to look at something." "I don't have time. Your dad will be here to pick me up soon." "But Mom, it's about Dad." She looked at the phone and then back at us.
I was expecting her to be angry with him, but instead, she started yelling at us. How dare you talk about your dad like this after everything he's done for you? And with that, she stormed out of the room. We were in shock. Was she really that stupid? Or just in denial? The next morning, when Sasha and I reached school, her friend came up to her and said, "Sash, isn't this your dad?" I wanted the ground to swallow me up. Dad was trying to befriend girls from my school? The man was disgusting. It must be a fake account. Sasha walked quickly away to her class. Mom was still in denial. It was so annoying to see her make his favorite dishes every day and do his laundry. Ugh, I just need to get her to open her eyes somehow. When Dad left on another overnight trip, we tried to talk to Mom again. We showed her Dad's Facebook page along with his friend requests to the girls at my school. But her reply shocked us. "You girls are ungrateful. Making a fake account just to get me to agree with you? You should be ashamed." Mom, you've got to be kidding. You can't still think he's innocent. We were trying to convince her when we saw a shadow block the doorway. The blood drained from my face. Dad was standing right behind us. You're back early, honey." Dad looked like he was gonna erupt. He walked up to me and wrenched my phone out of my hand. "You wretched creatures, openly going against me, feeding lies to my wife? And where did you get this phone?" I stared at him silently, and my brother popped up behind him. "She teaches kids in your basement, Dad." Dad let out an angry snarl and smashed my phone against the wall. After that, Sasha and I were grounded and weren't allowed to leave our rooms. Then a few days later, my mom came in holding a fancy dress. "Get dressed, Sasha, and come downstairs." We looked at each other without moving. "Now." There were a lot of people in our living room. "Ah, there's my sunshine. Come, sit with me." I felt like throwing up. My heart was pounding, and all eyes followed Sasha as she walked across the room. I recognized the guy next to Dad as his business partner, but I had no idea who everyone else was. "Ron has always been interested in marrying you to his son." What? She was only 18. Sasha tried to get up, but Dad grabbed her hand and kept her from doing so. I was boiling inside. I wanted to tell them to get lost, but I knew that wouldn't end well. Mom and Dad were on their best behavior, and you'd think there couldn't be more loving parents in the world. It was an Oscar-worthy performance. After they left, Sasha stormed into my parents' room. "How could you even think about marrying me off? And to that nincompoop? His family is really rich. He's a high school dropout. I plan on going to college, and I want a career. You can't do this to me. Watch me." I stood rooted in the corner. I couldn't let this happen. I had to do something to save my sister from this monster, our dad. That night, when I went to throw out the trash, the boy next door was in his yard. He smiled when he saw me. I walked straight to the trash cans, too afraid that Dad would see me. When I was walking back, I saw something on the fence that wasn't there before. I picked it up and ran up to my room. Over the next few days, he started leaving little swans for me to find. It was the sweetest thing. No matter how horrible my day had been, the swans would make me smile. Maybe one day I'd be able to talk to him. As the day of the wedding got closer, tensions rose higher. Dad got crazier, Sasha got angrier, and Mom just went about being a robot as usual. The day of the wedding arrived, and Dad was running around frantically, making sure everything was perfect. I walked into Sasha's room and gave her a tight hug. "Listen to me carefully. I have a plan." The guests had arrived, and the groom and his family took their places. I knew everything was going according to plan when Mom came running in. "Why are you acting like a fool?" Sasha. "What happened to Sasha?" "She's gone. She's run away." "What?" The groom and his family were livid. Ron grabbed my dad by the collar. "We've never been this humiliated in our life. You will pay for this. Please, Ron, we can work this out." As I ran up to my room, I saw not one, but 8 swans, and my heart swelled. I didn't know how I'd ever thank the boy next door for helping me with my plan. I could hear Dad trashing the house downstairs. I needed to make Sasha run away on the wedding day, so Dad would be too ashamed to look for her and get her back. Just then, the door to my room opened. "Pack your things now. We're leaving." "What do you mean, leaving?" "You two have destroyed his reputation. Dad's lost his business partner, and you're asking why we're leaving?" With that, he slammed the door and left. Dad followed every move of mine like a hawk. I wasn't allowed to go to school on my own either. One day when I came back from school, Mom was sitting in the lounge, but she looked different. Dad walked in and sat on the couch. "Make me a cup of tea." Mom didn't move. "Didn't you hear me? Make me a cup of tea." I didn't know what was happening, but I was loving it. "Get out of my house, you cheater." Dad was shocked. That's when I saw his phone in her hand. All this time, I thought the girls were lying. But this? Get out. Get out. Now. I thought Mom was going to pop a vein. I secretly hoped she'd kick my brother out too, but you can't get everything you want in life. Dad tried to fight back and feed her lies as usual, but she wasn't listening this time. When he realized there was no way out, he yelled, "If I didn't need your money, I'd have left you a long time ago. You were always useless, and don't think you're going to get much from these ungrateful kids." With that, he left, and that was the last I saw of him. Things started to get back on track. I had a life, friends, and a Facebook page. I started up my tutoring gig again, too. I was also able to track down Sasha eventually. I sent her a message on Facebook. I told her how Mom finally woke up and kicked Dad out, and how our brother was finding it difficult to adjust to life where he had to do his own chores. Even though Mom had finally done something brave, I could tell that she was depressed and heartbroken. I asked Sasha to come and see us. She had worked multiple jobs to put herself through college and was about to graduate. I was so happy for her. A few weeks later, the doorbell rang and I ran to the door. I let out a cry of joy when I saw it was Sasha. Mom heard the noise and came running to us too, crying happy tears as she took Sasha in her arms. As she wiped her tears, Sasha turned to me with a smile. "There's someone waiting for you outside." I stepped out onto the porch to see. It was the boy from next door. He was holding a paper swan. I smiled at him and held out my hand where he gently set it. "Let's go for a walk. I'd love to finally get to know you."
When I was 5 years old, I was playing alone near the road when suddenly, a bus full of kids stopped next to me. A tall man with a bushy beard came down. He knelt down next to me.
"Where are you off to, little missy? Would you like an ice cream?"
"Do you have blueberry popsicle and orange icy creams?"
"Oh yes, I have those. I have everything."
"But I don't have money. I'll get it from Mama."
"It's for free. Just come with me, princess."
"Free? Why? Are you trying to kidnap me?" Suddenly, he tried to grab my hand and pull me towards his truck. I was terrified. "Let go! I don't want to go with you!"
"Get away from my girl, you monster!"
Mama rushed forward and grabbed me while the man turned and ran away. "Mama, how did you know I was here?"
"I saw the monster's face through my baby's eyes."
"My eyes? How?"
"See, mi amor? Mama sees everything you see. She's got the doctor to put a special camera behind your eye so she can always come help her baby."
My eyes widened in shock as she carried me home. Mama was the coolest, or so I thought. "Hi, my name is Isabella, and I'm a Tico. That means I'm from Costa Rica. I was born in one of its smallest villages. When I was 7, I found a book outside the village doctor's house one day. It was full of lovely pictures. I took it to Mama and asked her to help me read it. Mama snatched the book from me and threw it into the fire. Then she said if she ever saw me reading, she'd make me do all the house chores, alone. Fine, I'd just do it where she couldn't see me. The next day, I snuck out to the village doctor and said, "If you teach me how to read, I'll make sure no one bullies your kids for being snobby brats." But before he could even say a word, Mama showed up.
"I told you, I know everything. Whenever you try to disobey me, I will make you regret it."
It was obvious she could see whatever I did, all the time. But what if I did it in the dark so she couldn't see? So every night after everyone went to bed, I would light the tiniest candle in the house and teach myself to read some words. By the time I was 15, I was sure I wanted to go to school in the city. But Mama obviously decided it was time for me to get married.
"You're lucky he agreed to marry you because, darling, you're ugly."
But the day before the wedding, the volcano close to our village erupted. Within hours, we had to leave everything behind and run to San Jose to our Uncle Pablo. On our way, someone told us that my groom had run away with another girl, with all the dowry my parents had given him. When we reached his house, Uncle Pablo immediately pulled Papi to his study, while his daughters, Daphne and Carla, rushed out to see me. Just as I was about to say hello, Carla slapped Daphne and came to me. I jumped back, scared she was going to hurt me. "Oh, don't worry, we had a bet. If you're pretty, she would slap me, and if you're ugly, I would slap her." And yeah, I slapped her hard. You are ugly. Then Daphne came and gave me a quick kiss on my nose. What was happening? Aren't you a little cutie? But you look innocent. How can I get you a boyfriend then? A what? What's a boyfriend? It's a guy whose life you'll ruin. I don't want to ruin anyone's life. I don't want a boyfriend. Well, too late. I've already made my decision. They both burst into laughter at the exact same time. Suddenly they stopped laughing and glared angrily at each other. Ooh, sisterly drama. It turned out that Carla had stolen Daphne's boyfriend last year, and they'd not spoken to each other properly since. Then their mama said one of them had to share her room with me. Immediately, Daphne grabbed my arm and pulled me to her room. I'll take good care of her, Mama. Then she said loudly so her sister could hear, I need someone to take my revenge from this witch so-called sister. Once inside, I put my pillow on the floor and was about to sleep. But Daphne insisted I sleep on the bed. But I can't sleep on your bed. Mom will get mad. She put a little camera behind my eyes and she can see everything. Are you crazy or something? What camera? Just sleep on the stupid bed, you stupid village girl. Wait, Mom was lying about the camera thing all this time? And I believed her. I felt so dumb. In the middle of the night, I woke up to a strange sound. I sneaked a peek and almost passed out. There was a guy in the room, and he was kissing Daphne. Just then the door flew open and Carla charged at them. You little backstabbing, good-for-nothing witch! You're making out with my boyfriend! What kind of a sister does that? I'm just giving you a taste of your medicine. Remember when you stole my boyfriend? Besides, I thought he should date the prettier twin. Prettier? You're literally a copy of me. There's two of you. What's going on? Which one of you is my girlfriend? I am. No, me! Suddenly they were both pulling the poor boy and trying to kiss him. One of them threw a shoe which came flying at me. Ow! Keep me out of your drama, you psycho Humpty Dumpty! All three of them turned to me. The boy's eyes met mine, and my heart started beating like crazy. He pushed them both off him and stepped towards me. The twins looked from him to me and were immediately one team again. Get out of here! They pushed the boy out of the window and high-fived each other for getting their fight. But the next second, Daphne spat on Carla's face. I hate you. Don't think we're friends just because we both hate this cow. The next morning, I ran downstairs and found Mama crying. She said that since we were poor, we would have to work as their servants. Carla pinched me. You hear that? From now on, you're our maid, Cinderbella. Just then, Poppy spoke up and said that Uncle Pablo had generously decided I would start school with Humpty Dumpty. What? As soon as we got to school, the twins turned on me. Listen here, loser. Don't you dare tell anyone you're related to us. Yeah, and don't forget, you're still our maid. Then each one went with a boy, like a different boy from yesterday. As soon as I sat in class, I noticed everyone was staring at me, especially the boys. One of them instantly asked for my number. When the teacher came, she spotted me as the new kid immediately and asked about my previous school. I gulped, suddenly nervous. I learned to read and to write. She's lying. She's never been to school. She's our maid. No, that's not true. I mean, it's true I am their maid and I've never been to school, but... Never been to school? I can't believe they put you in 9th grade. You should be in 1st grade. And within the hour, I was sitting amongst itty-bitty 1st graders. As soon as the teacher would turn to the board, someone would pinch me or pull my hair or throw spitballs. If you were in the village, I'd have you all running to your mamas and puppies. A small mousy girl, Mindy, threw a paper ball straight at my face. Yeah, but you're not in the village now, are you, you Dumbo? Oh, how I wish I could fight these rich brats. A few days later, the principal came to our class and found me sleeping. You made a huge mistake by putting me in the 1st grade. Just let me take some tests and you'll see. Finally, she agreed. Then the principal took me to the 9th grade. This girl here is a true genius. She's smarter than all of you without ever going to school. The guy who asked my number winked at me. Beauty with brains? Me likey. Maybe you can help me study privately. I grinned as I caught the look on the twins' faces. They looked like they'd smelt dirty diapers. At lunch, a group of kids gathered around me. One of them said he'd pay me $100 if I tutored him. Another yelled, My family is 10 times richer. I'll pay you $500. Before the end of the week, I was the official school tutor. Obviously, this meant I was one of the most popular kids at school. And best of all, money was rolling in. My parents also got extra jobs at a fancy restaurant, too. One day after school, a woman stopped me and said she'd give me $100 an hour if I helped her kid with math. A little later, I was at her home, waiting to meet her little angel. It turned out to be Mindy, the 1st grade bully. The minute she saw me, she ran out screaming,
I'm not studying with this ugly village cow. No amount of money was worth teaching this brat. Just as I was leaving, someone called me. It was the boy from the twins' room. He looked just as shocked to see me. Well, say something. What? Oh, hi. I'm Juan. And you're beautiful. You are the evil twins' shared boyfriend. Ugh, don't even remind me of those psychos. They both still show up here and peek in through my curtains sometimes at night. I'm Bella, their cousin. Bella, I know this might sound a bit much, but ever since I've seen you, I can't stop thinking about you. Would you like to go on a date with me? I would, but I can't deal with the twins' drama right now. I just want to study and save up for college. They'll never know. No one will. Till you want them to. I really wanted to date him, so I said yes. In a minute, he was with me and kissed me intensely. Suddenly, someone started banging on the door. I see him. He's kissing someone. I can't see her face. Open up, Juan. We just want to talk to that witch. Juan helped me escape his house through the backyard while he held them off. I ran home to find the twins were there before me, and they looked pissed. Why are you grinning like you've got a hanger stuck on your mouth, moron? Why do you look like you're about to die? She threw a shoe at me while I ran upstairs. The next few months were amazing. Juan and I snuck around whenever we could. All the while, the crazy twins were hot on our tail. Once he came to the house, and just as he leaned in to kiss me, the twins appeared. I ended up pushing him into one of the bushes. Another time, I decided to wear a wig and huge glasses to one of our dates, and the next day, wanted posters were up all over the school. But it all came crashing down soon enough. One day, Juan surprised me by taking me to a very fancy restaurant. To my horror, it was the same place Mom and Dad had started working at. But thankfully, they acted like they didn't know me. But then out of nowhere, the twins showed up. Juan, babe, you want to meet your in-laws? Shut up, Daphne. What my parents do is none of your business. Yeah, but it's Juan's business, you gold digger. Babe, that's her parents. And she's our maid. Well, guess what? I knew all that. I don't care. I love her exactly as she is. She's so much better than you bimbos. Mom and Dad heard the commotion and came to us. And Carla started making fun of them and their clothes. That's when I really lost it. I'm so tired of you two. Ever since we've come here, all you've done is act like you're much better than us, just because you're born in the city. But that doesn't make anyone better. It's kindness and generosity that makes people better and worthy of love. And all you've been till now is mean and cruel. If that's what city people do, I'm so glad I was born in the village. Suddenly, everyone around me started clapping. Some kid from the table next to us threw a poached egg at the sisters, who screamed and ran away. That evening, I went to Mom and Dad's room and said I had saved enough money to move out. With your income and my tuition, we can totally leave this hell. The day after we moved, I was shocked to find out someone had put up a video of my little rant, and it was going viral. Everyone said I was brave and smart, while the twins were just awful bullies. They even got suspended from the school for a month, and they were banned from the prom. But I quit that place anyway and joined Juan's school. Life eventually turned normal. Best of all, not only did Mom and Dad join my classes to study, they became my best students. Hi, my name is Julie, and my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now! I have no idea where I was born or who my parents really were. All I ever knew was my orphanage and the kids there. But once when I was 5, I saw a magazine in a trash bin and I fished it out. As I flipped the pages, I came across a picture of a beautiful couple. They looked perfect! I was certain my parents looked like that. I cut out the picture and tucked it under my pillow. The next day, a couple came to the orphanage and the head mother took me to meet them. I looked at their faces and then at the picture in my hand. Nah, I'm not going with them. And with that, I ran off to hide. Basically, after that, I refused to get adopted till I met the couple of my dreams. By the time I was in 1st grade, most of my friends had left. One night, as I was looking out the window at the stars, I spotted some paint cans and brushes by a wall. I climbed down and started painting on the side of the building. I thought it looked really good, but the next morning, I woke up to the head mother's screams. I want everyone downstairs, now! As I joined the rest outside, she pointed at my painting. Which one of you brats made this nonsense? Speak up! Just then, a car drove up to the orphanage, and I was shook! It was a beautiful couple, exactly like the one in my picture. Okay, not exactly, but close enough. Suddenly the woman said, Oh, wow! Who painted this wall mural? Me! It was me! The head mother turned purple while the couple told me I was so talented. And then they adopted me. When we reached their house, my jaw dropped. It looked more like a palace. They took me to my beautiful room, and a maid walked in with paints and brushes.
You can paint the walls however you like, sweetheart. Go crazy.
For the next 2 years, I lived my best life. Grand birthdays, partying on yachts, exotic vacations. My parents kept me by their side and were always boasting to their friends about how talented I was. I felt truly loved. Then one day, in 3rd grade, I went downstairs to find them crying. Mom? Dad? What's wrong? Oh, darling, these are happy tears. I'm pregnant. After trying for 10 years, I can't believe this is happening. I ran forward and hugged them. It would be awesome to have a sibling. I fell in love with baby Polly at first sight. While she and Mom were resting in the hospital room, I went to the vending machine to get candy. But when I returned, the room was empty. I ran to the reception, and the lady there said that my family had just checked out. Wait, what? I felt panic rise in my chest. Just then, a kind-looking doctor approached me.
Sweetheart, is everything okay?
I got lost. Can you take me home, please? The lady dropped me home, and I stormed off inside. I found my parents in my room, and all my stuff was outside. Some men were slapping on pink paint all over my wall art. Mom, Dad, I'm here.
Good to know. Why are you announcing it?
Hello? You guys forgot me at the hospital? No, I didn't. Did you hit your head somewhere? And can you please pick up your stuff? Turns out my parents had decided to convert my room to Polly's nursery, and I was shifted to the room in the other wing of the house. As Polly grew older, she had my parents wrapped around her little finger. She could do no wrong. Once when she was 2, we were having dinner when she jumped onto the table and pushed my bowl of hot soup onto my lap. Gosh, Polly, what's wrong with you?
Don't talk to her like that. She's just a baby. She doesn't know what she's doing.
As I stormed off to change, I didn't feel too sure about that. By the time Polly was 4, my parents felt worried because she still only spoke in her baby language. One time when I was watching TV, she suddenly climbed onto the couch and brought her face close to my ear.
Julie, I hate you. You're disgusting.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me.
And with that, she smiled and started watching TV. Just then, Mom and Dad walked in and I shouted, "You won't believe this! Polly can talk! Like proper words!" What? Oh, my baby, I missed it! What did she say? She said she hates me, and I'm disgusting.
Wow, Julie. Really? She just started talking and she's saying words like disgusting? What rubbish!
I swear! Oh, be quiet. Polly, if you can talk, say, "I love you, Mommy."
Baba Mumuka.
You've got us excited over nothing, Julie. I don't know why you're turning into such a brat. Oh my God! I was convinced my baby sister was a psychopath. One night, I looked at the symptoms of psychopaths online, and they were usually highly intelligent and used big words from a young age. Polly seemed to fit the description perfectly. She started talking properly in front of everyone soon, but that just made things worse. When I was in 11th grade, and Polly was 8, my parents decided to host a grand New Year's party. As I was getting dressed, I looked up in the mirror to see Polly standing behind me, holding a pair of scissors. "Hey, that's dangerous. Give it to me." She gave me a look that sent shivers down my spine.
You didn't say please.
And then she grabbed her long blonde curls and snipped them off. Oh my God, why'd you do that?
Oh, you'll see.
And suddenly, her bottom lip started to quiver and tears welled up in her eyes.
Mom! Dad! Look what Julie did! My beautiful curls! This is such a tragedy!
Mom and Dad came running, and they were beyond furious. They wouldn't even listen to me.
We know you're jealous of Polly, but we never thought you'd go this far.
Sometimes I wonder if we made a mistake adopting you. Sometimes I think I made a mistake too, thinking you were the perfect parents. With that, I ran off to the park across the street. I was sitting on the swings when someone joined me.
Hey, is everything okay? Why are you here by yourself at night?
I live right across the street, and I'm fine. Why are you here?
Oh, I just moved here with my aunt, in the house next to that huge mansion.
I felt myself warming up to his kind face, but just then, my tummy let out a loud growl. God, how embarrassing! But he didn't laugh. He just leapt off the swing and said,
I gotta head home for dinner. Would you like to join me and my aunt?
When I got to his house, I was in for a surprise. His aunt was that doctor who dropped me from the hospital years ago, and she actually recognized me. As Lucas walked me back home, a clock somewhere struck midnight, and fireworks exploded all over the sky. Happy New Year! He suddenly took my hand, and my heart raced a little.
Everyone should have someone to kiss on New Year's Eve. Happy New Year, Julie.
He pulled me closer, and I leaned in for a kiss. My parents decided to give me the silent treatment for the next few weeks, but I didn't care. I'd spend all my time after school painting in my room or hanging out at Lucas's place. We'd started dating, and I was loving every second of it. One night, I let Lucas in through my window, and we were making out when suddenly we heard the lock on the door click, and someone flung it open. It was Polly! Oh my god, how did you open the door?
I have keys to all the rooms. Duh! I come here all the time. So, why are you keeping your boyfriend a secret from me?
You're seriously asking why? Maybe because you're a complete psycho and you'll find a way to ruin anything good in my life?
Jeez, you're so melodramatic. So, Lucas, how soon can you marry Julie and take her away?
What? I can't marry her right now, but...
Wrong answer!
And with that, she fled the room. 2 minutes later, my parents burst in to find me sleeping peacefully.
Where's the boy?
What? What boy? Polly said you had a boy in your room. Well, I was sleeping, so I don't know what crazy Polly saw. Go ahead and look. My parents searched my room and the servants searched the grounds and found nothing. After they finally left, I lifted the loose floorboard in my room and Lucas crept out from under it. That Polly thought she knew everything, but I'd been here longer than her. But to my horror, the door flung open again, and my parents and Polly were standing there.
See? I told you he was still here.
How did she even know? All hell broke loose as my parents called over Lucas's aunt and threatened to hand him to the police for breaking in. Please, sir, it won't happen again.
You bet it won't. Do you even know who I am? Stay away from my house, or you'll regret it.
As Lucas's aunt dragged him off, Dad turned to me.
You're grounded for eternity. God knows what kind of people your parents were, because you seem like a really bad egg.
Well, by that logic, your parents must have been big jerks.
How dare you talk like that? After everything we've done for you, you're just an orphan no one wanted, and we saved you from that miserable place.
No, you took me because you just wanted a talented child to show off. But since Polly came, you've reminded me every day that I'm not your kid. As I paced around my room furiously, my eyes fell on a stuffed teddy bear on the shelf. It was the only present Polly had given me once. And suddenly, I had a realization why. I pulled out the teddy bear's eyes, and I saw what I'd suspected. There was a tiny camera behind one of them. Polly had been using it to spy on me. I looked straight into the camera. Polly, you're a creep, but this is the last time you'll mess with me. And with that, I ripped it out and smashed it with my foot. That night, I packed my paintings and climbed out the window, leaving that house behind forever. And it felt good. But I didn't go to Lucas. I went back to the orphanage.
Well, I just knew you'd be back one day. You can stay, but you'll have to earn your keep.
I started teaching kids in the orphanage, and I felt happier than I had in ages. One day as I was going to class, a car drove up, and I was shocked to see Lucas and his aunt. Lucas ran to me and gave me a bear hug. His aunt took my hand next and said, Julie, Lucas and I were wondering, would it be okay if I officially adopted you? Thank you for that, but I don't need a parent. I can take care of myself. I'm just happy to have you as my friend. I kept dating Lucas while I worked my way through college. Soon after my graduation, he went down on one knee with a ring. And of course I said yes. We got married in a small ceremony, but I made sure to invite all the kids from the orphanage. We had the sweetest wedding day ever. A year later, I gave birth to a beautiful baby boy, and my heart soared with joy. I'll work hard to give you the best life possible, and I'll make you always know that you're truly, truly loved.
I couldn't stop yawning. We were having an orientation program at our school auditorium, but everything was so boring. I put on my earphones and listened to an upbeat song to wake myself up. Soon, I just found myself singing along with it. My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. Yeah, right? It's better than yours. Suddenly, I stopped when I realized that everyone was looking at me like I mercilessly kicked a puppy. Whoa, what did I do now? Just then, my sister Nova pointed to my earphones, and that's when I realized that my voice was louder than intended, and unfortunately, it was the prayer time. Oopsie. Hi, my name is Heather, and I'm your awkward main character who always ends up doing the most embarrassing things ever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was walking down the hallway when I noticed a guy smiling at me. He was holding a banner which said that he was asking me to the prom. Holy crispy biscuits! Someone actually liked me? I dramatically ran towards him and said, "Oh, my Romeo, yes, yes, yes! I'm going to the prom with you!" But to my surprise, he pushed me away. Ew, not you, weirdo. He was actually asking the girl behind me. Well, that was a little awkward. The girl was Shannon, the principal's daughter who acted like she was the queen of the world. She snatched the banner away from him and tore it in half. "How dare you ask me out with that ugly face of yours?" The poor guy dashed away with tears. Shannon had been plastering her stupid face all over the school the whole day, trying to get everyone's votes for the prom queen. I even heard her bad-mouthing my sister Nova, her ultimate rival. They had been competing in terms of fame and beauty, while here I was, just trying my best to act as normal as I could. Nova was a year younger than me, but we were in the same grade because, aside from being a goddess, she was also a genius and everyone was just obsessed with her. When I went to the school gym to see her, I was surprised to see all the boys lining up in front of her. "Please, Nova, I will do anything. Just go to the prom with me and I'll kiss the ground you walk on. I'll pay you $1 million and give you my private island." But Nova was too busy to care. On the other hand, no one had asked me out yet. Maybe I needed to step up my game this time. Later that night, I decided to practice my social interactions. So I chose my bookshelf to pretend as my boyfriend. While I was kissing it, I caught someone watching me through the bedroom window across mine. Wait a minute, was that Enzo? He used to be my grumpy neighbor when we were kids, but they moved out 10 years ago, and no one had lived in their house since then. I was about to say hi to him, but he raised a banner to give me a message before closing off his window. Rude. During dinner, Mom told us that Enzo's dad decided to continue their business here, so they were staying here permanently. She also added that Enzo was joining our school too, and it made me excited for some reason. Later that night, while I was putting out the garbage bag outside, I saw him doing the same. I almost passed out when he turned to face me. He looked more handsome up close. Wow, look at you, growing up so fine. Miracles do happen indeed. And you're still a waste of oxygen. Look, I'm sorry for pushing you on an anthill and stepping on your flowers in your yard. I was just a kid back then. Can we forget the beef and start all over again? As friends, you know, and nothing else. I mean, you're cute, but sorry, you're not my type. But he just gave me a look like I was a lost turd in the street and walked back inside. What a jerk. I just focused on my current goal, getting myself a prom date. But first, I had to get a boy's attention. Most boys loved soccer, so I studied about it all night, and the next day, I walked up to the field where the hottest jocks were practicing and tried to join them. Soccer is the best. I love to kick balls real hard. Nice kick, homie! But everyone was acting like I was invisible. Maybe I should try harder. I grabbed a megaphone and walked up to the middle of the field. Did you know that soccer's modern origins began in England in 1863, but not sure about the exact month and day though. I'll dig into that later. And oh, my favorite player is Lionel Messiah. Finally, someone turned to me, and it was Jacob of all people, the most popular guy in school. Jackpot. As he walked up to me, I gave him my sweetest smile. "Excuse me, but can you move? We're practicing." "Oh, let me join you then." I snatched the ball from him and kicked it, but I ended up kicking him instead. Uh-oh. I dashed away from the field before he could kill me. Just then, I tripped and fell face first into some dog poop. When I looked up, I saw a familiar face walking up to me. It was Enzo. I thought he was going to help me, but to my surprise, he skipped over me and went to pick up a random sunflower on the grass. What a terrible human being. I went to the toilet to clean up and hyped myself up in the mirror to calm down. You're not a potato, you're the ripest strawberry, a queen, a rock star. You don't need to change yourself for someone's validation. Don't chase them. They should be the ones chasing you. But then, you're not running. You're literally standing right now, so how could they chase you? Maybe you should start running. Ah, you're so smart, you little strawberry. As I was blowing myself a kiss and posing like a constipated duck, I noticed someone's reflection behind me. It was Jacob. How long have you been standing there? Long enough to fall in love with you. Wow, did someone blackmail you or something? What are you doing here? I'm here to punish you for kicking me. But it was a harmless little kick. Or was it an assault? Oh no, I'm going to jail. Do you think they have Wi-Fi there? You're amusing. Want to be my girlfriend? Pinch me, punch me, shake me, throw me away to Mars. I might be dreaming. But no, Jacob, the cutest guy in school, just asked me out, so of course, I said yes. We finally started dating, and everyone couldn't believe it, especially Shannon. I'm sure Jacob's just using you for some little entertainment because you're literally a joke and an embarrassment. Remember? He's mine. He's yours, but he's dating me. Weird. Go lick some soap, please. How dare you talk to me like that? Don't you know who I am? You're Shannon, right? Before she could eat me alive, Nova suddenly came and snatched me away from her. What are you doing? What? I didn't do anything. I just told her to go lick some soap. Please, Heather, just stay out of trouble. You'll never win against her. She's the principal's daughter. If we continue to piss her off, we'll be doomed. I still need to be the prom queen and graduate as the top student. Just relax, okay? I got you. I knew Nova wasn't convinced, so I promised myself to behave. I ignored Shannon's death glares at school and focused on the perks of dating Jacob. But for some reason, I wasn't feeling the sparks. One night, he insisted on having dinner with us at home, and Mom couldn't believe it when I introduced him as my boyfriend. Are you sure you're not blind or something? Mom! Jacob just laughed while Nova went ahead to her room. As soon as Jacob left, she suddenly barged into mine. Of all the boys, why him? Don't you find it suspicious that he noticed you all of a sudden after all of these years? Why? You find it impossible for a guy like him to actually like a nutcase like me? It's not like that. I just don't really trust that jock. I started to realize Nova's warning over the next few days. Whenever Jacob and I were together, he would always ask me to do some weird things like talking to a dog and eating without using my hands. He and his friends would then laugh at me like crazy, and it was very insulting. One time after lunch, I had a little food crumb near my nose, and he didn't tell me about it. Everyone thought it was a booger, and he'd been laughing with them all day. I finally had enough. I needed to break up with him, so I followed him to an empty classroom, only to witness something that shook my world. He was trying to kiss a girl, and it wasn't just any other girl. It was my sister. I hid behind a wall to listen to their conversation. Get off me, you jerk. Come on, Nova. Don't you get it? I only dated your sister just to get close to you. I don't care. Just leave me and my sister alone. She slapped him before storming off, leaving me totally stunned. His revelation didn't break my heart, but what he did to us was so low of him. I had to teach him a lesson. That weekend after their successful soccer game, I snatched the announcer's mic and dropped a bomb on them. Hi, hello, excuse me. Jacob, first of all, congratulations on the win. Yay! And second, we're done, okay? This is a breakup, and it's not you, it's me. Just kidding, it really is you because you're boring, your breath is stinkier than poop, and your abs are not hard enough for me. So, bye! Everyone erupted into laughter as I walked away, like a boss. Nova couldn't stop squealing about it when we got home. Of all the embarrassing things that you did, that was my favorite. We then decided to go to prom together, and to be honest, that sounded better. As Nova left, I caught myself glancing at my window straight to Enzo's. He was walking back and forth in front of his window while reading a book, and it was making me dizzy. Well, if he wasn't so grumpy and arrogant, that would have been attractive. It had only been a few weeks since he joined our school, but he had already formed his own fan club, and I wasn't surprised. Suddenly, he stopped and looked straight at me. I slowly and pointedly pulled out my chair, sat, leaned on my study table, and opened the book in front of me while making eye contact. Then I wrote something on a piece of paper and showed it to him. He looked amused for a second, but then he rolled his eyes at me before pulling his blinds closed. Wait a minute, why was I smiling? The next day at school, I found out that Shannon got mad because Nova accidentally ruined one of her posters. And now they were having the cat fight of the century. I threw myself between them and pushed Shannon away. Oh, please, Shannon. No matter how hard you try, my sister's gonna win that crown. You're just a plain pancake with 1,000 layers of makeup. My sister is way prettier than you. She's a natural. Natural? let's make it artificial then. She grabbed a bucket of dirty water from the janitor's cart and splashed it on Nova's face. To get back at her, I grabbed the dirty mop and slapped it on her stupid face, taking everyone by surprise. Hurt my sister again, and I'll slap you with a cactus next time, you filthy creature. You're gonna pay for this. You'll see. That's right. Run home to mommy, because that's all you can do. As expected, the principal suspended both Nova and me for 2 weeks, and that also meant that we couldn't attend prom. Nova tried to negotiate with the principal, but of course, she'd side with her awful daughter. If my sister couldn't be the prom queen, then Shannon shouldn't be either, and I had to do something about it. After carefully planning my revenge, I put on a mask, gloves, and a hoodie, and some props before heading to Shannon's mansion at midnight. I hid behind some bushes as I waited for their front porch light to be turned off. Suddenly, someone popped in beside me.
Fancy seeing you here.
Holy puppies, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Judging by your outfit, I knew you were about to do something stupid again, so I just came to warn you that trespassing is illegal, and we should just go home.
Why do you care anyway? You're just my grumpy neighbor. Just then, 2 scary black dogs started barking behind us. Oh no, I know I'm not exactly pageant material, but do I look like a bone? Please, don't answer that. Just then, the dogs started chasing us. Enzo grabbed my hand and led me to the back of the house. We then entered an open window and ended up in the kitchen.
We can't stay here. We're gonna get caught.
Don't you think I know that? Remove your shoes. We can't leave marks. They can trace us through shoe marks. I've watched that one episode of CSI where the serial killer was caught because of his Adidas. Can you believe it? Suddenly, someone walked in. Enzo was quick to cover my mouth and pushed me against the wall to hide. As he was on high alert, I couldn't help but think how close we were right now. I could even feel his heartbeat racing. Or was it mine?
She's gone. Now tell me, what exactly do you plan to do for revenge?
Watch me. As we finally reached Shannon's bedroom, I took out my fake crocodile balloon, and while I was blowing it up, I noticed Enzo staring at me. What?
Nothing. You're cute.
Wow, I didn't expect that from you.
Sorry about being grumpy. Those were just the times that I had my period.
I continued blowing up the balloon to hide my blush, and when it was huge enough, I threw it beside the sleeping Shannon, waking her up. I started taking Polaroid pictures of her as she screamed her heart out, making sure I got her worst angles. Enzo and I were chuckling as we fled the scene. We then headed to the school to put up all Shannon's ugly, no makeup pictures all over the school. I got home still on a high about what we just did. Enzo was an amazing accomplice. Speaking of him, I turned to look at his window and my jaw dropped. He looked like he had just had a bath, and then I realized he was shirtless and I could see his abs. His very defined abs. Holy yummy macaroni! Just then he turned to me and caught me drooling all over him. I immediately pretended to be doing exercise by the window. Exercise is important, you know, especially at midnight. Not that you need that information. Like, look at your body, you obviously work out. You look healthy.
You look healthy too.
He then gave me a smile and shut his window. Ugh, that was awkward. The next day at school, the whole building was filled with Shannon's screams. Enzo and I couldn't help but laugh as we watched her tear off her pictures like an idiot. We became closer since then, and soon I just found myself falling for him. One day when I came down, I saw him in our living room. What was he doing here?
Hey, Heather, I want to ask you something.
Oh my gosh, was he finally gonna ask me out on a date?
Is Nova home? I came to return her notes.
Oh, so they were close too. Nova? Yeah, she's here, definitely. This is her house too. Let me get her. I went upstairs and told Nova that Enzo was waiting for her. She went down and they kept talking. I even heard them laughing, and for some reason, it sounded annoying. Enzo and Nova continued hanging out with each other. Of course, if he liked someone, that would be her. I shouldn't be surprised at this point. I decided to distance myself from him. I would act busy whenever he approached me at school. I didn't want another Jacob situation. I had to get over my crush before it was too late. But it wasn't easy, especially since every time I spoke to Nova the past week, she would be like, Enzo this and Enzo that. Did you know that Enzo is excellent at math? Oh, Enzo prefers salty food too. So that weekend, when Nova asked me to hang out with her and Enzo as a favor, I told her I was busy planning on stalking them. They went to the park to feed some ducks, and I was extremely jealous. Suddenly, it looked like he was about to kiss Nova. I jumped out of the bushes and screamed, "Stop! Don't kiss!"
What?
there's an insect. There, it's gone now. Well, hey, you two. Such a coincidence to see you both here.
Are you spying on us?
I'm no spy, you dork.
I thought you were busy.
I was. Anyway, I just realized that I need to go home. I left something in the kitchen when we went out, and I needed to make sure it didn't burn or something. That's why I've been acting anxious. That's right, I need to go home. But I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day. Bye! Ugh, that was a disaster. But when Nova got home, she kept insisting that I was jealous. Fine, I was jealous, okay? But it was just a crush. You don't have to worry about it. I'll get over it soon enough. Just, can you please try to not bring him up every time?
Heather, there's nothing going on between us. Every time we hang out, we talk about you. I asked you to come with us today because he said that you've been avoiding him.
What?
The guy is in love with you, you fool.
Her revelation almost made me pee my pants. Thank God I was able to reach the bathroom just in time. I was expecting Enzo to talk to me about it, but to my disappointment, all he did was shut his window and avoid me at school. Weird. The day of the prom finally came, and Nova and I decided to crash the event, and everyone was so hyped up when we came with our iconic outfits. Shannon was about to throw some fit, but then the announcer came up on stage to finally announce the winners. As expected, Jacob won the prom king, and Nova as the queen. Deserved. This is unacceptable. She was disqualified because of her suspension. Shannon tried to snatch the crown from Nova, but some people picked her up and threw her out. Serves her right. I was about to look for Enzo among the crowd when I suddenly crashed into the table of drinks. Everyone turned to me as I bathed in orange juice. Just then, someone approached me and started wiping the juice off my face. Enzo!
You silly girl.
What are you doing?
Taking care of you?
Why?
Because I like you. I like how weird and awkward you are, and how loud your personality can be. I'm drawn to how real you are. I'm in love with you, Heather. Everything about you.
Well, I guess I like your abs. He chuckled and finally asked me the ultimate question.
Will you be my prom queen?
I thought you'd never ask. Everyone then cheered for us as we finally kissed. Hi friends, I'm Abigail and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born to one of the biggest rock stars in the country. My dad was super famous and was known as Richard, the king of rock. After my mom left him, Dad was always in the news for his dating life. He literally had a new girlfriend every month. Growing up, Dad gave me everything, except his attention. He was too busy touring the world and breaking hearts while I was looked after by the household staff. Once in first grade, our school took us on a day trip to the beach, and I was having a great time making sandcastles when suddenly I started feeling really dizzy. I don't feel so good. You don't look so good either. Ew, just don't puke on me. I tried walking to the teacher, but before I could, I landed straight into a sandcastle and everything went black. I woke up to find myself in the hospital with Dad by my side, and I was diagnosed with diabetes. The next few days, I was just really happy to have Dad at home, fussing all over me. He was busy looking for a live-in nurse who'd make sure I took my meds properly while he was away.
Too old, too grumpy. She looks lazy. Man, she's got a big nose. Oh, look, Abigail, she's cute. Let's call her.
Her name was Bridget, and Dad hired her the minute she walked in. Although I could tell that she was no good. After Dad left, she just spent the whole day watching TV or talking to her friends. Hey, lady, isn't it time for my medicine? Oh, sweetie, I don't know how to read the time. I'm dyslexic. Are you even a real nurse? Yeah, I did go to nursing school for like 2 months, but I dropped out. Sick people are gross. I just took care of my medicines myself because I couldn't trust her one bit, and I was gonna get her fired soon. My 10th birthday was around the corner, and I decided not to have a party for my classmates because I wasn't really close to anyone. I knew they were just friends with me because I was rich. Dad promised me he'd come home and we'd celebrate, just the two of us, but he never came. Call him. He promised he'd be here. What am I, your maid? And he's not gonna come now, so just eat something before you start feeling sick. Nuh-uh, you can't make me. I was beginning to feel dizzy, but I still refused to eat. Just then, a girl my age entered the room with a cupcake in her hand. Listen, you. This is my daughter, Percy. She just came from the village today. She'll celebrate your birthday with you, okay? I honestly didn't want to, but then the girl suddenly shoved the cupcake in my mouth. Yummy, isn't it? There are more downstairs. Whoever reaches there first gets to lick the frosting. After that day, Percy and I became best friends, even though her mom sucked. I loved Percy and didn't want her to leave, so I never got Bridget fired. But when we were close to graduating high school, Percy dropped a bomb on me. She was going to Oxford University. That's freaking expensive. And without you, I'll fade into Bolivia. You mean oblivion? And I saved money from all my summer jobs. Plus, I got a student loan. Can you imagine? I'll be the first in my family to go to Oxford. It's like a dream come true. Oh, what if I come to Oxford too? Come on, you can't tell the difference between Bolivia and oblivion. It's not like you can clear the SATs. They're super hard. But I did clear them. Actually, I barely cleared them after working my butt off for a month. The day my Oxford acceptance letter arrived, I felt like my heart stopped for a second. Yes! When I looked at Percy, I could see she looked really surprised. How? Is this a fake letter or a real one? Did your dad make a donation or something? How is this even possible? Percy, it wasn't that hard. Come on, let's go shopping! I was so pumped for London, but there was only one thing: my fear of flying. I'd never been on an airplane before, but I so wanted to do this. When we boarded the plane, Percy and I had seats in different aisles. That wasn't good. I knew I was gonna panic. I got a seat in the middle of an old man and some young guy. When the plane started moving, I felt like I was having a heart attack. Oh God, save me please. I think I'm drowning. Yep, my heart's sinking. I just want to get off this plane. Just then, the young guy next to me took my hand and he gave me a dimpled smile.
Hey, calm down. You'll be okay. Just look at me and take deep breaths. And we're not drowning, we're flying. By the way, I'm Ryan.
I'm Abigail.
Okay, so the moment of truth? We've taken off. I used to be frightened of flying too when I was a kid, but my aunt would distract me until the plane took off. Always worked like a charm.
Your aunt sounds amazing.
She sure is. Now, if you don't mind, you can loosen your grip on my hand.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize.
It's okay, as long as it worked for you. Gorgeous.
Throughout the flight, Ryan and I talked. He told me about how his aunt had raised him after his parents had passed away, and it was her dream to see him succeed in life. When we landed at the airport, I told Percy everything, and she asked me why I didn't get his number. Oh, bummer. When I entered the class on my first day at college and took a seat, the girl next to me gasped. OMG, I know who you are. Hi, I'm Sophia. And oh God, can you get me access to your dad's wedding? What is it, his third or fourth? My Insta followers will go wild if I post pictures from the wedding. Sixth, and I'll see what I can do. Just then, Percy came and sat next to me, and Sophia made a constipated face. The class is about to start. Just mop quickly and go. Excuse me? Mop? I'm in this class just like you. Really? And out of all the clothes in the world, you decided to wear these gray overalls? The same as the janitor's uniform? Epic! Okay, this girl was a jerk. I grabbed Percy's hand and we both sat far away from her. Percy was fuming and I told her she looked wonderful. Just then, I saw a familiar face enter the class. It was Ryan.
Hello, class. I'm Ryan, and I'll be teaching you archaeology. Let's start off with the attendance.
OMG? Ryan? My professor? Apparently, he was some kind of child genius and had graduated at a very young age. But when I tried to talk to him after class, he just walked away. Later, I told Percy who he was, but she didn't believe me. Oh, really? Then why didn't he say hi? I don't know. Maybe he had anemia or something. Amnesia, not anemia. It happened in every class. He always acted like I didn't exist. And after a while, I gave up trying to talk to him. But one time, I was in the cafeteria, and just as I opened a can of soda, it exploded on the person in front of me. On Ryan. Oh no, I am so sorry. It was a mistake.
Oh, I guess it just runs in the family. You guys just make mistakes and never mean any harm, right? Just leave it.
Huh? What was that about? He walked away before I could ask, and I decided not to bother with it. I was here to study, and for the first time in my life, I was really enjoying it. Learning about prehistory captivated me, and I really wanted to become an archaeologist. A few weeks later, Percy got some bad news. Her mom was sick and she had to go back for a few weeks. Give my love to Auntie and don't worry, she'll be all right, promise. With Percy gone, I felt rather alone. But luckily, I made a few friends, and a week later attended a Halloween party with them, dressed as a vampire. I was having a great time, till I went to the bathroom and took off my mask. And Sophia turned up out of nowhere and started taking selfies with me. Wonderful. My followers are gonna go crazy. So, how are you, girl? Worse than I was a minute ago, because you're here now. Whoa, snappy. Is it because I showed your friend the mirror? Come on, she did look like a janitor that day. How do you even know her? She's my nanny's daughter, and we've been best friends since we were kids, and no one deserves to be here more than her. So please, don't talk trash about her if you don't want me to punch your face. When I got back to the main hall, an upbeat song came on, and a guy who was dressed as the Phantom of the Opera offered me his hand to dance. I was having a great time. And then the music turned to a slow number, and the guy pulled me close. He had his hand on my back. Just then I realized my zip was coming down, and he fixed it. Oh, thank you.
Wait, is that you, Abigail?
Ryan?
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know it was you. I gotta go.
He was about to walk away when I stopped him. Hey, what's the matter with you? Why do you keep acting like you have some problem with me? And what did you mean that day when you said it runs in the family?
Why don't you ask your dad?
My dad? What does he have to do with anything?
He has a lot to do with me and my aunt. Ask him how he betrayed the woman who made him what he is today. He made my aunt fall for him, stole her music tunes, and then just dumped her one day like she meant nothing. Seeing her crumble after your dad's betrayal was the hardest time of my life.
I'm sorry, Ryan. I know my dad isn't a saint, but what do I have to do with his past? It's not fair to judge me for something he did, and I never knew about it. Trust me, he wasn't really around for me much either. And I don't deserve your hate. Saying that, I just left the dance floor as quickly as I could. The next day in class, I was ecstatic to see Percy was back, but she looked really worried because Ryan had given her an F for low attendance. Abigail, you gotta help me. You say you know him, right? Ask him to give me an A or maybe a B, please. What? Percy, this isn't some lame high school. I can't just go to a teacher and ask him to change my friend's grades. Wow, you sure have changed, Abigail. I saw your selfies with that witch Sophia, and now you're refusing to help me out? Don't act like you got into Oxford on your own. I'm 100% sure your dad had something to do with getting you in. What the heck? Before I could even reply, Percy just stormed off and stopped talking to me. A week later, we had to submit an assignment for extra credits, and when the results came in, I had aced it. I was so happy. But now, I had to be Ryan's assistant for a month. One afternoon, I was sitting in the library filing papers for Ryan when I realized someone was next to me. It was him. I was startled and ended up spilling the coffee mug next to me.
Ouch! This is the second time you spilled something on me.
Sorry, you kind of sneaked up on me. As Ryan wiped the coffee off his clothes, I just looked at his face, thinking about the first time we'd met.
What are you smiling for?
I was just thinking about how you would make the perfect boyfriend. The older your girlfriend gets, the more interested you'd be in her, 'cause you're a historian. Finally, I saw the slightest smile and that gorgeous dimple.
Abigail, about the other night, I'm sorry. I know it wasn't your fault.
Without finishing his sentence, Ryan took my hand and just looked into my eyes. He was leaning in, like he was about to kiss me. But right then, there was a sound near the window and Ryan jolted up to check it, and the moment was gone. But the next day when I entered my class, all eyes were on me. Whoa, if it isn't the teacher's pet. No wonder you're soaring so high these days. What do you mean? You don't follow me? Oh geez, you should. I now have a blue tick on my account thanks to you. Look what I received anonymously. It was a video of Ryan and me sitting really close in the library. I was furious. Don't be so happy about that blue tick. I snatched the witch's phone and smashed it on the floor and walked off. But Percy caught up with me. Oh, so this is how you get extra credits? Some of us actually worked really hard to be here, But people like you will do just about anything to get ahead, like flirting with the teacher. And when I asked you to put in a good word for me, you refused. Are you crazy? I really am studying hard, Percy. I know you liked him, but this is disgusting. I had my suspicions, but seeing you two in the library that day, I understood everything. Wait, so you made this video? Couldn't you have at least asked me what the truth was? I'm your best friend. Yeah? Is that why you've been going around telling people like Sophia that I'm your maid's daughter? Some friend you are. That's not what I said. I didn't mean it that way. And yes, I do like Ryan, but I would never use him to get ahead. I can't believe that's what you think of me. I'm done. With you, with Ryan, this Oxford dream, all of it. I ran off, and right outside, Ryan was waiting to talk to me, but I needed to be alone. So I ran out of the college toward the forest park. Ryan caught up with me, and just as I tried to push him away, we both fell with a thud, and then everything went dark. When I woke up, I found myself in Ryan's arms.
Oh, thank God you're all right.
Am I? I don't feel all right. Where are we?
We fell into a pit and there's no signals here. It's been hours and I've been screaming for so long, but no one's come.
I felt my head spinning and knew my blood sugar was low. Ryan hugged me to keep warm. What were you saying that day at the library? Tell me.
I was gonna say how much
What?
I like you.
I like you too. A lot. Saying that, I turned to kiss him and it was so perfect.
Abigail, we have to get out of here. I know you can do it. You need your meds and we can't wait.
Finally, with Ryan's support, I was able to climb out of the pit. As we were trying to make our way out of the forest, I saw all these people with flashlights in their hands and crashed into one of them. It was Percy. And then I blacked out again. When I woke up again, I was in the hospital and Ryan was sitting next to me.
Hey, gorgeous. You had me worried. I know we have all the time in the world to talk, but there's someone who's been waiting eagerly for you to wake up.
Ryan kissed me and left the room. And just then, Percy entered with tears in her eyes and begged for forgiveness. Percy, you've been my friend for as long as I can remember. I want to forgive you, but I'll need some time. Take as much time as you need. I am so sorry. My own insecurities got the better of me. You've been nothing but a great friend, and now I've ruined everything. Maybe you haven't.
Hi, I'm Mona. I'm one of the smartest girls you'll ever meet. Please like and subscribe. I was 5 years old when I was playing hide and seek with the neighbors' kids, and I got stung by some bees. My skin immediately started to swell, and moments later, I fainted. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Your daughter has anaphylaxis, which is an extreme allergic reaction to bee stings, but that may not be all she's allergic to. You'll have to monitor her closely. After that, Mom was terrified and she wouldn't let me play outside. She also decided to homeschool me. During our lessons together, she always told me I was a genius. I still felt sad about not going to a real school, till she told me the big secret. School's gonna take away your genius and make you dumb like the other kids, because that's what the government wants. I wasn't sure why the government wanted that, but I didn't want it happening to me. While Mom was away working, I started making videos on YouTube to stay busy, and soon had some subscribers. Hello guys, it's your stay-at-home genius. Today, let's talk about the amazing periodic table. Who knew there were so many elements? Sometimes the comments on my video were quite mean. Literally, every 11-year-old knows about the periodic table. Do us a favor and go to school. When I told Mom about the comments, she always said those kids were just jealous. Once when I was 14, I saw a really pretty bird on my window frame and I tried to touch it, but I ended up falling out the window into a bush. Oh my God, I was outside. Just as I was about to run back in, my arms and face started to itch like crazy. I called out to Mom, who rushed me to the hospital. After the medicine, I was half asleep when I heard the doctor and Mom talking. Your daughter's reaction happened because she's been indoors so much. Her immune system didn't develop properly. You have to let her join a school. But what about her condition? I've told you before, that's not how this works. What? The doctor told you to put me in school before, Mom? Honey, I did it to protect you. All these doctors, what do they really know? I was so upset. All these years, I'd been living like Rapunzel when I didn't need to. On the drive home, she continued to rant about the government. Mom, just stop it with your lies already. And guess what? I'm going to school. For days, Mom tried to apologize, but I completely ignored her. Then she gave up and put me in school. On my first day, I struggled to hide my excitement. Just as I was about to jump out of the car, Mom stopped me. You have every right to be angry, but you still have to be careful. Please, you need to wear this. It was a box of masks. Ugh, I didn't want to be some masked weirdo on my first day, but I also didn't want to get some bad reaction again. So I put one on. When I walked into my class, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, and I had the perfect opportunity to introduce myself. I climbed onto one of the tables. Greetings, my fellow classmates. I'm Mona, but some of you may know me as the stay-at-home genius. They all stopped talking. Great, I had their attention. As I start this new journey with you, I hope that you do not feel intimidated by my intelligence, and I look forward to helping you all. Shut up, weirdo. The entire class burst into laughter. Everyone was still snickering when the teacher walked in. They were all jerks, but I was going to show them. Who can tell me how many planets we have in the solar system? Me, sir. 9. 8, actually. Pluto isn't a planet anymore. What? Since when? Since forever, Miss Genius. And I soon discovered the strangest thing. I seemed like I was behind in every subject. I was dumb. At the end of the day, one of the teachers called me aside. We've observed that sometimes homeschooled students struggle to keep up. You may need to be placed in another class more suitable for your abilities. But this is the class I should be in. Yes, but you have to take a performance test at the end of the semester so we can be confident you can cope. She handed me some study materials and I headed home. I couldn't get over the fact that my whole life had been a lie. I'm not really a genius, am I? Oh, baby, you'll always be my little genius. You've ruined my life, Mom! I stormed off to my room and cried myself to sleep. The next day at school, I was heading towards the library when I felt something hit me with force, and I fell down. I saw a boy named Ken from my class on a skateboard. Are you crazy? Who uses a skateboard in the hallway?
Oh, look, it's the genius. If you hadn't stayed home your whole life, you'd know that all the cool people skate in the hallways.
I just ignored him, but from that day on, Ken started joining me at lunch without an invitation. He was a mess who spent half his time in detention, but he was kind of funny, and I didn't mind not eating alone. The next few days, I spent every spare moment in the library preparing for the test, but I just felt lost. One day, I got so frustrated over some math equations that I started to cry. I was going to be sent to a class with kids half my age. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder and I jumped.
Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. Is everything okay?
Seeing this handsome stranger being nice to me made me cry all over again. I can't seem to figure any of these out. I'm so stupid.
Hey, don't worry. I'll help you.
His name was Brad and he was a senior. He became my guardian angel as he helped me study every day. And I just couldn't help having a crush on him. But Brad had some strange rules. We could only talk or meet after school, and at other times, he'd act like I didn't even exist. One day, we ended up studying till quite late, and the school was empty as we were leaving. Suddenly, he took my hand, and my heart skipped a beat. But then, I pulled away. Why do you act like you don't know me in school, Brad? Are you ashamed of being seen with me?
It's not like that, Mona. My friends, they're not the nicest people. They don't even know you right now, but if I introduced you to them, I'm afraid they'd be rather mean to you. They usually are to anyone who's a bit different.
You mean odd? Weird?
Different. And I like that about you.
Suddenly, he pulled me close and said he wanted to see the face behind the mask.
Wow, you're even prettier than I imagined.
He kissed me softly on the lips, and it was wonderful. One afternoon, I was sitting alone and watching Brad with his friends when Ken joined me.
If you stare hard enough, you'll probably dig a hole in his back.
I don't know what you're talking about.
If you insist. You want to hang out later?
Nah, I'll pass. Maybe some other time. I had decided just then that I was tired of only watching Brad. I had to show him that I was cool enough to hang out at his table. The next morning, I woke up super early to do my makeup. And when Mom dropped me off at school, I took off my mask. Mom had lied about a lot of things, so who said I really needed the mask? And I could feel all eyes on me as I walked in. Even Brad kept staring at me during recess, and he was so lost that he accidentally spilled juice on himself. Could this day get any better?
Well, well, who do we have here?
Mona 2.0.
Interesting. She's pretty.
That day, Ken and I didn't eat alone. Other people joined our table and everyone seemed keen to talk to me. And the best part was, my allergies weren't acting up. Just then, a girl offered me some chips. And a moment later, my worst nightmare came true. I could feel my throat closing up. I felt the entire school watching me as I fell to the ground. I could hear panicked voices all around me, but just then someone jabbed me with my EpiPen. Ken had taken it from my bag and saved me. He helped me up and I immediately felt better, till I noticed Brad. He hadn't even moved from his spot. What the heck? I felt really disappointed, so I returned to school with my mask the next day. I couldn't make Brad care about me, and hiding behind the mask just felt more comfortable now. But later that day, Brad bailed on me for our lesson at the library, and I felt really mad. I stormed into the gym where he was playing basketball, and I didn't care that people were watching. You just sat there and watched me struggle to breathe yesterday and did nothing.
Do I even know you?
Stop pretending, Brad. You've been my friend for months. More than that. You even kissed me the other day.
What? Me kiss you? In your dreams, loser. Why would I kiss you when I have the prettiest girlfriend ever?
Girlfriend? It finally made sense. He was always hiding because he didn't want to be seen by his girlfriend. I was so upset and slapped him real hard. You are a terrible person. But the next day, everyone was calling me a crazy liar. I was really beginning to hate high school, and I just wanted to go back to my old homeschooled life. I thought Mom would be delighted to hear, but to my surprise, she refused. Listen, Mona, when I was younger, I lost my best friend to a condition like yours, which made me so scared when you got it. I thought hiding you away was going to protect you, but I was wrong. Running from your problems never solves them. You're so selfish, Mom. You just make me do whatever you want, when you want. Sometimes, I think I hate you. I took the picture of us on the fireplace and flung it at the wall. Mom yelled at me after that, but I just stormed off to my room. And I refused to go to school the next day. But later, as I was watching MSA videos in bed, someone tapped on my window. It was Ken.
Get off your butt, princess. I'm here to quiz you.
What do you mean?
You're not gonna hide out here. You're gonna take that test. And you're gonna stay in my class. Because I find it really hard to make friends. You got that?
Ken really was an amazing friend. And I thought about what Mom said too. Why should I quit school? I was gonna show everyone I deserved to be there. At school, I didn't really care about the stares and whispers anymore, but I still couldn't stop feeling stupid about Brad. Why did he do that to me? One day I walked into the science lab and found him there, and I just couldn't stop myself from confronting him. And he laughed.
Look, I was just bored. None of the girls pay attention to me because I've been with the same girlfriend forever. But you didn't know, and I thought I'd have some fun with that. We still can, you know. I wouldn't mind kissing you again.
Just then his girlfriend entered and gave him a tight slap. Soon the entire school knew his girlfriend had dumped his butt for being a jerk. I was totally focused on my test now, and studying with Ken became a routine. One day when he was over, I asked him, "What would you do if you had the chance to be anything?"
Join the Rikers skateboard competition. I don't care if I win. I just want to be there. It's so cool.
Then go for it.
My dad won't let me. He says it's a pathetic waste of time.
The day of the test finally came, and after completing it, I nervously watched as the teacher graded it.
Wow, this is impressive, Mona. Congratulations. You passed.
I gave the teacher a big hug and ran to find Ken. I had a special thank you gift for him, but when I found him, the principal was yelling at him in the hallway.
Your continued disregard for the rules has brought nothing but disgrace to me.
Yeah, no kidding, Dad. Dad? I followed him outside and found him sitting under a tree. So, the principal is your dad?
Yup, and you just saw for yourself what a disappointment I am to him.
Listen, I gotta tell you something. Don't be mad, but I applied to the Rikers competition on your behalf. I sent them that crazy stunt video you have on Facebook, and they want you to participate. You've been watching out for me since I got here, Ken. Let me help you talk to your dad. Can we try, please? I could see tears in his eyes as I spoke, and then suddenly, he held my face and kissed me. I felt a million butterflies erupt in my tummy. That day when I got home, I found Mom sitting in the kitchen and I hugged her from behind. I owe you an apology, Mom. I was a jerk. Thank you for not letting me quit. I'm just trying to make things right, honey. You're on the right track.
Hi, I'm Kat from Texas. Please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. For as long as I can remember, I've wanted to be an artist. When Mom would get me paint, I decorated the walls.
Mama, look, my new masterpiece. You like it?
Oh, good Lord, Kat. We just got the walls painted. Now I have to clean this up before the guests come. No matter what I did, I never seemed to impress Mom. She grew up in Luxembourg, and when her rich best friend moved to town, she became totally obsessed with her son and how perfect he was.
I just have to say, I've never painted on the walls.
Kat, you can learn a thing or two from Jacques. Mom always told me how art schools were expensive and pointless, and I should choose something better like Jacques, who wanted to be a doctor. If that wasn't enough, boy, was he annoying. Hey, why did your parents name you Kat? You look more like a hippo to me.
Go away already.
When no one was looking, he would pull my hair out of nowhere. Ow! You had something in your hair.
You are such a liar.
Ugh. If that wasn't enough, he would get weirdly protective of me. One time, we went to the water park and I was playing with some boys. It was all fun, but then Jacques came out of nowhere and pulled me out as if I was drowning. What was that? You looked like you were drowning. Are you all right? Moron, I was fine. The guy drove me nuts. I was so relieved when Jacques and his family moved back to Luxembourg. One time when I was 15, Mom told us how Grandma would be visiting us. I had never even met her or even heard of her before. So, my mom is coming. It would only be a day or two. Dad got so mad he walked right out. I was shocked. Mom and Dad never fought. Turns out, Dad hated Mom's family, and they hated him right back. That's why we never saw them. Dad cooled down and told us he would not be there for the visit, but he supported the need for us to reunite. The weird reaction made me super nervous for the visit, but when Grandma came, she looked like a queen. Bonjour. I am so happy to see you all. It's been too long. Whose fault is that? Mon chéri, I want to put all that behind us. Although we disapprove of you marrying a poor man, it's clear you are happy. She had dinner with us in private jet. When I got to the huge mansion she lived in, I was mesmerized. My room was the size of my parents' entire apartment. Then I met my aunt, who, for some reason, reminded me of the Wicked Witch of the West. Perhaps it was the nose. Maybe her eyes. Remember, I've got eyes on you. I then realized she was the complete package. A witch. At dinner, my aunt's daughter Adele sat next to me. She looked really cute, and I hoped she was nicer than her mom. It's nice to meet you. Out of nowhere, she knocked my glass out of my hand. Then she screamed loud enough for Grandma to hear. Look at what Katrina did. That glass is worth more than she is. I did not. Why are you lying? Adele leaned in closer, whispering. Oh, why are you lying? Huh? Whoa. I had to take my words back. She wasn't cute. She actually reminded me of Dudley, Harry Potter's cousin. The wicked mom-daughter duo could be mean to me all they wanted to, but I wasn't gonna let them scare me off. This was my only ticket to art school. Living with those two nasty witches under the same roof was a nightmare. The two would constantly make me do chores when Grandma wasn't around. I so wanted to talk to Mom, but decided not to tell her because I knew she'd be worried. One time, my aunt told me to pick some flowers for the dinner table, but not the blue ones. She is allergic to them. And then Grandma started sneezing like crazy. I told you to get the blue ones, you careless girl. She is allergic to pink. Bring my dinner in my room. I can't breathe here. When she left, Adele and my aunt gave me the most wicked grins. Gosh, I hated them so much. Once summer vacation ended, I started school and was completely overwhelmed when I saw all the strangers. But then I saw a familiar face.
It was Jacques, and he looked so different. Gone was the short boy who pulled my hair. I hugged him tightly, and after small talk, he said, "Are you here for the art school?" "How did you know?" "Duh. Our moms are best friends. I know everything. Come, let me show you around." Having Jacques around calmed me down a lot. During lunch, I sat with him, but suddenly Adele joined us. "Jacques, why are you talking to her?" "My mom told me that her dad is so poor, he smells like garbage." "My dad smells great." "You wish your dad was as cool as Kat's." Adele looked like she'd been slapped, and now it was my turn to give her a wicked grin. That kind of backfired because after that day, Adele made all the kids say mean stuff to me like, "Ew, she's poor, get away." Though I ignored them, I was getting so tired of it all. She even made crazy stories about me, how my parents ran off to be in the circus, and that I was on the Discovery Channel for having abnormally large feet and whatnot. I did my best to spend time with Jacques and ignore that witch. He was actually being adorable. He would pick me flowers and tell me about what a struggle it had been moving back to Luxembourg and how much he missed his parents, who were free from all the drama here. It made me miss them too. One day as I entered school, Adele and her minions started mimicking me. "Ew, I am Kat. I wanna be an artist." Newsflash, you are nothing but trash. Go back to where you came from. Oh, I was so done with Adele now. Why are you trying to bully me into leaving? Mom told me why you are here. You want Grandma to like you more, so she gives all her money to you. I just want to go to art school. Liar. Either you leave, or I will make your life miserable. I had no idea why it was all about the money for Adele and her mom. I shook my head and left. She was a lost cause. One day as I walked by the park, I saw the strangest scene. Adele kissing a boy who looked familiar. I waited for her in her room that night so I could talk to her when she got home. "Who was that boy you were kissing?" Suddenly, she turned white as a sheet. She begged me not to tell Aunt and even offered me money. "I just want to know why you're keeping this a secret. Don't you even know what happened to your mom? Your dad was our family's cleaner. Your mom fell in love with him and he stole from the family, and your mom actually left with him. Since then, this family doesn't trust poor people. My boyfriend, he is a gardener. Mom will kill me if she finds out." I had never heard that story before. I never thought my dad would do something like that, and I wondered if it was true. Well, I promised Adele that her secret was safe with me. The whole family drama and the Adele thing had me so occupied that when Jacques asked me out, I was completely caught off guard. He took me to the nicest restaurant, and there I told him everything happening at Grandma's place. I wanted his opinion on everything, and he told me not to worry. But suddenly he smiled at me and leaned forward to wipe off ketchup from my chin. Gosh, you are still the girl I had a crush on. You had a crush on me? Why do you think I always teased you? I went about it terribly. I was embarrassed back then. What can I say? I was a stupid kid. I had no idea you liked me, but I kinda like you now. Jacques then leaned in and kissed me. It was an amazing night, but when I got home, the whole family was waiting for me in the living room. "Who were you out with this late?" "It was that boy, wasn't it?" I looked over at Adele and realized she hadn't said anything. She knew I was keeping her secret and she wouldn't rat me out. Her mom was just determined to make me look bad. "I don't see how that matters. Her awful dad stole from us. This girl is probably as stupid as her mom was." That's when I heard Jacques' voice behind me. "You forgot your sweater." "Kat, is this the boy you are seeing?" "Mother, we are going to repeat history if you do not send her back right away. I know this boy. He may not be as bad as Katrina's father, but he is not on our level. Look at her, just 15 and going out making boyfriends? I am pretty sure Adele is also 15, but she has a boyfriend. She is allowed and Kat isn't. How convenient." Suddenly, my aunt's eyes jumped out of her head. "Is this true, Adele? Do you have a boyfriend you never told me about?" Adele was sure about to cry, so I jumped in. Ex-boyfriend, but it's over now. They broke up last month. Adele looked relieved. My aunt crossed her arms and left the room. I walked Jacques out, but he wouldn't look at me. "Why do you want to stay here, knowing how evil they are?" "I mean, yeah, they think they're above my dad, but they were just mad because Dad stole from the family. It's different now." "You believe that? My mom was here when your parents were kids, and she told me your aunt was in love with your dad. She was always jealous of your mom because your dad chose her. She framed your dad and forced him to leave the country. Of course your mom went with him.
He left me there, feeling ashamed for ever doubting my dad. I should have known my aunt was jealous. She hated me from the start and turned everyone against me. How could she hate her own sister so much? At that moment, I just missed Mom so much and I wanted to just hug her. So I called her. I shouldn't have come. What happened? Are they treating you badly? Aunt is evil and I can't stay anymore. I'm coming home. Listen, I left because I felt like I had no other choice. I want you to come home, but I also need you to stand up for yourself. As soon as I hung up the phone, I heard crying. I realized it was coming from Adele's room. What happened? This is your stupid boyfriend's fault. My boyfriend has been fired. I should have known not to date him. This is not his fault. Your mom got him fired, just like she got my dad fired. And we're not gonna let her get away with it. I got married and had 3 children, but I still worked with Charles, even from home. Every day I'd write letters to him since he lived nearby. We were exchanging letters like 6 times a day. It was totally like texting. One day I was home with my kids when I got the worst news ever. Mom was sick, so I visited her. I stayed with Mom for a week, and it was during those days that I told her about what I'd been working on. I wasn't expecting it, but Mom, she looked so happy, and then she said the most amazing thing ever, something I never thought I'd hear her say. You make me feel so proud every day with your courage, kindness, and hard work. Ada dear, I am sorry for being tough on you when you were a kid. I came from a family where women weren't allowed to study, and I wanted you to have every opportunity to be educated. Ever since you were a kid, I knew you could do far better than your dad or me, and I am so happy I was right. Mom, everything I am today, it's because of you. I love you. Once I returned from Mom's place, I got back to work, but then our big project came to a stop when Charles was out of money to build. He asked me to visit Queen Victoria and ask her to fund our project, but how could I? The woman basically hated me. Yeah, I had beef with the Queen after I stepped on her gown at a party and didn't recognize her. Oh God, this was gonna be so hard, but I had to do it. For Charles. I went to see the Queen and explained everything to her. I wasn't expecting it, but she agreed to help me. I was ecstatic, and when I broke the news to Charles, he was thrilled. Oh my God, thank you so much, Ada. How can I ever repay the favor? How about you make me the CEO of Babbage's machine? CEO? You can be chairman, president, anything you want, because it's a fact, Ada. With your code, this machine will reach new heights. I was coding computer programs before there were even computers and before it was cool. 100 years later, the work I did with Charles was finally recognized and became the basis for the invention of the first modern computer and the basis for the machine you are watching me on right now. In the late 1970s, the United States Army created a programming language called Ada to honor my work in the programming field. I was born to famous parents. Mom was an actress and Dad was a film director. Since they both were mostly busy, I grew up with nannies, and boy was I wild. Like one time, the nanny left me alone for a few minutes and I spray painted all of Mom's designer dresses. And another time, I put on a huge coat and hid in the refrigerator, thinking I'd outsmarted everybody. But the nanny found me in 5 minutes. Aw man, how'd you find me? Maybe because of all this food on the floor? Even in school, I found it extremely difficult to sit still in class. One time in 5th grade, the teacher asked everyone about their role model. I love Superman. He can fly, and I love his costume. Superman can't be your role model. He's fictional. Real people can't fly. Even I can fly. Watch me. I jumped and crashed right into the meanest girl in class, Jessica. Her mom was a famous actress too, and Mom always said she got lucky without any talent. I just thought she was ugly. Anyway, Jessica broke her arm, and after that day, we became sworn enemies, always trying to one-up each other with pranks. She would stick glue to my chair, and I would fill her lockers with slime. But the worst was when she spread mean rumors about Mom. I've heard that Nora's mom wears a wig and never leaves the house without makeup because she's ugly. At least in her case, makeup helps. Your mama looks like a potato no matter how much makeup she uses. Don't talk like that about my mom, and you shut your filthy mouth about mine, you little snake. Jessica pounced on me and pulled my hair. I punched her nose, and we both fell on the ground fighting, and we both landed in detention. Growing up, my parents tried everything from therapy to music to calm me down, but what finally worked was dancing. It felt great to finally have an outlet for all my energy and to find something I was good at. But then a week before my 17th birthday, Dad came home looking really upset. Apparently, this was his 5th movie in a row that had flopped, and no one wanted to work with him anymore. He was home all the time and constantly whined. Meanwhile, Mom continued getting more famous and traveling the world. I missed having her around, but kept myself distracted with dancing. Then one day during lunch, I was learning a new dance routine when someone tapped on my shoulder. "You're doing that wrong." "Excuse me?" The girl showed me a much cooler step, and I was blown. "That was amazing. Can you teach me that?" "I'm Nora, I know. I actually love your mom. I'm such a big fan. And oh my god, I'm rambling, right? It's just that no one talks to me because I'm not rich." "Well, I don't see how that's a problem with us being friends. Let's grab some ice cream." Carly and I spent the day together, and we instantly bonded over dance and music. Soon we were hanging out every day, and the best part was that she hated Jessica as much as I did. She's such a bully and made me feel like a loser because my clothes aren't branded. She hates me, mostly because our moms are competing with each other for movies. Also because I broke her arm one time. Carly even taught me more dance routines she'd seen on YouTube Shorts and suggested I start my own channel. Dad gave me weird looks as I filmed the videos, but I didn't give a fig. All he did was watch TV all day long. Then one time, he was casually scrolling through channels when I pointed out a commercial featuring someone I followed on YouTube. "Oh, I know her. She does the coolest dance routines ever."
You mean people get famous for making those silly videos?
"Excuse me, it takes a lot to make these videos. You need to know the right camera angles and lighting and even makeup, and yeah, this does make you famous." Dad looked at me thoughtfully, and to my surprise, he was up really early the next morning, waiting for me with a new ring light, camera, makeup, and clothes. "What's all this?"
I thought about what you said, and I think, together, we can make you famous. I can make the videos while you focus on dancing.
I thought the videos were silly.
Silly Billy Nilly, what does it matter? Let's get to work.
He even cleaned out a whole room to set up all the equipment. I danced a lot that week, and together we made enough videos for the month. Even Carly joined in sometimes, and slowly my channel grew to be huge. I got invited to all the latest events, celebrity meetups and talk shows, and I was living the life, but I had no time for school. So when I sat for my 11th grade finals, I had no idea what to write. "Carly, shh, look here. Oh my god, are you cheating? Shut up, you witch." But obviously, Jessica created a huge scene and I was sent to the principal's office. Mom was called in, but since she was one of the school trustees, I only got suspended for a week and was allowed to retake the exam after. She didn't say a word the whole ride, but as soon as we got home, she went ballistic on me.
This was so embarrassing for me, Nora. I don't like this whole YouTube dancing thing at all. Someone your age should be focused on school and friends, not behaving the way you are.
Really? And how should a mother behave? Leave her kid and choose her career over her family?
How dare you? I did what I had to do to support my family. Your dad, on the other hand.
Can you please stop blaming Dad for everything? He's been here for me and you haven't, and he's happy for my success. Please spare the lecture, Mom, and go back to making movies. I appreciate what you've done, but I'll take it from here. I hated being rude to Mom, but she was being annoying. Soon she left the country for yet another project. Carly helped me study, and somehow I managed to clear my exams. A week later, I got an email from none other than Gucci. It was a big campaign, and they wanted both me and Carly to feature in their video. We spent hours selecting our looks for the video, but on the day of the shoot, Dad took me to the location 3 hours earlier, saying the producers gave a new schedule. Does Carly know?
Oh, I forgot to tell you earlier. Gucci called me to say they only wanted to work with one girl, and obviously that's you.
What? I didn't get any such email.
I told you, they called me. You were busy with some shoot.
You should have told me, and I should have talked to Carly about this. She's helped me so much with the channel.
Yeah, okay, but would you give up such an important campaign to her? Since there's only one spot, it is your channel.
I still wanted to call Carly, but I had to get my hair and makeup done, and then there was no time. I felt mad at Dad for signing the deal without consulting me, but this was a great opportunity, and I couldn't let it slip. But the next day when I saw her, she looked completely heartbroken. "I'm so sorry. I wanted to tell you, but it was such a sudden change of plans, and it's okay. It's your channel anyway. So you're not angry then?" "No, but I do have class, so I'll see you around." Carly smiled, but I knew she was hurt. So the next week, I surprised her with tickets to her favorite concert, and thankfully, things went back to normal. My video with Gucci blew up, and suddenly every big brand wanted to collaborate with me. Not only was I super popular, but these deals sales were making me rich, and even the kids at school were less annoying now, including Jessica. One time during lunch, Jessica pulled up a chair next to me and Carly. Hey Nora, how are you? It's been so long since we had a little chat. Not long enough. Let's talk in another 10 years, or maybe never. You're so funny. Anyway, you know how my mom has this makeup brand, right? And she wants you to be the face of the label. Isn't that amazing? Oh wow, lucky me. And I'd rather eat bugs than help you or your mom. She's ready to pay you a lot. Think about it. Aw, desperate much? You know what? Since I have such a big heart, I'll help you. Climb on the table, say this, and I'll seal the deal. What? No way, I'm not saying this. Look, who are you kidding? I know your mom's brand is struggling, and I could really push the sales. Don't you want that? You want this favor? You gotta do what I say. Fine. Hey everyone, I have to confess something. I have an unhealthy obsession with eating my own boogers, and Nora's amazing because she's helping me get over it, but sometimes I still can't help it. Go on. With that, Jessica dug into her nose and licked her fingers. I could see everyone making disgusted faces as she turned bright red and she ran off. I couldn't stop laughing. Now that was fun, right? No, you didn't need to humiliate her like that. What do you care? You hate Jessica just as much as I do. I do, because she was a bully. And right now, you are one too. I only gave her a taste of her own medicine, and I'm not sorry about it. Well, you should be. With that, Carly turned around and left. I wanted to stop her and explain myself, but then why should I? Jessica has always been horrible to me. I didn't need to feel bad. After that day, Carly started avoiding me. I tried to talk to her a few times, but then I got busy with shoots and there was never a good time. Finally, it was time to shoot for Jessica's mom, but as I was getting my makeup done, I saw an article about how her products used substandard ingredients, even some that were banned. Dad, will you look at this? It looks like these makeup products are full of toxins. I can't tell my followers to use these.
Yes you can. Who cares if these products are harmful? All you need to do is go up there, smile, and say it's the best makeup you've ever used.
But that's lying.
Listen, Nora, we've signed the contract and got a lot of money for this, so we can't back out now. If we do, they'll sue me because I'm your legal representative.
I knew endorsing these products was wrong, but if I walked out at the last moment, Dad would get sued. So I decided to shoot the video and get it over with. But I couldn't stop thinking about how I'd lied for a few bucks. It kept nagging at me all night. And the next day, I told Dad I wanted to take a break.
No way. We've taken an advance on all your sponsorships.
I don't care, Dad. I started this channel to dance and have fun, and now I'm lying to make money. I don't want to do this anymore. Just give all the money back.
You don't understand, Nora. I can't give the money back because
you lost it? I turned around to see Mom walk in. Go on. Tell her about how you lost all the money in some shady internet scam and how you need more money to do this all over again. What? Dad, is that true? You stole my money?
No, I never meant to steal it. I just borrowed it to invest so I could use the profit to fund a movie project I've been working on. But I swear, I intended to return every single penny. I had no idea the investment scheme was a complete scam. I'm so sorry.
I don't even know what to say. How could you? I'm sorry for not being there before, Nora, but I'm here now, and I won't let you stay with this man for another second.
You can't just leave.
Watch me. Mom took me to her holiday home that evening. She even promised to pay back all the money to Jessica's mom and get my name out of the deal before they released the video about her makeup brand. But the next morning, I woke up to people screaming my name outside. I wanted to see what all the ruckus was about, but Mom stopped me. Don't go out there. Why? Who are all these people? A video of my conversation with Dad before the makeup shoot had gone viral, where I was protesting against doing the shoot, and he asked me to lie. I was losing followers, and sponsors were canceling contracts by the second. But it was worse for Dad. People were calling him a liar, a fraud, and much worse. I didn't go to school that day, but when I told Mom to drop me off the next day, she was hesitant. I don't think that's a good idea. Let things cool down. I'm not gonna sit at home like a scaredy cat, Mom. Despite Mom's protests, I left for school, but just as I entered, Jessica jumped on me from nowhere. You witch! How dare you insult our brand after we paid you the money and did everything you said? Get off me, you dinosaur! I said those things because that's the truth. And drop the act. It was you who uploaded the video with Dad to ruin my name, so we're even. Are you dumb? Why would I upload something that says bad things about my mom's brand? We're undergoing an investigation now. That did make sense, but if this wasn't her, then who? I was wondering who it could be later that day when Carly walked up to me. Okay, don't kill me, but I did something horrible. I was at your set that day, and it was me who posted the video. You? What? Why? Because I didn't know how else to make you stop working with your dad. He's so manipulative that you just weren't seeing that. He makes you do things you don't even want to do. But you're not a bad person, Nora, and I couldn't stand you turning into one. So I did this, and now you can hate me forever. Oh my God, just shut up and listen to me. I already told my dad that I wanted to take a break, and I'm done working with him. I can't lie to people. I'm even kind of relieved that my sponsors have backed out. You did? So that means you're not mad at me? Of course I'm mad at you for not talking to me before posting the video, but I understand why you did it. So do you think we could be friends again? Maybe. Probably.
I was born in a small town to a single mom who always celebrated my interests and made sure I felt valued. Since I was a little girl, I've always loved singing and performing, and Mom always supported me. When I was 8, I participated in my school's talent show with a singing act. I was so excited, but when I got on stage, the nerves hit me and I started shaking like a tree in the wind. And when I looked out into the audience and saw my mom smiling up at me, I knew I could face my fears and give a great performance. Don't worry, honey. You've got this. Phew. Okay. La 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 la. Yeah, I used to get some stage fright when I was younger. I loved singing more than anything in the world, but sometimes my nerves got the best of me. All of that went away after my friends told me how good I was.
You're like so talented.
Really?
Totally. I wish I could sing like you.
With my mom and friends supporting me, I felt unstoppable. So when all that was taken away, it was, well, difficult. When I was 13, I got the opportunity to audition for a prestigious performing arts high school called Cole House. I came in prepared with my very favorite song, La 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 La.
Incredible. Superbly performed.
It had been my dream ever since I was 8 to attend, so I was thrilled when they offered me a spot the following fall semester. Cole House was all the way in New York City. I'd only ever been there once to see the Phantom of the Opera on Broadway, so the idea of going there to live was intimidating. It was a boarding school, so I would be away from home for the first time in my life. My home friends wouldn't be joining me. They were all staying back to start regular high school in our hometown, but they were so excited for me.
Go get him, Greta. We can't wait for you to take NYC by storm.
It would also be the first time my mom and I lived apart. Though I hated the idea of being away from her, I knew I needed to follow my dreams. And of course, my mom was super supportive.
I'm so proud of you, honey.
She dropped me off at the train station and waved goodbye.
See you in a few months, my Broadway star.
As soon as I stepped foot in Manhattan, all sorts of doubts started creeping in. What if I don't make any friends? I'm not a good enough singer for performing arts high school. Maybe I should just go back home. My fears just got bigger and louder when I stepped foot in my new school. It was gorgeous, with high vaulted ceilings and brightly painted classrooms. Just as I was looking up at the beautiful stained glass windows, I was suddenly shoved to the ground by a pretty girl. Oh, sorry, didn't see you there. How rude. Could she tell I was out of place here? I didn't have too much time to think about it because my first class started in 2 minutes. I ran down the hallway just in time for the bell to ring and sat down in the last open chair right across from the girl who shoved me. Just my luck.
I see you've met Lena. She's a pill.
A boy sitting right next to me with curly hair and a cute smile put out his hand.
Hi, I'm Daryl.
I'm Greta. Nice to meet you.
You must be new here.
Was it so obvious? It was like I had a sign on my forehead screaming, "New girl." Daryl must have noticed my concern.
I just haven't seen you around here. I would have noticed a pretty girl like you.
I hoped he couldn't tell I was blushing. Yeah, I just moved here from Skaneateles.
Never heard of it.
It's a tiny town. I really love it there, but I couldn't miss the opportunity to go to school here.
Cole House is pretty incredible, and this is my favorite class. Mrs. Larimer is the bomb.
Just then, a tall woman with a long braid and huge green glasses entered the room.
Hello, class. I see some familiar faces. I see some shiny new faces. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Mrs. Larimer, and this is Singing for the Stage.
I looked around the classroom and saw a lot of smiling, eager faces. It seems like a lot of people really liked Mrs. Larimer.
I hear we have a new student in school this year. Class, let's give a big Cole House welcome to Greta. Hi, Greta.
Nice to meet you.
Just then, Lena chimed in.
Can't wait to hear you sing. I felt like she was taunting me, like she felt she was better than me. What was this girl's problem? Before I could think about it too much, Mrs. Larimer was addressing the class. Who's ready to present their audition cut? All of a sudden, every student reached into their backpack and pulled out binders full of sheet music. I looked down into my backpack. There was nothing but a pencil box, a notebook, and a bagged lunch in there. Did you not bring your music book? I couldn't believe Lena was calling me out in front of all these people. I just wanted to blend into the brightly colored wallpaper. Don't worry, it's your first day. No one expects you to be ready to perform. Greta, it's your first day, so we'll give you some time to settle and you can perform for us next week. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer. I shot a look at Lena so she would get the picture to just leave me alone. She caught my eye and smiled. What? Why would she tease me and then smile? What kind of mind games was she playing? Still holding my gaze, Lena's hand shot up in the air. I'm ready, Mrs. Larimer. Great. Lena, you have the floor. Lena gave the pianist her sheet music and started singing. I wanted to hate it, but she had an unmistakably gorgeous voice. When she finished singing, the class applauded. Great job, Lena. I can tell you've been keeping up with your vocal exercises this summer. Mrs. Larimer gave Lena some constructive criticism, but I was distracted. I felt like screaming, yeah, she has a beautiful voice, but that doesn't give her an excuse to be rude. But I just kept it bottled up inside, sitting politely. Who would like to go next? I wondered how anyone could feel confident following such a great performance. I would certainly be intimidated singing after Lena. I was wary of her, but there was no denying that she was a beautiful singer. Before I had too long to think about it, Daryl was standing up from his chair. I'll go, Mrs. Larimer. Daryl handed his sheet music to the pianist and sang a little bit to relay the tempo of his song. Even just hearing that much, I could tell Daryl was good. Really good. The pianist nodded and Daryl took his place in the center of the classroom. He looked at me and winked. I swear I turned bright red. Did everyone see that? Lena looked back at me scowling. Daryl began his song. It was incredible. He sang with such confidence. The vibrations of his voice pulsated, making it feel like the room itself was breathing. I looked around and I could tell everyone else was enjoying themselves as well. Everyone, that is, except Lena. Well done, Daryl. That song really suits you. Thanks, Mrs. Larimer. Mrs. Larimer gave Daryl some adjustments and had him sing parts of the song over again. If this is what my new school was going to be like, just listening to cute boys sing, I had nothing to be worried about. I was starting to like it here. That evening, I was settling into my new bedroom in the dorms. As I was rounding the corner with some of my favorite snacks from the corner store, I heard a familiar voice. Hi, Greta. I couldn't believe it. Lena was my next-door neighbor. I was gonna have to share a wall with her for the entire school year. I could feel my blood boiling under my skin. Hi, Lena. Is this your first time in NYC? She was smirking. What, did she think she was better than me just because she lived here longer than I did? I had to take a deep breath to control myself. No, actually, I came here to see Phantom of the Opera years ago. Oh, I love Phantom. I've seen it like 7 times. Okay, now she was bragging. Whatever, there was no reason to get worked up. I was just gonna remove myself from the situation. That's really cool for you, Lena. And then I shut my bedroom door and ate a whole bag of my favorite snack, Crispy Crisps. The following week, when I got into the singing for the stage class, I made sure to bring my very own music book with me. I was ready to finally perform for my new classmates. Greta, over here. I looked over to see Daryl beckoning me towards him. He had saved the seat next to him with his backpack. Wow, cute, talented, and thoughtful. This guy seemed too good to be true. Lena looked at Daryl from across the room and rolled her eyes. I plopped down in the seat Daryl saved for me and looked back at Lena. What was her problem with me? Don't let Lena give you a hard time. This is kinda awkward, but she and I actually used to date. I was shocked, but I tried not to let Daryl notice. How could such a lovely guy date such a cruel girl? As if he could read my mind, Daryl responded, Yeah, I know. She was actually really nice when we started dating, and she has such a gorgeous voice. We loved singing duets together, but things didn't work out, and now it seems like she's taking it out on you. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. I appreciate you telling me. I had so many more questions for Daryl, but before I got a chance to ask any of them, Mrs. Larimer came into the room. Okay, class, let's get ready to sing. Greta, have you had time to prepare your audition cut? I was ready. I had been practicing all weekend, but now I felt so nervous. I clutched my music binder to my chest, willing myself to disappear behind it.
Break a leg, Greta.
My vision blurred until all I could see was Lena's stupid, smug face smirking up at me. All of a sudden, I felt like I was 8 years old again. My voice caught in my throat, and I couldn't stop my hands from shaking. I wished my mom was here to give me a reassuring smile. I longed for words of support from my home friends. I searched for Daryl among the sea of unfamiliar classmates, hoping he would provide me with some fortitude. He had been so sweet to me this past week. He was the only person who seemed interested in being my friend. But when I scanned the room, I was shocked to see Daryl whispering into another girl's ear.
Oh, Daryl, you're so funny.
She was giggling and looking up at me. Was I being paranoid, or were they making fun of me? Tears started building a fortress in my eyes, and my throat clamped down in a desperate attempt to keep them from tumbling down my cheeks. With all the straining to keep myself from crying, there was no way I would be able to sing a single note. I ran out of the classroom before my body betrayed me and I let anyone see me cry. I ran down the hallway and slipped into the bathroom stall. I was finally alone. Leaning against the cool door, I let the sobs escape.
Greta, is that you?
Lena's unmistakable lilt seeped under the stall door. What the heck was she doing here? Did she just want to rub it in? How I came all the way to NYC and couldn't even sing in a singing class? I felt like my brain was a volcano and lava was about to seep out of my ears. Lena, leave me alone. Haven't you already done enough?
What are you talking about?
I know, I'm a failure. You don't need to tell me.
You're not a failure.
You know, my first time in singing for the stage, I got so nervous I sang my whole song off key.
What? Was Lena trying to console me?
Why are you telling me this? Because I like you, and I don't want you to feel embarrassed. You like me? Then why have you been tormenting me all week?
Tormenting you? What are you talking about?
You tripped me on my first day. I didn't mean to trip you. I'm nearsighted and my glasses haven't come in yet. I didn't see you until I ran into you. I'm so embarrassed. Oh, well, what about when you talked down to me in the dorms? I just wanted to get to know you. You seemed so cool and I was new last semester, so I know how scary it can be to make new friends. I didn't mean to make you feel belittled. I'm sorry. But Daryl said you didn't like me because you and him used to date. Ah, that's so like Daryl. He pursued me last semester when I was the new student. I was so excited to make a new friend, and then it got romantic. But as soon as another new girl started here, he broke up with me. It's like he only has eyes for new girls. I just try to ignore him, but it's difficult because he has so many friends. And I just know he's telling them his own story about why we broke up. I was remembering my first week with a whole new perspective. Suddenly, every mean thing Lena did to me was a misunderstanding or a kind gesture. I felt so foolish to have believed Daryl. I emerged from behind the bathroom stall and looked at Lena with new eyes. She looked so apologetic. I embraced her in a big hug, and before I knew it, we were both laughing at how silly the past week had been.
Do you think you're ready to get back to class?
Yeah, actually. When we got back to Mrs. Larimer's classroom, I could tell Daryl had been talking about me. Suddenly, his smile wasn't sweet, but a cruel smirk. Hi, Greta. I'm glad to see you back in class. Are you ready for your song? Seeing Daryl, I felt that familiar feeling of dread wash over me, but I looked over at Lena and she gave me a reassuring nod and a warm smile. Having her on my side, I felt supported. I'm ready. I closed my eyes and started to sing. I felt a quiver in my voice at first, but then it got stronger and stronger, and soon I was just lost in the lyrics and the music. When the last note ended and I opened my eyes, everyone erupted in applause. Some people stood up while cheering and clapping, and some people were crying, including our teacher. Even Daryl looked stunned.
Greta, your voice is so pure and beautiful. I think I can say for everyone that you've really moved us, and we're honored to have you here.
Lena leapt forward and gave me a bear hug, and finally, I felt at home at my new school. My dad was the most special person in my life. He made me homemade milkshakes and taught me how to throw a kick and a punch when I was only 6 years old. He always said that I should know how to take care of myself, and I thought he could do no wrong. Except a day after my 11th birthday, I woke up to Mom crying. What's wrong?
Your dad left.
Like, left to get some milk?
No, he left us, Mare. Look at this note. He'd been stressed for weeks at his job, and I thought he'd be okay, but I guess he wasn't. I tried calling him too, but he left his cell phone at home.
What? Dad can't leave me just like that. He tells me everything. I'm sure there's some mistake. He must be around the corner. And I darted outside the house and started running around the neighborhood, screaming for Dad, but he really wasn't around. Finally, Mom caught up to me and took me home, and I was a crying mess for days. We tried looking for Dad for weeks, but it was like he'd vanished into thin air. I was heartbroken, and since then, I just couldn't trust anyone around me. What made it worse was that Mom started dating soon after, and she had the worst taste in men. This one time, Mom invited her boyfriend over, and he ended up stealing all her jewelry. And another time, she introduced me to this guy who was arrested a week later for robbing a bank. So, yeah, my home life was a mess, but at least I had school. I was a good student who loved writing poetry, and by the time I was 16, I was writing poems for a small publication and also leading the school newspaper. Life was good until this new guy Xander joined my class. At first, he didn't bother me at all and always had this permanent frown plastered on his face. He hardly spoke to anyone in class, and a few times he was rude to the teacher and got sent to detention. Then one day in the gym, I was sitting on the bleachers when this ball came flying out of nowhere and hit me in the head. Ow! Watch it, morons! I could have died!
But you didn't. And you're in a gym class. We're supposed to play here, not sit in a corner and sulk over a notebook. Now give me that ball.
Apologize first.
Bite me.
With that, Xander snatched the ball from my hand and left. I was so mad, I charged after him to give him a piece of my mind, but instead, I tripped and fell right into Rod's arms. He was my senior and the captain of the football team. Girls tripped over each other to get a glimpse of Rod's handsome face and athletic body, and looking into his green eyes, I could see why. I'm sorry, I just lost my balance.
And I think I lost my heart. Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Sure about that? You could have a concussion. You know, we've never had a chance to talk, but I think we'll have a pretty good conversation. How about we find that out over dinner?
I don't eat dinner.
Coffee?
Nope.
Water then?
I'm late for class, but thanks for the help. And I just quickly left before Rod saw my knees shaking. I knew most girls would kill for a date with him, but all men were jerks, so I decided to ignore Rod. But boy, Rod was persistent. He would send me flowers in class, leave chocolates and notes in my locker, and one time, he even showed up at my home in a limousine. I was just trying to figure out how to get rid of him when Mom walked into my room. That boy looks fancy. Yeah, whatever. I'm not interested. He will break my heart like Dad broke yours, and you don't know that. Not all men are the same. Now get dressed and go. I reluctantly agreed to go out with Rod, and it wasn't so bad. He was cute and fun, and he took me to this cool pizza place. So I was wondering, you could date anyone. Why me?
'Cause you're smart. I've never dated smart girls before.
Did you just call me a nerd?
No, I called you a pretty nerd.
You're sweet, unlike that rude Xander. He's such a brat. You'd know him, actually. He's on the football team.
Xander has always had temper issues. If I were you, I'd stay away from him. Anyway, let's not spoil our date by talking about him and concentrate on more important things, like me.
Rod reached for my hand, and my stomach felt like it was in knots. We ended up talking some more before Rod dropped me home, and soon after, we started dating. School was twice as fun with Rod around. We'd have lunch together, and Rod would take me to these amazing parties, and things were going well. But then one day, I walked into my class and saw Xander bullying a student. I barged in and pushed Xander off.
What's your problem, weirdo? Just mind your own business.
I will when you stop treating people like trash.
I was just asking some questions about chemistry.
I'm not blind or stupid. Just get away from this poor guy or
what? You'll hit me, princess?
Xander inched closer, and I could feel his breath on my face. I wanted to move, but I just felt numb. And seconds later, the teacher walked in, and we all went back to our seats. I tried to ignore Xander after that, but I guess luck wasn't on my side, because a week later, I was picking up a cake for Mom's birthday at the local cafe when someone tapped on my shoulder.
May I take your order, You! I don't remember the last time I turned around and didn't see your face.
I don't like looking at your face either.
It doesn't look like that. In fact, it looks like you're stalking me.
Excuse me, but before I could get another word out, my stomach made a loud rumbling noise. Xander's face softened and he smiled.
Looks like someone's starving.
I'm fine.
Just come with me. You can be angry while you eat.
I wanted to say no, but my stomach made another really loud sound. Xander took me to the back kitchen and quickly fixed me a sandwich. As I gulped it down, a cat crawled in and Xander filled a bowl of milk for it. I watched him play with the cat and he looked so calm and peaceful and really cute.
If you keep staring like that, I'll get uncomfortable.
Thank you. You're good. I mean, the sandwich is good.
It's my specialty. My mom taught me. And you're staring again.
Sorry, I was just wondering. You're rude to teachers. You barely have friends and you pretend like you're mean, but you're actually soft. You're nothing like I imagined.
You're nothing like I imagined either. Meredith, why are you with Rod?
What do you mean?
I mean, he's not what he looks like. I know it's not my place, but I don't think he's right for you.
You're right. It's not your place. And why should I listen to you? You're literally the biggest bully in school. Just because you fixed me a sandwich doesn't mean you get to comment on my personal life.
You're taking this the wrong way.
I guess I was taking it the wrong way, but now everything is clear. Thanks for the sandwich and bye-bye. And with that, I just picked up my cake at the counter and left. But I couldn't stop thinking about what Xander had said. What did he mean that Rod wasn't what he looked like? I wanted to talk to Rod about it the next day in school, but he was absent. I tried calling him, but his phone wasn't reachable, so I decided to go to his place. I was at the gate when suddenly I saw Rod screaming at some woman.
What do you mean you can't do the job anymore? Tell Xander that I still have the video proof, and I will send him to jail if he doesn't get me what I asked for.
But he's already done so much for you. Please, sir, we are poor and vulnerable, but you're rich and kind. Please understand.
Don't touch me, you filthy woman! And just tell your son that if he doesn't deliver the papers by tonight, I will show the video to my dad and have him arrested.
Rod pushed the poor woman away and she fell on the ground while he simply smirked and left. I rushed to help her up, but before I could ask her anything, she started wailing and ran away. What was happening? Xander's mom knew Rod, and from what I heard, Rod had some video he was using to blackmail Xander. What was this video? And what papers was Xander delivering? I wanted to get to the root of everything, so I waited all evening outside Xander's cafe where he worked and then followed him. To my surprise, he parked his bike outside Rod's house, slowly making his way to a slanted door on the ground. Xander opened the lid of the door and jumped in. I left my bike behind as I made my way to the same basement door and saw Xander throw a huge envelope on Rod's face.
These are all the exam papers you wanted. We're done. And one more thing, if you ever touch my mom again, I swear I will bury you alive.
Don't be so mad, pretty boy. Also, we're far from done. You still have to write me that essay for my college application. Make sure it's perfect, or you know what I can do, don't you?
I've already done everything I can, Rod. Just quit torturing me.
It's nothing to what you'll go through in jail. All I need to do is make one phone call and tell the police how you stole from my dad.
Rod smirked at Xander in the most evil way before moving closer and spitting in his face. Xander lost it and hit Rod, and the two of them got into a huge fight. I wanted to do something, but before I could, the basement door I was leaning on broke and I dropped to the floor. Thankfully, it wasn't too high, or I would have ended up breaking my bones. Both Xander and Rod looked at me in shock as I got up.
Meredith! Oh my god, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Step away from her, she's my girlfriend!
What are you going to do, spit in my face again?
You bet I will.
Rod tried hitting Xander again, but this time I got in the way and pushed him away. Don't hurt him!
Why are you so worried about this worm? You like him, don't you? I dated you even though you're way beneath me. You should be thanking me, but instead you're choosing him?
I'm not choosing anyone, but I do know now that I don't want to be with a psychopath like you. Rod turned to me with crazy eyes, and I thought he was about to hit me when suddenly his dad barged in. He must have heard the noise when the door crashed.
What is this mess? Xander, what are you doing here? Dad, Xander is a thief! Remember you lost your favorite watch? It was Xander who took that. See, I have proof. Everything was caught on camera.
Rod's dad looked at Xander in shock as Rod showed him the whole video, and then Xander explained the whole story. Apparently, his mom worked with Rod's family as a housekeeper, and he and his little sister grew up with Rod's family.
Last year, my sister was diagnosed with a lung condition. We really needed a lot of money for the treatment, but Mom didn't have any. So one day, while the whole family was away, I broke in, stole one of your watches, and sold it to pay for my sister's treatment. I thought I'd somehow collect the money and replace the watch eventually, but Rod found out, and since then he's been blackmailing me to cheat on his college applications. He told me that you'd cut him off if he didn't get into a good college, sir. I didn't want to go to jail, so I did what he said. But Rod's demands never stopped. I'm so sorry.
Xander broke down in tears, and I felt so bad for him. Thankfully, Rod's dad understood and forgave Xander and said he wouldn't press charges. Rod lost his mind and started throwing things like a maniac, but his dad called in security and they dragged Rod away. Xander escorted me outside and called me a cab. We were waiting when he finally spoke.
Meredith, I've never said this before because you were with Rod, but I really like you. I always have.
You're a good guy, Xander, but I can't be with someone I can't trust. You should have just told Rod's dad the truth.
I know, I was a coward, but I felt I didn't have a choice.
You always have a choice. You had the choice of being honest.
Meredith, I
want to go. Saying that, I slid into the cab and left, leaving Xander alone. I didn't hear from Rod again, but Xander tried calling me a million times, and I ignored him. I didn't even want to go to school and felt totally lost. I guess Mom saw that because one night she walked into my room and asked me what happened, and I ended up spilling everything. I loved your father, and I know you did too. He suffered some hard knocks and didn't deal well with it, and it hurt us. But that doesn't mean everyone else will be the same. Well, Rod turned out to be crazy. And what if Xander is dishonest again? Look, he shouldn't have stolen from Rod's dad, but he did it for his family, not out of some greed, and that says something about him. Go talk to him, Meredith. I hugged Mom and rushed to the cafe Xander worked at, but he wasn't around. Luckily, the manager recognized me from before and handed me Xander's address. I went to his place and knocked, and seconds later, a cute little girl answered the door. Hey, is Xander around?
Nope, but you can wait. You're Meredith, right?
How did you know?
Xander told me you were the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and you are pretty.
I didn't say that. I said she's pretty, but she's the smartest girl I know.
I turned around and saw Xander behind me. He signaled his sister to leave, and then it was just him and I.
So what brings you here? I thought you didn't want to see me.
Xander, all my life I've hated my dad for breaking my trust. It's really difficult for me to open up to people. And dating someone like Rod, who turned out to be a complete psycho, messed up my mind, and I just needed some time to figure out my feelings.
And have you figured them out?
Kind of, but I need you to promise that you won't lie about anything to me.
I promise. Now can I ask you out on a date?
Depends on how well you kiss.
Let's find out.
Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm from Rochester, New York. Please like and subscribe. You know how people say that when you meet the love of your life, time stands still and your heart skips a beat? Well, my dad had his own version of it.
Love feels like a bunch of fireworks exploding inside your heart.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, honey, it's the most beautiful feeling in the world.
Dad always tells me about when he met Mom. He was playing on the subway, and when she stepped in, he felt fireworks go off inside of him, and that was it.
My life changed forever.
Our life changed forever. My mom was a big shot lawyer, and my dad worked as a music teacher at my own school. I inherited my dad's love for music, but wasn't into singing, so I used Mom's lawyer skills on them and convinced them to buy me a drum kit. My life was simply wonderful, but everything changed when I was 12. Mom got stuck on one big case and was working crazy hours, so there was no time for anything else, not even for me. For months, I kept bugging her to notice me, but the answer was always the same. Not now. I can't, Alice. Of course, this also led to fights between my parents. They used to argue in the kitchen at night when they thought I was asleep. Finally, one night, she just left. There were no explanations, no clues, no goodbye letter, nothing. It was a rough time, but my dad and I always stayed together. As time went by, we both started feeling a little bit better. Despite everything, I never stopped believing in true love, and I eagerly awaited the sensation my father had described so many times. When I turned 16, I witnessed the fireworks of love up close. I was at home cooking an egg when these bratty kids kept ringing our doorbell and running away. My blood was boiling, so I decided to teach them a lesson at the next bell. I flung open the door and spattered the egg right onto them. To my surprise, it was Luke, one of my dad's guitar students. He was one of the most popular, truly dreamy, funny, and kind guy in our school. Oh no. This egg! Lucky you! You just won a tuition discount from Dad! I
quickly made this up, but he kept staring at me in complete awe. Then it happened. It struck him like lightning, just like my dad described. The whole fireworks and electricity package.
Hi, Alice. I love you.
But here's the twist. I didn't feel the same way. However, from that moment on, Luke embarked on a mission to win my heart, while I tried to refuse his advances without hurting him.
Flowers for you, beaut.
Bees! It has bees!
I baked brownies for you.
Thanks, but I prefer vegetables. He invited me to the amusement park, but I pretended to be dizzy when he was gonna kiss me on the Ferris wheel. And then he also asked my father for my hand.
So, what do you think?
Tell him that he has to provide 4 sheep, 5 cows, and 1 unicorn in exchange. Yet Luke never gave up, and finally, he went all in. He performed for me on my balcony, singing the very same song my dad used to woo my mom back in the day. And I swear I could see Dad helping him the whole time. Then he asked the big question.
Do you want to be my girlfriend?
Luke, I like you, but
I'll take that.
It's
a love story, baby. Just say yes.
I know what you might be thinking. How could you not love Luke back? He sounds like the perfect guy. And you'd be right. He was everything I could have wished for, and more. He even quoted Taylor Swift for me. I decided I should give him a chance. Maybe the fireworks would appear slowly for me. Okay, let's do it. After a few months, things were going great. He was a great boyfriend, and I cared for him. One day, as we hiked up a hill, my foot clumsily met a cluster of rocks. I was about to fall when Luke grabbed my hand and held me.
Are you all right?
I nodded. The sunlight hit him just right, and he looked just beautiful. He leaned in and he rewarded my safety with a kiss. It was a scene right out of a movie. Come on, guys. You see? I tried, but I just couldn't help feeling nothing. By the time we reached the top of the hill, I decided to end things. Luke deserved someone who could truly love him. After a brief pause, I managed to muster the strength to share my feelings. However, as I looked at him, tears were welling up in his eyes.
Alice, there's something I have to tell you.
Yes, Luke?
I'm thrilled that we're together. I've been looking for the perfect partner for what feels like forever.
Tears began to fall down his cheeks, and I hugged Luke tightly. How could I break his heart after that? I just couldn't. I needed a new plan, a way to end things without hurting him. Just then, I got an idea. I needed to find my boyfriend a new girlfriend. Yet, it was easier said than done. Finding the perfect girl for Luke was certainly a tough mission. I introduced him to Sarah in a bowling alley, but it turned out she was only interested in using Luke to make her ex-boyfriend jealous. On trivia night, Claire and Luke had a heated argument about the best pizza toppings. They didn't get along after that. Lastly, how can I forget about Julie? When I introduced her to Luke at a party, it was pretty clear that she was more interested in me than in him, much to Luke's amusement. Of course, he knew nothing of my plan. I introduced so many girls to him, pretending they were my friends, but none of them sparked even the slightest explosion. Luke only seemed to have eyes for me. Darn him! After a few weeks of failures, I was about to give up hope. But then, right in my dad's class, the solution seemed to fall from the sky, almost literally.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student from South Korea. This is Moon.
That new girl seemed quiet, but she was a total stunner.
We have a little welcome tradition here. You've got to sing us your favorite song while standing upside down.
What? You could actually see Moon's soul leaving her body.
Kidding. But come on, it'll be a blast. So, which song are we going with?
For a brief moment, Moon seemed to be torn between making a mad dash for the exit, pretending to faint, or fighting my dad to ignore his request. Love Story by Taylor Swift. Bingo! That was the girl who was gonna sweep my boyfriend off his feet. I couldn't have been more thrilled. Above all, she had a beautiful voice. She was perfect for Luke. As soon as the class ended, I walked up to Moon. Hi, I'm Alice. That was amazing. Thank you. I just hope I don't have to do that to introduce myself in math class. Don't worry about it. The gym teacher might make you do some push-ups in front of the whole school, but apart from that, well, that's it. I'm going back to South Korea. She even had a great sense of humor. By the way, the music teacher who just made you sing in front of everyone is my dad. But don't hold that against me. I won't. He seems cool. He is, in his own unique way. Surprisingly, considering that if my plan worked, Moon would steal my boyfriend from me, the two of us immediately hit it off. I was happy to make a new friend, but the most important thing was that I had an inkling right from the start that she and Luke were a match made in heaven. I had to rush to my plan. By the way, I'm in a band. Ever considered becoming a rock star? A rock star? Sure, but only if we get to wear sunglasses indoors. Of course! You can't make great music if you don't look cool. With my master plan in motion, I organized a rehearsal in my garage for that same night. As usual, Luke and I began a friendly battle over which song to play next. But just as the tension was mounting, Moon made her grand entrance. Hi there. When Luke turned to meet her gaze, something
magical unfolded between them. Their fireworks were so intense that for a moment I thought the neighbors were bombing my house.
Hi, I'm Alice's Luke.
Nice to meet you, Alice, Luke. I'm Moon.
That's a beautiful name.
Moon turned red as a tomato.
I mean, it's cute. I mean, it's not a horrible name.
They were so awkward and cute that they looked like two penguins trying to dance. The first part of my plan was complete. Over the next few weeks, I did everything to bring my new friend and boyfriend even closer. I planned this adorable picnic for the three of us, but then I faked a stomach pain, so they both got time together.
Alice, are you okay?
Oh no, not again. What's wrong, Alice? It's my, pigmatitis.
Okay, let's go see the doctor.
Clearly, my plan failed. Next time, I took them to the movies to watch an old, sappy romantic film. Where's Alice?
She told me she wasn't coming because she hates Sandra Bullock.
She hates Sandy B? Is that even possible?
Right? I said exactly the same thing.
They watched the movie together. All the while, I was lurking secretly in the background. In a particularly romantic scene, their shoulders leaned against each other. They locked eyes, and their lips came closer. It seemed that it was the moment, but...
Want some more popcorn?
Yeah, sure. So close. By the way, I, of course, don't hate Sandra Bullock. Slowly, I was running out of ideas and excuses. I even signed us up for a romantic bread baking class, only to remember right beforehand that I was gluten intolerant. Silly me.
Since when?
It's very recent. I don't want to talk about it. We can make gluten-free bread. It's not the same. Go on without me. Tragically, I had to keep up that lie and not eat a sandwich in front of them for way too long. Oh, the lengths I went to. But despite all my efforts, nothing was happening. They clearly had feelings for each other, but neither was making the first move. I was determined to give it one final shot, so I orchestrated an irresistibly romantic date at Rochester High Falls, Luke's cherished spot. I prepared the scene, and it looked spectacular. I stood there, admiring my masterpiece. This must have been how Billie Eilish felt when she composed Bad Guy. My plan wasn't complete without the final touch. Two mysterious and alluring letters, one for Luke and one for Moon. That evening, they both arrived thinking the other had organized the date. I should have respected their privacy and left, but I sneaked a peek at the date and sat in a nearby grove with popcorn and soda. It seemed like they were still too shy to make the big move. Just as I was about to fall asleep, Moon slowly moved nearer to Luke's lips. The excitement was so intense that I could feel it moving through my body, particularly in my ankle. In my ankle? I looked at my leg and saw a raccoon clinging to my ankle. Freaked out, I totally lost it. I sprang from the bushes just in time to disrupt their big moment.
Alice, what are you doing here?
Oh, hi! Just taking a walk.
Around the falls? Alone? At night?
Well, you know what they say, when nature calls. Don't judge me. That's the best I could come up with. Alice, this isn't what it seems.
We were just...
Their embarrassment and guilt were clear.
I'm sorry.
They clearly felt terrible, and I felt even worse. It was entirely my fault. It was time to tell the truth. You don't have to feel guilty. I orchestrated the entire thing.
What?
You? Yeah. I couldn't help but notice the magic connection between you two. This is my strange way of giving you my wholehearted blessing. Well, at least I told them part of the truth. For a brief moment, Luke and Moon exchanged puzzled glances, and Luke turned to give me an earful. However, after what felt like an eternity, they both enveloped me in a hug simultaneously.
Alice, I can't believe you'd do something like this. You could have just spoken to me. And I'm sorry. I tried to fight these feelings.
No need to apologize. The heart wants what the heart wants. Are you sure you're okay with this? Absolutely. You two are meant for each other. I'll step aside and let you enjoy the rest of your date. I walked away swiftly, but before I got too far, I turned back to see them finally sharing their first kiss. Well, you could have at least waited for me to leave. Just kidding. Carry on. This may appear like the happily ever after ending, doesn't it? But believe me, there are still some more fireworks to discover. My grand plan had succeeded. Moon was perfect for Luke, and they were really happy. However, sometime later, I started to feel increasingly sad. While I was genuinely thrilled for them, a feeling of loneliness began to take over me. Eventually, I decided to share with my dad my deepest fear. Dad, what if I never experienced those fireworks?
Alice, just like music, love has its own tempo. It won't come if you're expecting it. But trust me, sooner or later, your moment will come.
But what if I end up with a broken heart, like you when Mom left us? Alice.
That can happen. Love is not perfect, but believe me, it's still worth it.
After that, I decided to give the whole love thing a rest. I just focused on school, my friends, and of course, music. For several months, everything went smoothly. Surprisingly, my dad was right about love. My moment was bound to come just when I least expected it.
Boys and girls, we have a new exchange student, this time from Italy. This is Camillo.
And that was it. Boom, boom, boom! Just like my dad had predicted, my moment to feel the fireworks had arrived, and it came on strong when Camilo strolled into the classroom. I couldn't take my eyes off of him. And to be fair, no one else in the class could either. He was so irresistible, incredibly handsome, cool, stylishly dressed, and smart. My dad tried to get him to sing a song to introduce himself, but Camilo instead recited a poem in Italian. I didn't understand anything. I was too captivated by him.
Ah, right. It's a very lovely and romantic poem.
Not really. It's about what hell is like.
Marry me. I knew I had to beat out tons of other girls to win his heart, but if there was one thing I was truly confident about, it was my matchmaking skills. Game on. During lunch, I went up to him. He was sitting by himself, with all the girls gazing at him from afar, too mesmerized to strike up a conversation. But I wasn't like the other girls. Hi there. What's cooking, good looking? Not my best pickup line, I know.
Hi, you.
Alice.
Oh, right, Alicia.
Already? My name, or a variation of it, coming out of his mouth made me shiver. What are you reading?
Robert Frost.
Oh, he's the one who invented frosting? Because if so, I want to congratulate him.
No, he was one of America's most renowned poets.
I felt like my confidence had crumbled like a house of cards. I guess I'm more of a takeout menu reader. Camilo shot me this weird smile and went back to his book. I left feeling defeated and humiliated, all while the surrounding girls erupted into laughter. Still, I wasn't gonna give up so easily. You guys know I can be very stubborn. Over the next few days, I did everything I could to get Camilo's attention and interest. So, you're a photographer?
Yeah.
Me too. I love selfies. And when I thought I couldn't get any lower, Camilo, I wrote you a poem.
Oh, okay.
Twinkle, twinkle in your eyes, like the stars in moonlit skies. In your arms, I feel so right, like a star that's shining bright. He rested his hand on my shoulder with second-hand embarrassment.
That was very sweet.
What was I thinking? Are we going or not? The most stunning gothic girl was walking towards Camilo.
Sure thing, Bella.
They just walked away while my hope lay shattered on the floor. After the humiliation of a lifetime, I crawled home and locked myself in my own room for days. Is this karma for not loving Luke back? Unwelcome love is horrible. Why didn't anyone tell me? I decided to never leave my room again. But Luke and Moon swooped in to save the day. Alice, what are you doing?
We were worried about you. You haven't been to school for days.
And I'm not going back. I'm officially a hermit now.
Come on, Alice. You can't give up so easily.
What else can I do? He's too cool and smart for me. And he clearly has a thing for goth girls. Well, maybe that can be arranged. Moon showed me the flyer for a costume party happening the next day at school. Maybe this wasn't quite over yet. The following day, I visited Moon's house for the first time for a unique makeover session. She was determined to transform me. And after an intense half hour of makeup and dressing, I emerged as a whole new person. Camilo will be head over heels for you. After a while, I headed downstairs to her kitchen to grab a glass of water. Moon's house was massive and a bit eerie, with dim lighting and an unsettling silence. As I turned the corner, I bumped into a tall, mysterious guy. I let out a scream of surprise. Who are you? I'm Alice, Moon's friend. I glared at him. He was wearing a suit, like a gangster from a lousy movie.
I'm Quan, Moon's big brother.
Oh, right.
Why are you dressed like that?
We're going to a costume party.
A costume party? So childish.
You're like just a year older than us. Besides, you look like you're dressed up too.
Whatever, just watch where you're going, kid.
Kid? Just then, Moon showed up, probably after hearing my screams. When I turned to face him, Quan had already disappeared down the dark hall. What? Why are you smiling? You know, your brother is a real piece of work. Aha. Moon acted weird. I think that runs in their family. Shortly after, we left for their party. Luke, dressed as a mad scientist, welcomed us.
Alice, you look like you just stepped right out of a dark and mysterious fairy tale. Great job, baby.
Thanks, baby. Alice, Camilo's there. Go do your thing, girl. Thank you, guys. I took a deep breath and walked towards Camillo, who was dancing with his friend. Of course, he was too cool to wear a costume. With a boost of confidence from my outfit, I saluted them. Hello, my fellow creatures of the night.
Alice, what are you wearing?
Tonight, I embrace the shadows. I'm a goth. Being a goth is not a costume, you phony. It's a lifestyle. I'm sorry, I didn't mean, of course you didn't. You are just a little suburban princess who gets whatever she wants, playing dress up, and the way Camillo looked at me, that hurt more than any malicious comment. Once again, I was humiliated. For the rest of the party, I hid in the halls of the school. How could I be so stupid?
Should I respond?
I looked up and saw Quan. What are you even doing here? I thought you were too fierce for a costume party.
I am. I'm just here to pick up Moon.
I just got her text. She already left with Luke.
Oh, okay.
Quan leaned his back against the lockers.
Rough night?
That's an understatement.
So, do you want me to take you home, or would you rather stay here crying?
What? These are not tears.
Don't try to tell me you got something in your eye. Come on, let's go.
I was shocked. He was rude, definitely, but not that bad. Quan held out his hand for me to stand up. As I was getting up, our eyes met. Time stood still. Electricity. And yeah, it happened again. Boom, boom, boom.
What? Did you hit your head or something?
No, it's just that, I don't know. Forget about it. I'm fine.
If you say so.
As Quan drove me home, I kept looking at him out of the corner of my eye the whole trip. I was spellbound. I tried to strike up a conversation with Quan, but he didn't pay much attention to me. So, tell me about yourself.
Pass.
Come on, what do you like?
Silence.
Clearly, Quan was not very interested in getting to know me. Soon after, he dropped me home. I couldn't believe it. After years of dreaming about those fireworks feelings, I finally got them. Twice in 1 week. Plot twist, both guys are just not that into me. This was obviously karma. It was Cupid's way of getting back at me. Destiny laughing in my face. Or maybe it was just my teenage hormones. I hate my life. But what I didn't know was that Moon hadn't left the party when Quan arrived. In fact, she was in the bathroom and saw and heard my entire conversation with her brother. Although Quan didn't notice my fireworks explosion, Moon did, and decided it was her turn to play Cupid. Moon started finding excuses and forcing situations for Quan and me to spend time together. She would invite me to her house, but when I arrived, she wasn't there. Is Moon home?
For the 4th time this week, she's not.
Despite how Quan acted like he didn't care, Moon was determined to make it happen. She even locked us in an escape room. I guess we're gonna have to solve this to get out. This could take a while.
The key is under that armchair.
Oh, right. Then, Moon planned a movie date with Quan and me, and then left us. Yeah, she used my own little scheme against me. We got into the wrong screening room and ended up watching a children's movie. This is so boring. Wait, are you crying?
No, I'm not. You're crying.
OMG, you are!
Shut up. It's just a beautiful tale of friendship between a duck and a shark.
After that, he started talking to me, and slowly, I understood that his whole bad boy facade was simply a shield Quan put up when he moved here to cope with this unknown and new place. He actually could be really kind and sweet. One day, Moon set up a sort of double date with me and Luke and dragged Quan quite literally into a bowling alley. The evening turned out to be an absolute blast. We enjoyed some good food, sent those bowling pins flying, and shared laughs like there was no tomorrow. Quan even dropped his tough guy persona and had an amazing time. I felt that slowly, we two were growing closer.
Great strike, Alice.
Thanks, I learned from the best.
I didn't know I was the best.
Who says I was talking about you? The only problem was that Luke found out what Moon was doing and he wasn't too happy about it and cornered me.
Alice, Quan's not right for you. He once told me,
if you hurt my sister, I'll turn your hair pink.
And he walks around in sunglasses indoors too. And don't even get me started on his weird spoons collection. Did you see the massive plastic to fancy spoons display in his room? I'm just worried you'll end up hurt.
But I wasn't very convinced. And then the next day, as we were preparing for our band rehearsal, Luke arrived with a surprise visitor.
Camillo came to rehearsal, if you girls don't mind.
If looks could kill, Luke would be dead now. Oh, that's why you said not to bring Quan.
We'll talk later, baby. I tell you, man, we have the best drummer in town.
So, he has decided to play matchmaker too.
Go on then.
During our practice, I was super nervous, way more than usual. But then Camillo did some really nice things that made me feel a lot better. I think I did pretty good in the end.
That was great, Alice. I didn't know you were so talented.
Thanks. That made me melt, literally, right there on the spot. For the next few weeks, I was caught in a love triangle with Quan and Camillo, and tangled in a dispute between friends. I felt bad, but chose to go with the flow, hoping to solve the puzzle of my heart. But things turned into some kind of competition between
between them, and in order to win, they went big. Luke orchestrated a fantastic carnival date for Camilo and me. Amidst the chaos, we laughed, won games, and feasted on cotton candy. I even won him a huge stuffed animal.
Thanks! Elephants are my favorite animal.
I'm more of a grizzly bear girl, but elephants are pretty cool. Then, Camilo and I rode on an intense roller coaster in an odd moment of calm. Before the car sped off again, Camilo pulled out his camera and took a picture of me. What are you doing?
I want to capture this moment forever.
That was one of the most magical and romantic nights of my life. For her part, Moon convinced Quan to take me to his favorite spot, a haven he had never taken anyone to before. It was a dark and murky place. Quan led the way, nodding to some guys. All eyes were on me, so I tried my hardest to copy his attitude. Needless to say, I failed. Quan, we are too young to be here.
Relax, what is life without a little risk?
Right, but maybe this is a little too dangerous? Okay, I admit it. I was scared, but you would be too if you saw those people there. It looked like the whole cast of Pirates of the Caribbean.
Don't worry, Alice. I know the owner and most of the guys. They are cool.
Quan took my hand, and not only did I feel safer, but I was also ecstatic. The rest of the night turned out to be surprisingly amazing. Everybody was fun and welcoming. Quan revealed his secret technique to cheat in poker, and an energetic punk band put on a spectacular show. Hours later, we watched the sunrise on the hood of his car at the highest point of the city. Hey, okay, I hear you all yelling, pick a lane, girl. But come on, deciding between Camilo and Quan is like choosing between chocolate and vanilla when you love both. It's driving me nuts too. It was impossible. Like Camilo wrote and recited to me in an open reading the most beautiful poem I had ever heard. But then Quan got us the chance to play our first gig in the same place he took me. Clueless of what to do, I turned to the greatest source of wisdom I knew, my dad. Okay, yes, I was truly desperate. Dad, is it possible to be in love with two people at the same time? My dad took a deep breath before answering.
Alice, time has taught me not to put any limits on love. Love can be many different things. It constantly mutates, so maybe it is possible.
And what should I do? I can't date two people at the same time.
No, you have to be mature and thoughtful. Take care of your feelings, but also those of others.
But I don't know how to decide this.
If you are stuck in this situation, you might not be ready for love. Maybe the best thing to do now is to focus on yourself.
And it wasn't very helpful. Maybe my dad wasn't the fountain of wisdom I thought he was. Before you guys go off in the comments, I know this is like the best kind of problem any girl my age could have. For days, I ignored both Camilo and Quan, but finally, the day of the concert arrived. Surprisingly, I was pretty calm. Well, that was until I saw both Quan and Camilo in the audience. At that moment, all my fears surfaced and I completely panicked. I couldn't face it and locked myself in the dressing room's bathroom.
Alice, what are you doing?
We have to go on stage in 5 minutes. I can't do it. This is all too much pressure. After failing to convince me to go out, Moon and Luke took it out on each other. Why did you invite Camilo? This was Quan's moment. He got us the gig.
And Camilo can't be here? He's really supportive of the band too.
Why are you doing this? What do you have against my brother?
He thinks he's a Yakuza or something like that.
And my brother is a great guy.
But he's not good enough for Alice.
And Camilo is? He's so pretentious. I was listening to their fight behind the bathroom door. It was like I had traveled back in time and they were my parents. I had to put an end to all this chaos. I gathered my strength and opened the door. Stop! This ends now. You can't be fighting over my love life. That doesn't make any sense.
But...
No buts. We were just trying to help you, like you helped us. I know, but it just doesn't feel right. I was wrong. Love should be spontaneous and free, not something we try to control and mold to fit our convenience. It's my life and I can make my choices. You're right.
We're sorry. I'm sorry, Moony Toony.
I am too, Lukey Doofy. That's really sweet. But for now, enough with the cheesy stuff. We've got a show to give. The room was silent and expectant when we got on stage. The air was tense, but we were ready. Hello, we are Cupid and his broken arrows. Are you ready to rock?
Let's do this!
1, 2, 3, 4. The show was incredible. To be up on stage playing our music was a life-changing moment. There, I felt everything. Electricity, adrenaline, nervousness, and fireworks. And I can proudly say that it was the first of many shows. As for the guys, I decided to follow the advice of my father, who, as always, was right. I wasn't ready for love, and I didn't want to risk hurting them. I took them aside individually and told them the truth. Luckily, they both understood, or at least I think they did. I decided that I should focus on my first love, music, and that would pay off big time.
Cupid! Cupid! Cupid!
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Well, it's a good thing you are, because this is Cupid and his broken arrows!
Oh, hi guys. Yeah, as you can see, a lot has happened since the last time we chatted. Where were we? Oh yes, after our first show at that shabby place, Luke, Moon, and I promised to do everything we could to get to the top of the music world. First, we decided to go on tour. We rented an old van and set off on the road to our dreams. Well, at first, it was looking more like a nightmare than a dream. Not exactly the Four Seasons. Tell me there's no cockroaches. I can't sleep here if there are cockroaches. Of course not, Moon. Maybe just some eight-legged roommates. But I'm sure they're very friendly.
The top bed's mine.
Those first few weeks were challenging and scary, but Luke, Moon, and I stuck closer than ever. Sometimes literally. Relax, guys. Nothing bad ever happens to teenagers in horror movies, right? Initially, our gigs were confined to really small and quiet venues. Good night. We are Cupid and his broken arrows. Yeah, there were literally more crickets than people, but slowly, people caught wind of our shows. Our songs started popping up everywhere, and we gathered a group of loyal fans. It wasn't an overnight thing, but somehow we became kind of famous. However, the sudden fame had its downsides. The biggest downside of them all was him. That's Trevor, our manager. He discovered us when we were playing in a tiny, sleazy venue in Los Angeles.
Hello, kids. I'm gonna make you stars.
Talking about terror? Oh, I mean Trevor? See? It's like his name was meant for a crooked manager role. I'm just spitting straight facts here, guys.
Where do you dream of playing? Just name it.
In the forum?
That's a little too ambitious.
I'll make it happen. Sky's the limit for us.
Despite Moon and Luke's excitement, something didn't smell right to me, so I decided to keep an eye on Trevor. Follow that car! I always wanted to say that. I tailed him to the forum offices. Oh, tailed is what spies say when they follow someone. Too many spy novels, I guess. So, Trevor got out of his car, but returned as if he'd forgotten something. What could it be, you might ask? His briefcase? His parking permit? Maybe his wallet? Well, not exactly. A gun? Who brings a gun to a business meeting? It's like bringing a gun to a business meeting. I figured he was a little shady, but he was actually dangerous. After a while, he walked out of the meeting with a big smile and put his gun back in his suit. Oh my god! That night, after Trevor gave us the news that he got us a slot at the forum, I revealed what my fierce investigation had unmasked. It's over, Trevor. I saw your gun and how you used it to get us this concert. We can't be involved in something as dark as that.
Oh, you mean this?
Trevor pulled out his gun and pointed it directly at me. My life flashed before my eyes. Moon, Luke, and I screamed in terror as he pulled the trigger. To find out what happened next, join part 4 of the story. Now relax, I'm just kidding. Trevor fired, but all that came out of the gun was water. Phew, that was a close call. Well, maybe not really. Are you crazy? Why are you carrying this with you?
For protection, in case, a small cat attacks me.
And why did you use it in the meeting?
Oh, that! Those guys never water their plants. They were so dry, poor things.
Maybe I had misjudged him.
Still, if you don't want to be involved in something as dark as me, I understand. Maybe it's for the best.
No, Trevor, please don't take this personally. Alice is just like that.
Excuse me? Yes, we really want to work with you.
Great then. Are you in, Alice?
Outvoted, I had no choice but to accept Trevor. His impact was soon felt. He devised everything for us, from trying on silly, smelly costumes, which I'm sure he had stolen from the thrift store to keep the extra money for himself, to making us do some bizarre and really embarrassing publicity stunts. Yet, while I hated to admit it, he did take us to the next level. He even got us a record deal. Maybe he isn't all that bad. He certainly wasn't the worst thing that came with fame. Paparazzi were a real headache.
Hey Alice, aren't you dating someone? People want to know about your love life.
Oh, it's a full-blown love triangle. Me, my couch, and my Apple. I mean, iPhone. Seriously? Can it get any cringier? Well, I know what you must be thinking. What about Juan and Camilo? You guys are so predictable. Okay, after I told him I was not ready for love, our paths simply parted. Camilo moved to the big city to try his luck as a poet, and Juan went back to South Korea. I had accepted that love wasn't my thing, and I was fine with that. Really, I was. But it seems that not everybody was.
Alice, people are interested in you and your love life. We must give them something.
And before I could say anything, Trevor launched his enormous Find Alice a Boyfriend operation. When he was choosing from the pictures, from his looks, you'd think he was attempting to assemble an atomic bomb. I wish you people would stop meddling in my love life. You're one to talk.
Fair point.
Must I suffer all my life for that one time I played Cupid? Besides, you two are practically soulmates. I only intervened in the name of true love.
Maybe Trevor will find you your soulmate.
If he does, he deserves
deserves a Nobel Prize in matchmaking.
Haha, very funny.
Bingo! We found our man. Get ready, Alice.
Trevor orchestrated a date with one of the buzziest actors in town. Naturally, he gave the paparazzi a heads up, turning the dinner into a spectacle that rivaled the Super Bowl coverage. I won't deny that he was good looking. The man could make any Greek god jealous, but he seemed to be already in a committed and very toxic relationship with his phone. It was like they were stuck in a never-ending staring contest. If a UFO landed on the table, he'd probably just assume it was dessert. So, tell me something about yourself.
I have 5 million followers.
Wow, I'd be concerned if that many people were following me. That's next level stalking.
Huh?
Alice, when's the wedding?
This was beyond ridiculous. I needed a bulletproof escape plan. Something as sophisticated and brilliant as my mastermind can scheme. Hey, isn't that one of the Kardashians?
A Kardashian? Where?
I took advantage of the commotion to sneak out, but just as I was about to fulfill my genius escape, I bumped into a waiter sending his tray flying in the air. It landed on the head of my date. Oh my god, I'm so...
Camillo? Is that you?
Alicia, hi. What are you doing here?
I was super surprised to see Camillo, but I had to move fast. I'm actually in the midst of an escape. Care to help me?
Absolutely.
Camillo wheeled over a waiter's cart covered with a tablecloth.
Your chariot awaits, Your Majesty.
I hopped in the cart, and Camillo carried me unnoticed out of the restaurant. After we were in the clear, we two went for a walk.
By the way, I must confess, I'm a massive fan.
Oh, thank you so much.
People don't believe me when I tell them we used to date.
Do you tell people that?
Well, I know we didn't exactly date, but I don't know, maybe I'm just expressing my wishes out loud.
Are you flirting with me right now?
I am. Who knows when I'll cross paths again with another star, especially with one as strikingly beautiful as you.
He was going all in. I tried to play it cool.
That's smooth, but I'm not gonna fall for it that easily.
I did. I'm not the same girl I was a couple of years ago. I was. Besides, I know you have a way with words. He did.
You know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Of course. My inner fireworks were about to start a pyrotechnic show that could rival New Year's Eve. I know, guys. I'm too weak. The rest of the night, we walked around the city just talking. It was pretty magical. The next day, Trevor woke me up.
Alice, who the hell is this?
Trevor pointed out a couple of pictures of Camillo and me walking through the city last night. Damn paparazzi. They got me again. Just an old friend.
TV and social media are going nuts over these photos. Just read these headlines. Drama ditches movie star for poet waiter. This is genius. I am a genius.
I was about to remind him that it wasn't his idea when he went off on a long rant about how Camillo and I needed to start dating for the sake of the band. Well, I hated Trevor butting into my life like that. Dating Camillo didn't seem like a bad idea at all. For the sake of the band, of course. Over the next few weeks, Camillo and I became a thing, and Trevor's scheme worked like a charm. Strangely, every little thing we did became big news that the whole country should know. Look where we are now. Camillo's really turned things around for us. Yeah, but Camillo's writing is taking off too. It's a whole thing, though it felt strange to me. But we were too caught up in enjoying all the attention to bother about it.
Guys, you guys are breaking the internet right now. Any advice for your followers?
Just be great. Be as incredible as we are.
We know that's a pretty high bar. Yeah, I know. I wanted to pinch myself too. But dealing with fame was hard. Everyone wanted a piece of you. And soon, all this glitz and glamour also got between Moon, Luke, and me.
You're late again.
Sorry, loves. We play in Rochester in a few days. We need to rehearse. I'm here, aren't I? Try to relax a little bit, kid. Kid? We've done hundreds of shows. It's a walk in the park. It isn't just another show. It's our first home show since we left. Kwan is even coming back from Korea with his new girlfriend for this. It has to be perfect. The mention of Kwan and a girlfriend struck a chord with me. He had a girlfriend now? Who was she? Why didn't Moon tell me this earlier? Why wasn't he thinking of me? I was beyond angry. What the hell, Moon? Why are you throwing Kwan and his girlfriend in my face?
She was not throwing...
This is clearly not about the show. Of course it is. What else would it be about? This is about you two being jealous of me and Camillo. This is about you not bearing to be under my shadow. Oh my god, you're completely delusional. Oh yeah? You two are completely... I couldn't think of a good enough adjective, so I simply stormed out. What I didn't realize was that Trevor was standing on the side, just watching the drama unfold.
Don't stress. You don't need anyone. I think you could even go solo.
What?
I mean, everybody knows you're the heart of the band. You're gonna do great things by yourself. I just know it.
Oh, shut up. I knew Trevor was trying to manipulate me, but he wasn't all wrong. The band thing was not working. We were always fighting, and I had Camillo. What was the point of continuing? Okay, let's do it. We decided it was best to keep it a secret until after the show in Rochester, which would be our last. I had fears, doubts, and a lot of anxiety, but Camillo managed to calm me down.
I'll be right there at your side.
Finally, the day of the show had arrived. My relationship with Luke and Moon was more strained than ever. To avoid them, I went to the side of the stage. The arena was packed. Everybody we knew was there. Luke's family, Moon's dad, even the goth girl was present. Wait, where's Dad? I tried to locate my father in the VIP and the crowd, but it was like finding Waldo. When even Camillo, who was supposed to bring Dad, didn't answer my calls, I started freaking out. Something felt really off. Soon after, Camillo called me from the hospital and told me there had been an accident. What? How?
I was late. Then I saw your dad's accident on the way, so I followed him to the hospital. But your dad is fine. He's resting now.
Why did nobody call me?
They said they called his emergency contact.
I'm on my way. I ran to the dressing room to grab my things. Guys, I have to go. My dad is in the hospital.
Your dad?
What happened? I explained everything, and despite our fight, Moon and Luke hugged me tightly.
Alice, I'll drive you.
Due to my shock, I hadn't noticed that Quan was there. He looked even more attractive than before. Quan, snap out of it, girl. Let's go.
Whoa, Alice, stop. The show's about to start.
She needs to be at the hospital.
Family comes first, always. As she said that, I felt horrible. They were my family, and I was backstabbing them.
I don't care about your family. This is the most important show ever. We're gonna tape it for a movie. It's the farewell concert. Do you know how much money we're gonna lose?
After saying it, Trevor closed his mouth so tightly that his lips seemed to have magnets on them. Farewell concert?
Oh, it's not a big deal. Breakups sell well, and we'll have 3 products instead of 1.
Both Luke and Moon looked at me. If looks could kill, I'd be 6 feet under right now. Dad, oh my God, are you okay? What happened?
Oh, it's just a silly accident, but I'm okay.
I'm coming to see you.
What? All those people are there to see you. You're gonna play and rock that gig.
But...
No buts, Missy. Afterward, you can come see me. Not like I'm going anywhere. Rock it for your old man.
Okay, Dad, I love you.
You heard Dad, kids. Let's do it. It's showtime.
We went on stage, and the tension was crazy. I could feel Luke and Moon's hateful glares. It was as if Cyclops from the X-Men was looking at me without his glasses. The show was about to start, but I refused to be like those old dinosaur rock bands where everyone hated each other. So I did something I never did. I stepped up to the microphone. No, don't freak out. I'm not gonna sing. Hi, Rochester. I want to dedicate this show to my family, to my dad, who needs to stop riding his bike at night, and to my siblings, Luke and Moon. No one has taught me as much about love and friendship as you two have. I love you, and I'm sorry, guys. Luke and Moon smiled at me. Now that we got that out of the way, it's time to rock. Then the show finally started, and it was simply incredible. Luke, Moon, and I played like it was the first time in my garage. The show was, without a shadow of a doubt, our best. After that, we 3 reconciled in a big embrace. While they were still angry, at least now it didn't look like they were going to scheme to murder me. Shortly after, Trevor joined us. Oh, Trevor, just the man we were looking for.
What?
Should we share the honors, guys? At the count of 3. 3, 2, 1.
You are fired, kid.
Trevor tried to manipulate and scare us with threats, but when we were together, that didn't work. That's why he wanted to split the band. He knew he could control us if we were divided.
You're making a huge mistake. This is not over.
Can you close the door on your way out? Thanks! We went to see my dad, and apart from a few scratches and a large cast on his leg, he was fine. You'd think I now had everything, and you'd be right. I had my band and friends back, my dad was okay, and I had my boyfriend. It was finally time for my lived happily ever after moment. Well, that lasted for about 2 seconds. Literally. Someone suddenly burst into the hospital room. Babe, are you all right? Mom? Babe, what are you doing? Alice. Well, I guess now I know who his emergency contact was. My mom looked at me smiling, but when she saw Camillo, her face completely transformed. Alice, get away from him. I was beyond confused. I looked at Camillo. His face revealed that he had something to confess. I imagine your faces right now are exactly like mine at that moment. Once again, fate had a curveball for me. But this is running too long. I know no one likes cliffhangers, but you know what they say, nothing worthy is ever easy.
Hi, my name is Sonia, and my story is about how I became a genius and what that's really like, the good and the bad. And before we dive in, Make sure you click that notification bell. Otherwise, you never know what kind of juicy stories you might miss out on. Alright then. So there I was at my boyfriend, Samuel's, baseball game. It had already been a super intense match, and this was the final stretch. Samuel stepped up to bat, all of our friends were cheering around me, and I was so nervous that I nearly crushed the bag of popcorn in my hands. Funny thing, I actually don't like popcorn, but at the first game I ever went to, I was so hungry that I bought some, and Samuel's team won that game. So now it's like a good luck thing. Up went the pitcher's arm, hands on the ball. He threw it hard, but Samuel hit it even harder. That ball was going. I jumped off my seat in a fit of excitement, joining all of my friends. I was screaming so hard that I didn't even notice the ball coming right at me. Then, out of nowhere, one of Samuel's best friends snatched the ball with his ready-to-go glove right in front of my face, stopping it from smashing into me. But he bumped me while making the save. And while the ball landed softly in his glove, my head crashed hard onto the concrete steps below. Next thing I know, I'm in the hospital. Cords attached to both arms. Something strapped over my face. I looked around the room, and there were cards, flowers, and balloons everywhere. Something was different from that very moment I woke up. But it felt so subtle that I almost didn't even recognize it. The simplest way to put it for those who wouldn't understand is that I was more in touch with reality, more with it. I noticed every little thing, every detail. Everything just made sense, like it never had before. Life was like a math equation, complicated, yet logical. It was peaceful. I decided to allow myself to adjust for a few days and just observe everything that was going on around me. I pretended to be asleep while my many friends and family members filtered in and out to visit. What I noticed from those visits was interesting in itself. I could see very clearly for the first time that my parents were not actually happy together. When they spoke, they never made direct eye contact, and they always had something very snippy and passive to say to one another. There was no real love or connection. I wondered why they had stayed together all those years. And then there was Samuel. He came to visit many times. To the outside world, you would think he was the most caring and devoted boyfriend ever. But the outside world didn't see the way he would smile into his phone from time to time, and only when a very specific sound would alert him of a new message. I knew right away. He was clearly cheating on me. And I'd seen that smile before, for months even. This wasn't something new. Any other time in my life, these realizations would have broken me. But now, I didn't seem to mind at all. I obviously wasn't going to let it continue with Samuel. No. I had way too much self-respect for that. But it just didn't affect me. It was like things made too much sense for there to even be those same petty human emotions. After a few days of observation and playing asleep, I decided to wake up. I figured the most convenient way to do it would be when many people were there to minimize the number of phone calls that would need to be made. So, when my parents, Samuel, and 2 other friends were all in the room, hanging out and talking, I opened my eyes, slowly. I had to sell it. Samuel was the first to rush up to me, the very loyal boyfriend that he was. He picked up my hand and asked if I could hear him. Yes, can you hear me? I asked, very clearly. Maybe too clear, because he looked a bit confused. Everyone did. Yes, he responded. Sonia, I'm so happy. Samuel, I'm sure you will understand why I'm breaking up with you right now, I said, cutting him off. Won't you? Wait, you're breaking up with me right now? He asked, now totally confused. Yes, and you understand why, of course. No? I asked. He played dumb. Sonia, where is this coming from? Is this about the hit? Listen, I'm so sorry. You have to know I didn't mean to. I couldn't help but roll my eyes as I cut him off again. Not the game, Sam. You're cheating on me, right? Now, the whole room was completely still. Sonia! He started, clearly overacting that he was in shock. Why would you even think such a thing? Give me your phone, please, I asked calmly. Of course he refused, so I tried again. If you have nothing to hide, then give me your phone. To no surprise, he still wouldn't, and then he started to make a scene which alerted 2 nurses into the room. It was clear that nothing more would come out of this conversation. He refused to leave. I asked the nurse to please take him out for my sake. As he was being walked out, he turned around, looking at me with some sort of hope. You played a good game. I don't think he knew if I was talking about cheating or baseball at that point. It didn't matter. He turned to keep walking, and that was that. It was at that moment that something clicked inside of me. I had known Samuel was cheating on me, just by mere observation. I then realized that I could manipulate just about everything around me to have the life I'd always wanted. It would be easy, but it needed, though, to be tested. But I had to be careful. These doctors had no idea what was happening with me. It was a good thing in a way. It doesn't take a genius to realize that if my smarts were exposed now, I'll end up in a testing facility with machines hooked up to my body going from one experiment to another. I needed to be careful, but I needed to test the potential extent of my abilities. I decided to test my new abilities with my English teacher, Miss Eriks. I wanted to get her to move our upcoming test, not because I didn't know the material. Actually, quite the opposite. While I was studying for the test, I found out that I could memorize even the hardest pieces of literature, simply by scanning through the book. I just wanted to see if I could get her to do it. I noticed she's a dog lover, to the point of obsession. And, at this point, I had discovered that the best way to manipulate is to work with people's emotional attachments, their point of weakness. So, before class on the day of the big test, while everybody else was still filing in, I went to speak with her at her desk. I acted timid and sad as I shared a fake story about how my dog was sick and that he needed me to be there with him when they put him to sleep. Naturally, she understood my sentiments here. She told me how deeply sorry she felt and that I would be able to retake the test when I returned. But that's not what I wanted. Miss Eriks, how would you feel if you were putting your dog down and the whole world just kept on going, as if nothing was wrong? She looked into my eyes, and a vein started to pop in the middle of her forehead. I had struck a chord. I worked up some tears as I continued. If it's not too much to ask, Miss Eriks, and maybe it is, but most people wouldn't understand what it's like to love a dog so deeply. But all I ask is that we take this class period as a moment of silence for Fido and all the other dogs who never got that recognition. The test can wait for that, can't it? Now she had tears in her eyes as she looked over to the picture of her dog, which she got framed on her desk. She grabbed a tissue and blew her nose before turning to the class and announcing, "Class, today's test is postponed until tomorrow. Today's lesson is that, sometimes, there are things in life more important than sticking to a rigid schedule. Today, we take a moment of silence to send our best to Miss Sonia and her beloved dog Fido as they part ways." With her conclusion, she gave me a wink and gestured towards the door. That was my cue to leave. I put my hands on my heart as I said, "Thank you," and walked to my car. That was all I needed to know that I could have everything. And I found that I could also manipulate my world in other, smaller ways too. Like, I could now do my makeup perfectly. It's actually just based on the principle of the golden ratio. Easy, right? And I was able to pick up any musical instrument and play it like I had been practicing since childhood. Just about anything and everything came easy for me. By my senior year, I had attracted a lot of attention. Teachers had prompted me to take an IQ test and, to no surprise, I scored as a genius. Because of that, all of the different school clubs wanted me to become a member. Other kids wanted me to be their tutor or join their study groups. And my parents and teachers were all so excited and proud, but I really didn't care. It just was what it was, and I was already wrapped in manipulating them all anyways. Plus, I no longer had any time to waste on experiencing those emotions. I could clearly see what they did to people, leaving them vulnerable to manipulation and all. Easy prey. I just knew that feelings were the ultimate trap. For years, I manipulated the world around me with no issue at all. And during those years, I had a ball doing it. I talked my parents into buying me a new car, got front row seats to sold-out games, and free airline tickets around the world. Life was sweet, but like anything else, even that eventually got boring. I wanted something bigger and better, something new, a challenge. I wanted fame. So one night as I was sleeping, and at the same time solving an incredibly challenging math problem, an idea came to me. I would manipulate my way into getting on the biggest talent show in the country. With all of my new skills, I knew that I could have a very good chance of winning, and that would be the beginning of my fame and will give me the exposure I needed. I worked hard on crafting the right plan. I made several phone calls and sent emails, all to the right people who I knew would talk to the right people. And voila! One day, I got the call. They wanted me to audition for the show. If I was still indulging in primal human emotions, I would have felt nervous when I was facing such a large crowd and those judges, with those spotlights hitting me. But instead, I just felt ready to show them why I should win. I brought 4 different instruments out on stage and played them all to create a new remix for a popular song at that time. I knew by the looks on the judges' faces that I already had it in the bag. But that wasn't all. While I was playing the song, I told each of the judges exactly what they were thinking. Again, it just takes serious observation. I even managed to expose one of the meanest judges as a softie. I don't think he was happy about that, but he couldn't deny it. That sold them. I was on to the next round, and the next, and the next, until I won the whole thing. That was the closest I had felt to excitement since my injury. Although, maybe it was more like feeling a sense of accomplishment. By the end of that whole journey, people all over the country knew who I was. I couldn't even go grocery shopping without somebody recognizing me. And everybody would say the same thing.
Oh my goodness! You're Sonia from America's Got Talent! Can you tell what I'm thinking now?
Everyone, that is, until I met Ryan. One day, I was in line for a bagel at my favorite deli when a guy behind me tapped me on the shoulder. It started off like all the rest. "Hey, you're Sonia from America's Got Talent, right?" "Yep, that's me," I replied, studying him so that I knew how to respond to his next question. But he took me by surprise when, instead, he asked, "Can I tell you what you're thinking?" At that moment, I was thinking that this guy couldn't possibly know what I'm thinking. And that's exactly what he said. 4 years later, we got married. As it turned out, Ryan was just like me. However, he had become a genius after receiving electric shock therapy for his depression years ago. A lot of people come out of that treatment with a scrambled brain, but he somehow came out a genius. It felt so nice having someone around who understood me and could actually stimulate me. We would talk about things that would have made other people think we were crazy. Things that everybody should talk about, really. But instead, they're too busy fiddling around with their emotions. Stuff like, existence. Another bonus of having Ryan in my life was that he was on the same mission. By the time we met, we were both millionaires. And now, we wanted to become billionaires. We were working on a project together that would create a foolproof space launch when I found out I was pregnant. And around the time of our first successful launch into space, our daughter, Sasha, launched herself onto Earth. For the first decade of her life, as harsh as it sounds, Sasha felt like a bit of an inconvenience. She demanded a great deal of attention, as all kids do, as well as emotional support, and, well, neither Ryan nor I had much patience nor empathy for those emotions. We did what we had to do in order to make sure that Sasha was taken care of. She had a good life, by most standards. We lived in a mansion, had beautiful cars and things. She could have anything she wanted. And she had a very lovely nanny, who spent more time with her than either Ryan or I ever did. Who has time for that anyway? Most of my days happily consisted of work. By the time Sasha was 5 years old, not only had Ryan and I accomplished our dream of becoming billionaires, but we also were now ruling the world with our science labs and tech companies. Our companies were known and used by everyone, and we had enough influence in the world to do whatever we wanted. We were literally on top of the world. And still, I wanted more. But one day, when Sasha was 7 years old, I got a phone call from her school. There had been an accident on the playground, and she had fallen off the top of the slide and had broken her leg. She was okay, but she was in the emergency room. Ryan and I were on our way to a very important business meeting when we got that call. Maybe the biggest meeting with the biggest potential for us yet. Now, had you asked me a day earlier, I would have told you that nothing in the world could have made me possibly sabotage that meeting by leaving. But right there and then, something inside of me felt different, and, to my own disbelief, I chose to go and see Sasha at the hospital instead. The whole way there, I was feeling things stirring inside of me. My chest was swirling with movement. From what I could remember, I believe it was a pure sense of motherhood worry that I've, perhaps, never allowed myself to experience. And when I got there and saw Sasha asleep and all bandaged up, I broke down. For the first time in well over a decade. I couldn't hold it back anymore. I cried, really cried. And not because I wanted to manipulate anything or get my way, but because I loved Sasha. And I'm now a bit ashamed to admit to you that I had never really felt that love before that moment. It was right there and then that the most important lesson I'd ever learned hit me, and that's saying a lot as a genius. Money and fame mean nothing, not in the grand scheme. There will never be enough to satisfy you, ever. Only authentic, loving connection and lived knowledge, which some would call wisdom, bring true value to life. In that hospital room, holding the hand of my sweet, beautiful daughter, I finally felt like the wealthiest person in the world.